Welcome back, everybody, to another week of LPL action. At the tail end of the week, Cubby, pretty exciting slate of games, but kicking things off with LGD and JDG, two teams that met at the beginning of last week that were almost left for dead in the middle of the season, sort of reviving themselves.
Yeah, LGD making a real case that they're not going to be in the bottom two. They're 4-0 for the week, including a win over Top Esports, which was a big surprise for the community. As I enjoyed going through the VODs of that and seeing all the comments of like, oh, you know, Top Esports in international form. They're not going to shake that one for a while, as the last one didn't help. But for LGD, they've really helped themselves this week. And for me, I think the bot lane in particular been stronger. Hong's had some really big series as well, which has helped them have two dominant 2-0 victories over Top Esports and EDG. So going into the JDG tonight, see if they can bring the same form they've brought for the week so far.
Yeah, they've been so good, and there's a lot to like really on both sides and what they've been doing lately, but also about these mid laners that they have as well. We'll get a little bit more on that later. As you can take a look at the standings, we talked about it a little bit, how they've revived themselves. See how everything is shaking out with AL and BLG up at the top. Top Esports unable to really keep pace with them. But look who's coming up in the rear view of Team WE. It's JDG sitting at 5-5, and LGD trying to hold on to that 6th spot. Remember, when you make it to playoffs, that 6th seed going to be very important. Doesn't send you to the play-ins. Doesn't leave you with just one life.
Yeah, again, this week being 4-0 game score, 2-0 a core series score, been significant to create some space between them and Thunder Talk. Not the standings, but honestly how we perceive both teams moving forward. And a chance to at least close ground against a JDG tonight, who I was saying last night, I really feel like NIP, a lot of people I think would slot them in between JDG and LGD. I'm in the camp right now where I'd put NIP kind of above JDG in terms of my power rankings. So I feel like it adds importance to not being in the bottom two, especially not being EDG, who did lock in 8th and will be facing NIP. And I really hope that NIP wins that. I'm just rooting for good League of Legends, Yanni. We've seen better League of Legends from NIP so far. We've not seen good League of Legends from EDG. Yeah.
They've been dominating Group Nirvana. EDG have been... well, whatever superlative you want to use, that's the opposite of dominating in Group Ascend. They have been on a really rough stretch of things. Let's go ahead and take a look at the LGD roster, as this LGD roster really starting to come into its own here, Cubby. Bertle, Hung, Tongyuan, Xiaoya, and Crisp. Hung and Tongyuan have continued to play very well throughout the split, but Xiaoya and Crisp starting to show some life in this bottom lane.
I think that's been the biggest thing for me going into the week, as K-Man pulled a great stat last week, just kind of looking at the stat sheet for LPL, being like, you know what? Xiaoya's really struggled. He was last in the league in DPM, which was a big one. They ran a lower 3rd in that series. Going back through the 4-0, him and Crisp did not die in that series against EDG. And against Top Esports, raising those DPM numbers and has looked a lot better. So I think that's been big. The fact that this bot lane has gone from at least... the split, a bit of a liability in Xiaoya, to being a real strength this week. And I think that's been aided a lot by Hong, who has been... he was the big story in that 2-0 over Top Esports with how well he played the map. So excited to see if him and Hongyuan can continue that tonight against a mid-jungle duo that I do think moves around the map quite well.
Let's go ahead and talk about the mid-jungle duo that moves around the map so well, and talk about this JDG roster that is... struggling at times, but has really started to bring that back a little bit. Xiaoshu, Junja, Hongqiu, Gala, and Vampire. And as good as that mid-jungle duo has been, the top lane has been suspect at times.
It has. I think that Junja's not had the best split. I also think this was a team that really relied on mid-jungle moving to impact the other lanes. And now a lot of the meta has been about support and jungle moving around mid, or moving around the map. We haven't seen Junja and Vampire do as good of a job at that as Hongqiu and Junja have done. So for me, Hongqiu is still having a really nice split in the LPL. I still consider him to be one of the stronger mids, but I think that some of the pieces around him haven't stepped up to the same degree that we've seen in past splits where JDG was competing for international spots. And if playoffs started tomorrow, this is a team right now that doesn't feel like it'd be looking at the world's picture, which is not what his roster and not what his organization's built for.
No, not the expectations they had coming in picking up this mid jungle duo at the start of the year. And, I have a good shout on Hongq really playing up to standard. One thing that I've noticed through poring over everything about the LPL is that the mid laners are oddly strong in Group Ascend, this split specifically.
Yeah.
It feels like even your mid laners on like the bottom tier teams are still performing generally quite well. I've been really impressed with the level of play out of mid lane as a whole.
It's kind of hard for me because the mid is still Knight's domain. So, well, yeah, I think we've seen some decent mid play
tonight.
Yeah, we've seen some decent mid play, but then like I also look over at Knight and it's like, Jesus. I mean, that is Knight has been a beast, but of course, hey, JDG did take down BLG the last outing, and Hongq again continues to be, I think, a big part of things. But oh boy, this is quite the fun fact. I didn't see this one before the show, Yanni. This was saved for me. That almost looks like Shadow at the helm, by the way.
Yeah. So
is that
LGD,
Shadow?
Last beat JDG. That's a long time ago. Cubby. Really fun fact about today as a whole. The two longest winless streaks are on the line here tonight. You'll see more about that one of the later series. Don't want to spoil it too much, but if you dig deep enough, I'm sure you'll be able to find it. But yes, it's been since summer 2021. Cubby, what were you doing in the summer of 2021? Because in the summer of 2021, I was just starting out broadcasting, to be honest with you. I was taking $5 cash where I was going to go in a Taco Bell box at the end of the night.
I had a fun split actually in 2021 because me and Kangas were the only two casters that worked tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. It was doing the L League audio broadcast.
Yeah.
Or, the audio only broadcast, which Kelsey Moser was also guesting on. We had a podcast.
Listen to it a lot. I listened to it a lot.
And then there were 4 or 5 different TOs that were working in tier 3. So that was the first split I got to show up in NIC a little bit. So thanks for dating me, Yanni. We'll see if LGD can change some of their fate tonight going up against JDG. And frankly, what we've seen this week, as you highlighted, both teams on an upswing.
Yep. Since the last week, things have been pretty good. JDG getting that win, going 3-0 last week. LGD went 0-3 last week, and we were like, oh man, these teams just went in complete opposite directions, right? But LGD, big surprise win over Top Esports, shellacked EDG.
Yeah, I
don't know.
I actually,
man. I'm excited.
I do appreciate the fact that they don't even list the EDG win. They're 2-3 in series score. We're not going to list that win. It's not impressive enough to even list the second win and what they did.
No.
When your bot lane doesn't die in a series, that's a rather one-sided series. So, yeah, they did smack the crap out of EDG. But, again, two teams on an upswing. I think, especially in the LGD camp, for me, I'm a little bit more excited about this because I really felt like this team was going to be 6th, looking at TT and EDG. So it feels like they're stepping more up towards those expectations. But on the flip side for JDG, again, this is a team that a lot of fans want to see go international. So real opportunity to do so if they continue to play better. I don't think that we have seen the best of JDG yet, but that win against BLG, that could be the catalyst to really get them in the form they need to be for the LPL playoffs to try and compete for that international spot where we expect them to be.
It'd be pretty wild if they didn't get there, right? Because
it would be a surprise.
They went to first stand. They got top 4 over there. They lost out to BLG, the eventual winners, and everybody was like, "Oh man, this region is absolutely insane." And BLG have been able to keep bearing that torch and holding that standard. But I mean, JDG falling off in Split 2, pretty tough run of things. Cubby, who do you think is going to be the big catalyst as to why JDG gets to Worlds if they do?
Ooh. You know what? My real answer to that question is probably Vampire. But the answer for today is going to be Hongq, because we're going to talk a little bit more about Hongq coming in. As Hongq, again, a mid laner for me that's been playing really well. And I think that he had a slower start to the split, but been better in the back half. Of course, 2-1 overnight. Always nice to take down the kaiju that does exist within the LPL. But for Hongq, I really feel like he's been someone when this team is at his best, he's moving a lot. And I think that, at least with Hongq, it's impressive for me that his KP is second in terms of all mids. Because usually your KP is higher when you're on a losing team. So I really feel like this is one where Hongyu has really stepped up with how he's played, and excited to see what happens in the Tongyuan today, who we've seen some of the historical melee specialist picks from Tongyuan really start to kind of emerge, come back, as the Lock and Akali have been really big for him in LGD this week.
Yeah, kill participation a little bit behind Hongyu, but the things that I want to look out for, that KDA has been pretty good. Obviously, KDA isn't the end-all be-all, but Tongyuan has generally been a lot safer than he has in splits past, and is being able to survive longer, do more for his team, and is actually not behind in lane. You know, gold difference of 15? Yeah, it's very minuscule, but you're not behind. That has been a big reason why LGD has been able to function recently, is now he's still able to move around a little bit and play with the team in these early skirmishes where your mid laners are so important.
Yeah, and I feel like the KP is kind of, it is the biggest gap between these two, but I also feel like that in the DPM speaks to some of the pools that we have out of these two players as well. Really has been, I think, a big mage and mover focus for Hongyu, which I'm not surprised about. Victor being his most played, just providing some stability for his team has been big, and I do think that we have seen Hongyu. It has been, I think, a little bit more stability in mid as they've tried to play around him, and still feel like this team historically, just looking at like other splits, when Viari comes out from this team, I think that Junja and Hongyu play that kind of stuff really well. So just curious and interested to see if they continue to kind of stick with... it has been the traditional meta picks for Hongyu, but again, seeing him lean more into the artillery mages has been a little bit of a shift this split, but still feel like this team is at their best when they can move and play fast. As I think it also kind of opens up things for Xiaoxia, who does really like to play carries in the top side when he can. And that's at a down split. I do feel like that's been part of the reason that like when Hongyu, those games where he isn't as active or Vampire has a bad read, hasn't been Xiaoxia, I think, having the same consistent starts to game states that has enabled him to play stuff like Trinity in the past, or really try and bring the carry tops out.
Yeah, the enemy team will just be content to focus him, really try to dive top lane, right? You know, we've seen these 3- and 4-man dives that can essentially say to the top laner, hey man, your game's over, congratulations, thanks for playing, see you later. But yeah, I think you're hit the nail on the head with Junja and the champions that he's really good at. You know, not only just the vibe, but the J4 as well. These supportive junglers where he can get active, he can make plays happen, and, you know, feed these kills into his carries like Hongyu. I want to give another shout to Hongyu for his Anivia play against anyone's legend, because he was 1-12 on his bird champions, Azir and Anivia, champions that he pulled out so much. Got his second win finally. It's been a bit of a struggle, but he played a really excellent game wire to wire. And it was such a good pick into the team composition that was presented against him.
Yeah, it's been kind of fun seeing Azir sneak back in, because, you know, when you have a Vygar main in Vygar V2 tweeting about, hey, I think Anivia is kind of back with PTA and some of the tech, it might tip you off with some stuff, but I think that with how busy supports have been, the value of Azir is still that you kind of bring that mage damage and you have a dash. So that's a feature that not a lot of the other mages have that are in the meta. So getting out of stuff like Jarvan or getting out of stuff like Rumble ults, it's always been part of the reason why we've seen Azir just be a staple pick in the mid lane. It's been kind of fun, honestly, seeing it not be as present. That's the word I was looking for. Hasn't been as present in this split, Yanni, but I'm not surprised to see Azir sneaking back in, because I have seen some games where I'm like, you know what? I think Azir might be able to work in the mid lane here, and it's just been ignored because it's viewed as a pick that's a little bit weak right now.
So seeing the players walking out here, this is the last day in Suzhou, which means the last day of the super sick walkouts where the players look like they're coming out of a portal. So this is my favorite walkout. I thought we had a lot of really cool ones. I can't remember exactly where we were last week, but the walkouts there were really cool, with like the doors in the middle of the stage opening them up. But this one is easily my favorite. I'd rank this number 1 out of the 4 presented so far. So get ready to see exactly what I'm talking about if you weren't paying attention. Look at that! Look at the aura that comes through here. And then you see Gala.
I do like that.
He's just never excited about anything.
I do like that. As captains, of course, leading our teams out, as see who can end what has been a good week on each side of the rift here, who can end on a high as well. as win tonight for LGD would put some space between them and Thunder Talk. I think just given the ramifications of the 6th seed versus the 7th seed, I know a lot of fans at home are going to want to see where JDG might be able to place, but I feel like this is a more important match coming up for LGD, trying to actually create some space between them and Thunder Talk.
I think it's important for both of them, right? Because if JDG take a loss here, all of a sudden, like, things are potentially in flux, right? Like a poor week from them on the backside, and if you're losing to LGD, you are liable to just have a poor week. You know, it's not like we're penciling you in for wins all the time or anything like that. But if you take a win, now the only thing that can happen is that you have to lose out, and then, you know, whoever between Thunder Talk and LGD has to win out, and then it's up to like head-to-heads and stuff like that. So there's a lot that really has to go against you if you take a win today for JDG. It almost, basically, you're as close to clinching top 6 as you can get without actually clinching top 6. Meanwhile, for LGD, if they take a loss, it's not the end of the world, but the pressure is definitely going to be on them that last week.
Even pull up the schedules for next week. Might be kind of fun to look at as we're trying to get into our pick.
I have it right here if you're ready.
You got it? Well, who are we playing next week for both these teams?
Yeah, so JDG has Thunder Talk on Wednesday. I think I'm on that game. And has EDG the day after that. And then Top Esports at the end of the week on Saturday. So
LGD
looking like a pretty good one. LGD has BLG, Thunder Talk, and Team WE.
Oh, I was gonna take that and do the divvy up. I was able to pull it up in time, but you got it, Yanni. Okay. You got it, Yanni.
That BLG one's gonna be tough. That's might present a problem. But hey, they knocked off Top Esports.
Honestly, putting a circle around LGD versus TT coming up here.
Oh, that's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, that really could be a do or die decider for who's actually going to get in or who's going to have to face one of the playing teams, which I know we spent a lot of time talking about NIP, rightfully so. They're at the top of the group. But who knows? IG, I think also a team that is very likely to promote. So being bottom 2, I just think given the turnover we had and the fact that we have some big brands that were in Group Nirvana this split who do host homestands and really want to get back into Group Ascend. Those teams pushed. IG brought back the boys and Rookie and the Shy, and yeah, they're looking good enough where I feel like they can make the top 8.
You can never count a team with the Shy out. It's one thing that I have always learned from watching this man play and his ints and his highs as well. That's another story for another time, perhaps a little bit down the road, Cubby, as we're kicking off the draft here for Game 1 between JDG and LGD. Already some of these junglers, a more supportive one and a more aggressive one, getting banned away from Hung, who, as we mentioned earlier, has been really, really strong in this split.
Especially this week, as a lot of jungle focus early on. Curious if we end up seeing Jarvan taken off the board. Or Jarvan Nocturne both being up. Usually we see Nocturne banned. Lee Sin's the handshake you usually have in Nocturne too. So I'm curious if they want to take one away or if they feel like leaving both up and accepting that handshake is also an okay scenario.
Yeah, I think leaving both up might be fine, but I think if you don't ban Orianna, you're liable to deal with Jarvan Ori or Nocturne Ori, but it is going to be that Nocturne ban. So for JDG, I don't know, man. It's one of Junja's best junglers. I would just say slam it and let LGD figure out the answer.
Yeah, as a team, JDG has been a lot more likely to ban Orianna than to actually play it themselves. And it's been interesting. They're going to drop the Orianna here again, as they're going to pick up the Ezreal for Gala. But wondering if that ends up coming out for Tongyuan, or if they want to actually just wait to see if they can combo it with anything. As of course, Lucian making an appearance means that Milio likely to be picked up in the first phase of draft too, so LGD only have one more thing to really show.
Yeah, and am a little surprised they're picking it here. I don't really think Milio is going to be picked away with an Ezreal, but it is just what LGD elected to do, not really putting that priority on the jungle like we thought these teams really would, especially with all these junglers banned in the first half, Cubby. It's been a bit of a surprise, to say the least, but it looks like we might get a little bit more of a normalized pairing down to the bot lane, just that answer and support.
Why not ban more junglers, Yanni? Might be where we're at here.
Might be onto something, Chief.
Yeah, might be dropping jungle, might be on something. Curious for Honkyu. Again, I feel like they would like to maybe give up the Orianna. With Ezreal Karma, this is the type of game where I actually quite like how Ryze interacts with this duo. Just ability to go collapse onto the moving wave, and then the Karma move speed buff can help you fish for some empowered Rune Prisons later on. That said, Junji is going to snag his most played champion in the J4. Doesn't care about the Lucian dash. We'll see if he can use that Cataclysm against the rest of what LGD has to pick up and offer.
Well, let me tell you, Crisp will be easy pickings for him. Squishy champion with no way to stop that Cataclysm. The Breath of Life isn't really going to save you there, so get that instant kill will be pretty good. Skarner is going to be the answer for Hung, something that he's played a couple of times and has been generally pretty solid on. This does mean that JDG needs to be aware of a potential Rumble wanting to come out. So
I like Skarner Lucian Milio. I think that Skarner just creates so much space for the rest of your team. Lucian Milio is... They need space creators, and they can really capitalize off that. So I think damage or comp or damage profile-wise right now, I kind of like where LGD is at. Lucian can pump out some big damage later on. Skarner's there to tank it all up. Ezreal throwing stuff into Skarner doesn't really feel good for Ezreal. So Skarner can tank what we're seeing so far, and I feel like LGD, if they can get out of bot lane, might have advantage for DPS later. So curious how these comps want to continue. As we see with the junglers picked up, we now shift the focus of bans into the mid lane.
I am a little bit worried for LGD's comp for one thing and one thing only. I have seen far too many teams pick Lucian Milio and then play very individualistic. Play these assassins that need a lot of like early game investment, right? And all it takes is a team setting behind this Lucian, and all of a sudden your Lucian has no damage anymore and your comp can't function. This Skarner pick just leads me to think that LGD understand how to play this composition very, very well. There's that Orianna ban that we talked about a little bit earlier, finally coming through on the back end. That Akali going to be taken away, so Tongyuan not going to have a second pentakill performance.
Yeah, we were talking about the melees for Tongyuan. Two of them taken away here by Honkyu, as Lock Akali taken off the board. Kind of curious what Honkyu wants. I think there's a world where we could see... If we get really weird, we could see like a Yone Rumble. I think that's an option that JDG has, as they could hot pot with the Jarvan. Ryze is locked in, though. I think that now that Ryze locked in, the Yone Rumble guess that I had goes down in value. We're likely to see a control mage into the Ryze. As with Syndra, you can at least use Scatter to space the Ryze, really pressure Lucian, because if he dashes, then he's a pretty short-ranged AD. You can hunt him easily as Honkyu. As well as Skarner cancel his E. So I think a lot of value for Scatter already showing for Honkyu Syndra.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried. Now, this alleviates some of my worries with this Rumble lock-in here, because I don't think JDG really has a whole lot of damage to be able to kill this mid-jungle duo of Skarner and Ryze. You know, Ryze ends up getting the Catalyst into the Rod of Ages, and he's going to be generally untouchable by the Jarvan, by the Syndra, by themselves. But with that Rumble and the Hot Pot combo, should be a little bit better. There's that Ambessa lock-in coming out for Bertle. Gets a follow-up with a public execution on to a target that is going to be unimpaled after it falls off. One thing I really like, though, is more than just the Ryze lock-in for the mid-jungle duo and the way that Ryze can lock down a couple members of the enemy team, is that Tongyuan's been so good on it. His Realm Warps for these early plays and these early dives have been really, really spot on, and I'm looking to see that again here in this game for LGD.
I'm picking up on the fact you're kind of a Tongyuan fan here, Yanni. I like it. I feel like he's been the catalyst or X Factor.
He's done good things.
For me, the X Factor this week's been the bot lane for LGD. Just Xiaoya going from the weakest AD in the league statistically to having two good series with Crisp. I think that has really helped LGD, at least in the EDG series. Hong's also just been on point with Tongyuan, but for me, usually Tongyuan is the X Factor for this team. I think that his performance has the highest correlation of whether or not it is an LGD win before this week at least. So interested to see if he can get moving on the rise, maybe help support Lucian Milio, which this comp for Lucian Milio does have a lot of support for it. What you were talking about with them, finding too many self-sufficient champions with Lucian Milio, that resonated with me. I've seen like Rumble Kiana top sides with Lucian Milio that's left me scratching my head and frustrated. So,
dude, I've been so mad at it. Yeah. Every time I'm watching VODs and I see them, like, they're doing it again, and then they lose. And it's
you can't win.
Guys, this isn't how you operate with a Lucian. It's just not how it works at all. So, yeah, while Tongyuan has been the X factor in a lot of these games, as you said, the bot lane is something you're going to be watching out for. Specifically in this game, Xayah and Chris, we're going to have to get it going early, get that Lucian in the mid game to take over, as we're on Summoner's Rift for game 1 of the first best of 3 series of the day.
Well, nice ward kill early on for LGD. Going to help at least kind of hide where the Skarner's starting, but both our junglers working down on the bot side.
Listen, I thought I only heard Gyos for LGD. See, you doing analysis, me going, I didn't hear much for JDG, if anything. This is just what happens when Jin Dong Guy is not around, and it's very, very sad.
Ooh, that's a good shout. That's a good shout. There was a little bit less gas behind the Gyos there for JDG, as per usual. Or I should say, well, usual if we're missing Mr. Jindong, but JDG getting pushed in the bot side. Of course, they will have their jungler working their way down here, as well as LGD. The graph doesn't like LGD's chances later. I am okay with LGD's chances later. I just think that it is a little difficult for Lucian to navigate games with a Syndra in it, as back in, speaking of 2021, that was a season that was a lot of melee mids. It was like the set Nocturne with Diana Volibear meta.
Oh, God, you're right.
And there was some Lucian mid played into that, because that could beat the set the Nocturne, and Syndra kind of emerged as a counter to it, because you couldn't play that lane well after level 4.
I love me some Lucian, and yeah, definitely one of the more difficult matchups to play into. Just get hit by one scatter, and you're dead, or you have to dash the scatter, and if you're not dashing diagonally, then you're not getting into the fight regardless. So good shout there. Regular clears out here for our junglers. Really nothing too stressful so far. There were a couple of wards for the side of LGD down on that bottom side that have since expired, so just ensuring that their jungler is not going to be invaded on. Maybe we'll see a little scuffle for the crab.
June just going top crab, as he smited the rocks. He's going to try and contest, find this time, or just misses it, but Force is hung out. So
yeah, he did miss the
kind of cute. Kind of cute. That was interesting, because he smited the Krug. Usually you save that second smite for the crab in case there is a fight or skirmish, as you highlighted, Yanni. Instead, knowing the timer there on his most played champ this split, says smite the Krug, get up in the face, contest the blue buff, push Skarner out, and secure the bot crab. I thought when I saw him smite Krug, he was just accepting that we're going top crab. That's well played, though, and might actually be able to get to the top crab if he goes straight there, too, because his mid laner's back first, and Xiaoshu does need a base. Fertile pushed the first 3 waves, got a base in, and had a small buy. So when Xiaoshu comes back out, kind of curious, they want to try and find this Jarvan a double crab.
What was really interesting about that entire sequence is that Hung just kind of hung out in his own jungle for a little bit, canceled a couple of recalls just to put down a ward, so really no interest in taking that top crab. And, how do you win a crab fight? Well, you just prevent the fight from happening, as Hung will continue to just farm up his jungle in an effort to hit level 6 and really make things work with that Impale.
All right, good start here for JDG. Really like what I saw from Jinja. Just getting a small incremental lead. But, hey, 2 crabs, that's big. That means that you're going to likely hit 6 before that second crab spawns. So I think it's if Junja either full clears from there, or I think he has to leech XP from 1 or 2 creeps. It's either he gets it, or it's 1 or 2 creeps away. But really curious to see if he can walk into that second crab fight as it spawns with level 6, because that could really dictate the fight.
Hung going to show up on the top side here, has been spotted out on this ward. Xiaoshu will wisely play at a long distance just to be able to hit these tasers and scoop up whatever CS he can. Really underrated move by Chris down to that bottom lane for that Mega Inferno kick to keep Vampire
tasers?
from recalling Xiaoya. Yeah, they're Electro Harpoon. They're just tasers.
They are. I've never heard of tasers.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to hit somebody with the taser, and, shred a bunch of their resistances and then kill them.
Yes, it is very nice that Rumble gets. That's actually one of the funnier things from League Classic. I don't think Rumble's in the game yet, but when I was thinking of League Classic, someone brought up oh, I wonder if they're gonna put Rumble in, and I thought back and was like, oh yeah, back then Rumble had no % HP damage and no % magic pen. It was still considered extremely, extremely good.
Yeah, that guy was just insane. Well, it's just because resourceless champions back then were just ridiculous.
They were. Yeah, they were.
Like, people hadn't even unlocked the pure power of Riven, and she's just a resourceless champion, so, you know, you'll be good regardless. Dragon has been spawned on this bottom side here, and, you know, we're waiting for any team to really take a look at that first objective of the game, as Grubs is going to come up in about 2 minutes or so. Well, Bertle is going to go back and forth a little bit here, but not really able to get an edge onto Xiaoshu. Hong's going to walk right into Junji here. First auto attack going to do a little bit of work. He's going to try to drive his way out, and he does, but he takes a decent chunk of HP for it as all his camps are respawning.
Yeah, he is just a couple creeps away from dinging 6, and he's gonna, if he gets some of the small rocks, I do think he gets 6.
Pretty big pickup for Junji as he smites away.
Got it.
One, now he is level 6. From Warp coming in, puts Tong Yuan right in the thick of things. Public execution turns the fight on its head, and the Cataclysm kelps Xiaoshu out. He's flashing onto Hung and will be able to take him down. It's a 1-for-1 for now. Scatter the Weak does not land, but Bertle and Tong Yuan not going to be able to do too much more.
Waves are even. That was quite the force from Jinja. Again, I understand the logic with 6, but when you go that deep in the enemy jungle, stuff like enemy Realm Warp, it's a lot easier to get to you. So Tong Yuan was able to be there first and ensures that the empowered Rune Prison into the public execution is sound. So good combo from LGD. He's making sure they even up that trade. As camp's up now for both junglers, so this is going to very much decrease the likelihood that we see an early Dragon. I think that we're going to have our junglers likely clear out some camps. I say that. Junja, I think, might be setting up for a potential grub take, which, when you have Rumble on your team, I do always like setting up for potential grub take. I'm in the Dragon over grub camp, but, man, Rumble equalizer fights, this stage of the game, always happy about that.
Especially the hot pot combo, as Xiaoshu is overheated. Which means Bertle's going to keep going right after him. There's that other taser with the shield and the movement speed, but a flash right after him, and Bertle gets a solo kill.
Well played, Bertle. The
He's Q1
into the flash, and yeah, I mean, Xiaoshu ulted the wave to try and get it in. Bertle just fought him, and now Tong Yuan
nice
gets
flash
the flash on
Tong
Hongq.
Yep. And now here's Junja looking to turn this one around. Flag and Drag does not land onto Tong Yuan, but here comes Hongq. Vampire and Gala are going to be first in the fight as well, as Crispin Xiaoya are about half HP. There's the flash tether onto Hong, and Junja will survive, and Gala gets fed a kill on a serval platter.
Some good clicks by Tong Yuan to get out. Can he get out all the way, though?
Oh, there's that powered Q from Vampire. The last auto from Hongq means that it's a JDG favorite fight.
No, I think big difference maker there, the fact that the initial combo, Hongq was able to flash out of it. I'm not sure if it was Hong didn't channel things quick enough, or there was a little bit of tenacity in the rune page. I don't think that's the case, but either way, the fact that Hongq initially escaped the combo, the damage of Jarvan far greater than the damage of Hong right now. So this is creating a pretty big lead now for Junja, Yanni, as I think the consequence of the last 2 plays was Hong died twice, and this is a pretty large jungle gap. Comeback XP does exist for Hong, but I want to see if Junja can really pressure some of these neutral objectives while he's strong, and while his bot lane still has a lead. It's going to be reset out now from both teams. I think that this was the timer where, after Red could have skipped over Krugs and maybe picked up the Dragon, as Milio and Lucian were split. They're going to pick up... Oh, they actually missed the ward in the pit. Yeah, I would actually really like to see them force the Dragon instead of the Krug camp there. I feel like that was a timer that existed for the squad to take it.
JDG electing to pass on that one. They 1.8 thousand gold lead as we're about to get to the 10-minute mark in this game, as both teams have largely ignored these objectives. And really, for the way things are going, I think that favors JDG, at least in this early going, because right now, a lot of LGD, except for this top side, has really been contained. Xiaoya is down about 30 CS on the bottom side, and Tong Yuan is getting shoved in. Drive in does not quite land as the Grubs are now being done by LGD. Good side laners to have it on this Ambessa and this Rise, but it'll only be the one.
They gotta respect the power.
The typical 1-for-2 trade.
Yeah, I think they gotta respect the power of the hot pot. So, we'll be given over.
Calling down onto Vampire. Here's the Realm Warp.
It's going down.
This will just be a pretty free kill over to the side of LGD. It's just a matter of who's actually going to go pick it up, and it'll be Xiaoya who gets us first.
Yeah, no sums Vampire. Nice Realm Warp coming out from Tongyuan. Not going to miss too much mid. So, free win. Meanwhile, 2-1 split as you highlighted Yanni for the Grubs. Junja continuing to clear his camps. And I'm just, again, kind of surprised about the Dragon not being taken. I understand Junja wanted to go kind of contest the Wraps, but really feel like with the time the lead he had, skipping over that Krug camp to secure the Dragon when they did. Cataclysm was up first off cooldown. His bot lane was out first in the map, and his mid laner was out first. And there was no Cataclysm shorter cooldown than Pale. So, again, I really feel like that was the timer of the combo to try and enforce. Didn't find it. And scaling-wise, I don't think we've really talked about who we favor. I'm going to lean a little bit towards JDG. But I think the game's playable from both sides if this one does go a little bit later.
Yeah, I can largely agree with that.
Yeah.
I do think the interesting part about taking this Dragon, you know, maybe not even now, but not taking the Dragon, does mean that if LGD do leverage this Lucian into the mid lane and, you know, you're taking complete mid control, if you give away a couple of Dragons, it's totally fine. It's really was that tempo of not taking the Dragon and getting that Krug camp and then getting the recall mean more than that Dragon in the, you know, the long haul for this game. Is Tongyuan going to get chunked out, get a little bit of value with he's killing that ward. Well, eventually, one day, they will fix the value bug.
You know what that makes me think of? Thinking back to 2021?
What's that?
Value.
Value.
Value. Value 24/7. He was, it was based on stocks.
Flag and drag over onto Hong. Does land properly.
Ooh.
It'll drive the Syndra right into the wall. The Impale only catches Honkyu, but that's really all you need.
Beautiful.
As Tongyuan's going to pick that one up. Teleport going to be coming in as the Rumble has now joined the party. Ezreal gets Hong very low, but doesn't take him down. The LGD jungler will have to back off. Both teleports out of the top lane burnt, but still the Dragon lives.
That was a really good turn, though, by Hung. Just the fact that the flashy Empowered Rune Prison wasn't even needed against Honkyu there, who still has flash coming up off cooldown. So once the combo hits, the wall slam into the Impale. Really sound by Hung. Again, a little bit behind on the Skarner, but we know the utility this champ can bring later on in the game. As currently the behind bot lane for LGD is going to lose first brick. And while Junja has kept the map, I'd say busy, active, kind of using the old school style of the human ward face, you know? It has been the bot lane destroying here for JDG.
Yeah, it has been pretty good. Let's take a look at this replay.
Great angle.
Really nice flash. Just a
Great
nifty
angle.
play.
Yeah.
That seemed to really take JDG by surprise.
I was honestly, that was kind of close getting over the wall or not. That was one where, you know, you put your mouse a couple pixels to the right, you might end up in the blue pit. Ended up getting over the blue wall, other side of the pit. Well played, Hong. As team's still a little bit behind. Good words coming out here from Vampire. JDG, they've shifted their bot lane back into mid. And I would expect them to continue to play around the Ezreal Karma.
No doubt about it. The Trinity Force is available and in the inventory of Gala. As they're going to look right at Xiaoya in the mid lane. He will survive. The Calling's not going to do a lick of anything. Ooh. The Impale doesn't land either. It's a really bad look for LGD as they are being pressured very hard in this mid lane.
That Impale was close. I want to give a little bit of credit over to Vampire. The Q's, though, on Skarner, I think might have been just enough space for the empowered Swifties of Honkyu's Syndra to get out of that Impale that was aimed at the Syndra. So really close in that instance, and as you said, that's a big cooldown now lost. As the pressure continues, Goblin Vampire is still here. Chris trying to hold the wave, will do so successfully, but LGD are the ones that are playing on their side of the map as JDG are pushing.
That's not what you want when you have this Lucian. They were not able to get a discernible lead. You know, Hung wasn't really able to impact that lane at all. A big reason why they are so far behind, was able to make his impact felt elsewhere at the very least. Bortle getting that first kill, strong enough to get that solo kill. Tongyuan's got 3 kill participation right now and is scaling up nicely.
Nothing too weird in the inventory so far. I will say the one nice advantage, or I guess where we got to look is Bertle. Bertle's someone that we've talked a lot about when it comes to LGD, but not today, as he was a really strong performer in Group Nirvana for this team last split. And I think it's been... Bertle's been Bertle for me so far this split, where he's got moments good and bad. I think overall it's been fine, but hey, that solo kill topside was really good earlier. And this Ambessa, this champion gets to 16. Going to be one of those pieces late game where if LGD is going to look to contest, it's going to have to come off Bertle.
He has been the definition of get solo killed or get a solo kill. This Herald will drop his LGD. Not going to go for that objective. Didn't really get a shove in the mid lane, though.
I really wish that GOL attract isolated deaths.
Yeah, man. Me too.
It's only solo kills, because I think that that's kind of a fun, like, you know, if you more solo kills and more isolated deaths, I mean, how can we appropriately tell the story of the Shive without having isolated deaths? As a stat that we get tracked.
Maybe if that was never as a tracked stat ever, he would not be the GOAT. Who knows? Did he just calling just to make sure that he got that cannon? I think he did. He's trying to make a play on the Hongyu on the bottom side. It's a flash, it's an impale, and Hongyu is here to be able to make sure that they get this kill. It's going to go over to the Rise, but meanwhile in the mid lane it's going to be Herald taking the first turret, getting a big crash onto the second turret. Those Twitch chatters will show up and get a little bit more damage on that turret.
All right, Reset's going to come in here for this upcoming dragon. And now is when things get interesting. Because Hongyu, no flash. That's got to be the target if you're LGD. And that was a good play by Tong Yuan and Hung. Making the decision, hey, we're going to seed mid. Herald's going down. That's okay. What can we do elsewhere instead of trying to contest that?
Here.
They were able to at least trade. As, yeah, you called out a lot of pings on mid. Shai's going to have to head for the hills. Junja was spotted.
Okay, Crisp walking a bit aggressively. Shai is going to do the smart walk here. And with the blast plants, LGD should be able to get out without too much of an issue.
Oh,
but Tong Yuan is on the wrong side of the tracks. He's on top of a ward as well that he's aware of. Hongyu in hot pursuit means that Tong Yuan's going to have to teleport away back home 30 seconds before this dragon.
I mean, both teams kind of late to the dragon, too. Junja went back. Picked up some extra stats, so... A lot of tools available. No TPs on mids. No flash on Hongyu. No flash on Hong.
A lot of big summoners down. We'll see if that results in a fight. LGD have been really allergic to these objectives. Have been really content with letting JDG get these objectives.
I would give this to LGD.
I would too at this point.
Look at Gala's inventory.
With you, but it looks like they want to fight. It's going to be Junja that gets picked up and impaled into the rest of the team, but they don't have the damage to exactly kill him yet. He's able to get out. Xiaoya's got to escape with a heal and a breath of life, but Bertle with a big shield really wants in.
Here comes Gala.
Xiaoshu's going to show up as well. Mega Fire Kick will keep the Rumble at bay for the moment. It is a one fight in terms of... Oh my goodness! So close to killing Xiaoya, but the red carpet is not an A-lister. He does not get that. He is able to get out.
He's not able to beat the lockout of recall. Or once it completes, I think it's like the last point. It's that last point something gap. Yeah, it's something like that. I think it's even less than that. 0.05, I think, or 0.1.
Yeah, it's a really small window. You always clench when you're trying to recall in a bit of a sketchy area, and you know that somebody's coming right after you.
That was a fight though. The opener, we saw Hung at least try and find something, but the reason why I was saying I don't know if we should fight this or not is because Gala was like about to complete his Miramon going into that fight. So I think once the initial engage doesn't work, Hung appropriately steps back and LGD has to give. But the opener is in how they've been able to execute these impales into the empowered rune prisons and the public executions. That LGD showing that they're threatening, and they're definitely squishy enough targets on JDG. Where LGD has enough targets, I think they're going to be able to find.
It's a good chunk onto Vampire, but Xiaoya is having difficulty getting into mid lane here. As Gala continues to slam waves mid. Yeah, 40 CS lead. It's a mid tier 2 getting taken, and while the composition was drafted well around this Lucian, the execution in the game has not been there for LGD around this pick.
It really was just Junja, I think, getting ahead a little bit in the jungle. And Skarner wasn't able to interact with his bot lane as well. I do think something that we've seen quite well. I really like what NIP's done. I've seen the last 2 series for NIP. They've taken Xayah Rakan into Lucian Milio, and then they've had Guwan 3-camp it. So like they're 3-camping Lucian Milio with Xayah Rakan. And it's good in the moment, but you get Xayah Rakan ahead, you can really force stuff as that duo. So it has been fun to kind of see teams play around with being more creative in the early game, which I'm happy is a strategy, even if I think comeback XP is a little extreme right now for junglers. But didn't see that from the Skarner this game, and the strength of Ezreal Karma shining through.
One thing to worry about is in 2 minutes and 40 seconds from now, this dragon would be JDG's sole point if they take it. They'll get on to 3. And especially given the fact that it is a Mountain Soul, extra defensiveness that you get can really help out some of these squishier champions. This is a very lean team composition. As the game goes on, it's really just going to be Junja, who's got a lot of health, maybe a little bit of armor and MR, and that's about it. But everybody else, you know, with the Mountain Soul shield on top of Karma shields, pretty good.
I will say, I was already expecting to see a Serpents come in for LGD. Just option of whether it's Bertle or Xiaoya. It's going to be a really high value Serpents, and that is something for me that kind of adds a little bit more mystery to what team might be stronger late. Might just come down to who executes better, and so far, executes from Hung have been good.
Well, itemizes better too, you know? Sometimes you lose the Shopkeeper, and sometimes you win with Shopkeeper, and maybe this will be one of those games here. Cubby is. Things have really slowed down. LGD haven't really looked for many plays outside of that Dragon look where Hung was the one who went in. Now he's going to look for a dive here, but then think better of it. The Cataclysm goes right down onto Chris. We'll try to follow him up with a Mega Fire Kick, gets him out of there. True Shot Barrage does not land on the Bertle, but the Equalizer will, right on top of his head, force his flash out.
All right, tools removed. I think
question is, are they going to be able to action on them?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta believe that maybe next fight it's a Junja Flash Cataclysm on Crisp, and then we make him crispy.
This is something that we did talk about earlier, that it would be, you know, pretty easy for Junja later in the game to just hop right on top of Chris, blow him up immediately, with a little bit of help from his friends. So 40 seconds from now, look out for that one. As JDG just getting their recalls, you can see a lot of pings down on the top side of that bottom river where they're going to want to establish and clear out this vision.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see Crisp a little bit split from the setup. And for LGD, I think this might be another give angle, sincerely. They're going to look, see what they can find here with Hung. That's a good start.
Flash on the Vampire.
TP.
He gets rooted. The Impale misses. TPs are going to land. Scatter doesn't land. Bertle's going to get cataclysed. And now Junja goes for the knockup, but he gets bursted out and goes down. It's a 5v4 in favor of LGD, and Honky is stuck in the back of the pit for right now. Scatter lands onto 2, and he's going to flash over the walls. Bertle continues to lead the charge on the top side. And LGD get the JDG jungler and should be able to get the dragon. But JDG not going to give this up without a fight. Good True Shot Barrage. Equalizer down as well. There's the public execution.
They're going.
Breath of Life to keep Bertle going. Bertle's got to get out, but that Realm Warp got them in. Tangyuan got exhausted. Gala's healthy and is starting to deal some serious damage. Bertle can't get to him, but he is able to escape. Gala can't finish him off, and now Hung wants to deal with Vampire, but realizes that maybe, just maybe, it's time for it to get out. Gala's shift is used. The root goes down. Hung on a sliver. Bertle trying to get Vampire, and he does, but Gala trades him out.
He got his jungler out of there. I think that's a decent trade, actually, because it keeps Smite on the map. And what a fight from LGD, as the last 2 dragons have been like, I don't know if they should fight or not. The first one, the tools missed. They gave it up. This time, the tools didn't really hit. But I think Junja's exit from the Cataclysm wasn't sound enough. And I'd love to see a replay, because I don't know exactly where Gala was in that fight at the start. Because I felt like Junja's entrance was okay. As we're going to get a second look. Hung goes on the Vampire. Gets tools out, actually finds him with the max range of the E. Good sidestep, though, by Vampire to get out of this. But from here for Junja, I guess we Cataclysm Bertle just hit the front line, but he absolutely just melts. And Honkyu and Gawa weren't exactly in position. Honkyu wasn't with the team. He was split because he was answering a wave. I think having a front-to-back with Syndra, much different. Because Syndra, again, threw out Scatter and immediately had to exit. And now they find the front-to-back with Syndra, but they're able to Realm Warp close enough where they start right on top of JDG. And they win the hands fight. This was a really close fight on both sides.
Hey, picture in picture, look at this equalizer going down. It's some serious damage as Hong is going quite low, and he will fall. Bertle is low too, but here comes Honkyu. It's the public execution, but he's the only one getting executed. A quick pick for JDG, 2 for nothing, and you see some pings on the Baron.
Yeah, that should be Baron. Really good find. I like the fact they take a fight right after. There's some long ult cooldowns for LGD, and JDG were able to get up in there and punish. Not to mention Flash is being down, but yeah, I mean, that the fight that led to the Dragon being taken for LGD, do want to give them a lot of kudos for how they played out hands-wise. I think they managed their health bars as a resource really well. But this one just immediately getting back into the action. And, okay, yeah, that was a mistake from
nice
Hung.
flag and drag.
That was a mistake from Hung. Yeah.
Really nice flag and drag to avoid the impale, and fight gets split. Just 2 quick kills for JDG is a little bit of over-aggressiveness from the LGD jungler. This can happen sometimes when you're performing quite well and things are going pretty good for you. You just win a big fight. A little bit too big for your britches.
Yeah, they had numbers, like, at first. I just don't think they had all the tools, and that was a very nice engage.
Xayah dash forward, just trying to bait out the Scatter. Scatter only lands onto the Milio, but LGD, too much of a chase, unable to catch the immobile mage. This Vampire and Gala will shove down mid.
Gala's going Serpents, by the way. That's kind of interesting. To end Basis Garner Emilio.
Yeah.
No Serpents yet against the Karma team, as I would usually expect to see a Serpents against the Karma team first, but we had a Black Cleaver wrapped up by Xayah, and no sign of a Serpent's Fang yet for Bertle, who wants to wrap up the Maw first. So items continue to roll in, but I also think that fight, there was a much better equalizer involved for JDG the second time around. We actually saw the Hot Pot combo connect, which that helped, because that equalizer did a lot of damage in the fight for Xiaoshu and JDG. As Baron's up, they've got control. Dragon in the minute 10, but the siege for the inners is on.
Haven't seen a Hot Pot connection that good since my friends invited me out a couple weeks ago. Down on the bottom side, JDG looking to escort their wave in to try to take this bot tier 2 with their Baron. Oh, this True Shot Barrage is just doing a lot of damage, really squeezing out LGD here. We haven't mentioned Gala too much because he quietly had a economic victory early, but after a couple of kills and now a 4,000 gold lead, you can't ignore all of the damage he's done this game. Really being the Gala of old on this pick, the guy that you know, one of the better AD carries in the world. There's a Realm Warp coming in from behind. Who's going to take it? It's just Hong who's going to take it. Only one impalable. There's Bertle with the public execution right onto Honkyu. They found him. Junja, Gala, Xiaoshu running for the hills. It's a 5v3. Look at how low they are. Will they be able to get in though? So LGD will defend the home front, lose a turret, but pick up 2 themselves.
Great look from Bertle. He walked around, was actually able to find that, and that broke the setup for the Dragon. JDG were going to try and get that wave in, get a base off, and then set up this Dragon. The fact that that's broken and 2 Mountain Dragons have been picked up by LGD. This is a high-value Dragon to pick up this game. Ezreal doesn't want Pen. Honkyu already has it, but the fact that LGD has 2 Mountain Drakes, I think might actually change this game with Skarner Milio. As Bertle walked around, was spotted, but of course the Realm Warp to get hung in the back line was kind of kept in place, but that was enough to delete Vampire. Bertle deletes Honkyu with the help of Tongyuan. And all of a sudden, unwinnable fight for JDG.
Yeah, they got the exhaust out of Ezreal onto Tongyuan as well, so that's going to be down. Tongyuan is now on his 3 spike plus Seeker's arm guard, and getting closer to that Sonya's after picking up that needlessly large rod. So things looking pretty decent for LGD, despite the fact that they are down 4,000 golds. One of the things I do want to mention, Cubby, that I am a little worried about is Xiaoya's real lack of damage here, and it's unfortunate because you have to go Cleaver against this injury, right? You need this extra HP to stay alive, but this keeps you an extra item off 100% crit, where, you know, every AD carry who's gonna auto attack will thrive.
Okay, he got a crit cloak. I was about to say that kind of pointed to me that he was going to be Serpent's Fang, but
I mean, he's gonna get it at some point. It might just have to be his last item.
I'm a little bit surprised that there's no Serpent's Fang still on LGD. There is so much, like, Karma is a champion in itself that sometimes warrants the response of a Serpent's Fang.
All right, Equalizer down. Tommy went down to about half HP, but he's okay. He'll be able to stay upright as JDG. Their siege power is pretty strong.
Not strong enough for this push, though.
No.
we're going to hit B and reset here, Yanni.
They're still getting economic victories out here with a near 5,000 gold lead. It's just a matter of, can they lock down these dragons? Are they going to be able to lock down this Baron in a minute and 20 seconds? You know, how much of this is LGD are finding really good spots, and how much of it is they're actually strong enough to fight?
I think it's them finding good spots. I really feel like the fights that we've seen from them, Hung has been taking good plays, and the one that we saw lead to the Baron for JDG was when Hung didn't take a good play, right? In terms of being strong enough, Gala's been the strongest person on the Rift for the entire duration of the game, that definitely has been a factor.
Hey, he's getting some penetration.
That he is. Much needed. Again, it's just late in Ezreal's build, especially when he goes Serpents first. But
Seralda's is really good into this team, too.
Yeah, I would... Might be an LDR argument. That I'm not as sure about. But
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Mountains, 4 Dragon Mountain Soul could be rather aggressive. And
I mean, you're not wrong there.
Hold on.
Also rather aggressive. This Impale not going to land. They're going to be able to lock him up and take him down 15 seconds before the Baron Gummy.
He had no flash. I will say, no real significant tools were used there for JDG. So this is just going to be an LGD give. They're completely giving this.
That is a tough loss there of your jungler right before that Baron. It's just going to keep LGD on their own side of the map. And JDG are going to have this window between now and the Dragon to really leverage this Baron into control that bot side river to make sure that LGD can't get themselves on their 3rd Dragon.
That was the highest value control ward death I've seen in a while.
And now that's value.
Yeah, Hung stuck around for the ward. Got killed. Didn't have the flash to get out. Does have it when he comes up out of the death chamber, but we'll see if he can use it to make another effective play for LGD, because these flashes have been used to find engages, and they've been good.
Kala took his recall, got that Seralda's, also picked up a couple of pink wards for you 80 carries out there. Make sure you go pick up your pink wards, help out your local support. As JDG have full control of this bottom side, multiple pink wards being placed down, and I think it would be a fool's errand for LGD to try to rush in there blindly. There's this run work. They're going to look for this play onto Hongq here. They send multiple members over. The flash for flash. He said he will survive it over on the back end. Guess what's happening in the base? The hot pot combo spills out the pot and still gets the kill. Double teleports coming in on these Nexus turrets, and it's going to be a 5v3, Cubby. Judge is the only one who's damaged, and he's got that Guardian Angel too. Cubby, I think this game could be over.
It went from a cute look to try and get Hongq into the game just ends in favor of JDG.
It was cute, and now it's become pretty obtuse what's happening here. Gala gets pulled in. The flash out of the flag drag as LGD continue to defend the home front, but that flame spitter is burning them away. The flash onto Tangi when it goes golden, but that shield's going to drop off shortly with the flag and drag takes him down. The scout of the week too, as Hong will not survive. It's Bartle and a Dream versus the might of JDG. But Crisp is up. This turret will fall. It's Crisp. It's Bartle. Xiaoyan 2 seconds. Are JDG going to try to
Xiaoyan's up.
They are. All right, Bertle looking to go in. Drops the tether off, but there's another Cataclysm coming through. And Xiaoya goes down. Bertle on the backside finds one, but he runs out of health as the clock runs out on LGD. JDG take game one.
I mean, honestly, a closely contested game one. I really like some of the plays that we saw out of LGD in that one. Just those two picks for Hung. Hung was having, I think, a really nice game in terms of responding. Yes, Junja had an early lead. That's going to happen in the matchup, but the engages that we saw from Hung were on point. The two mistakes that he made led to the two Barons for JDG and put LGD in a really tough spot.
Yeah, it was not great. I mean, this is, what you brought up earlier, too, about them not going after these dragons. And all of a sudden, you find you're a couple dragons short, make a critical mistake at a Baron, and... Now, this is why I sometimes really hate these side lane pushes where, your solo laners are going while things are happening back at home, because in the blink of an eye, you could lose two members and then lose the game.
Yeah, I thought it was a decent attempt, actually, to find the Syndra. I mean, you're hiding Bertle. You have the short port in, but the response by JDG, and this can happen in games of fives, you show two members bot, immediately what happens? Junja. Cataclysm in, hot pot found, 4v3 under the turret. We don't care. We're pushing the tempo. And those Karma Shields in the last fight definitely, I think, added some credence to me as to why we were maybe talking about Serpent's Fang throughout the entire game. Because I couldn't believe how much of the tower that Junja was able to tank.
The answer was all of it, Gubby. The answer was truly all of it.
Yeah,
Let's take a look at these damage charts. Gala tripling up Xiaoya's damage almost. That's tough. You picked this Lucian Melio combo to be able to do a whole lot early on. They were muted the entire game, and we talked all about picking a comp around it, making sure that it will be able to function a little bit later, and not the result that LGD were looking for, and now behind the 8-ball, staring another loss into the face of JDG, and maybe the counter of days will continue.
Again, it's been a good week for LGD, but I think a lot of fan sentiment is that there is a gap between JDG and LGD that is greater than one in the standings, which is the gap that currently exists between our 5th and 6th place teams going up against each other. This was a game that I think in some ways convinces me that the gap is smaller, but also that the gap might be wider. Just because I really liked how LGD played out a lot of this game. I thought that this fight, they completely kind of outhandsed JDG. How they managed the health bars, like Tongyuan's flash out, Bertle going back in here to get his jungler out, which I think is valuable given that Baron's on the table, and it would have been like down jungle, maybe down numbers here. I thought this was worth it, even though usually, support for top laners not. I really liked how LGD played some of these moments, but then you get moments like this. When the hot pots that did connect were way too big and way too impactful against LGD and against Hung specifically, as the two times they removed Smite first from the map, that led to the two Barons and really got JDG the win, despite a lot of good plays and engages that were made by LGD, just like this one.
Yeah, and all it takes is just a couple of mistakes, a couple of times where you're not synced up as a team. And, in a region like the LPL where there's fighting always going on and fights will break out at the drop of a hat, there is a lot of value in being connected to your team. A team that we see struggles with that a lot is EDG, and look what they're at in the standings, right?
Yeah. That was a really nice EQ flash from Junja.
It's perfect.
To wrap that one up. And I couldn't believe that Gala actually got found in this last fight. Props to Bertle.
Mid-shift.
Yeah, Bertle had some good moments, good public executions. But again, just not enough as JDG. I think a team that this was an interesting one for me, just because I feel like Junja, I still don't agree with how much they delayed that first dragon. I really felt like you should have taken that first dragon when they did. But the human ward element of at least are always finding the Skarner and always allowing for his Ezreal Karma to play that lane in isolation. And that definitely paid off. Gala was up, 4k gold in the end? And yeah, he goes down first in that fight, but Gala was a menace throughout. So props to JD Gaming taking that game one. And who's your pog for that one, Yanni? You got to...
I was just about to ask you.
Yeah.
We really think it's going to be anybody other than Gala. I mean, crested the 3,500 kill mark in that game as well. I mean, you know, whenever you get your plaudits for crossing a milestone, you deal 30% of your team's damage, and you're up so much gold. It is the boom boom damage. Player of the game.
This was the boom boom award. You know, it happens at times. A little bit more pleasant seeing this on my screen than the 2% damage that I wrapped up last time with. That was a fun one.
Yeah, that was
a fun one.
That was tough. Feel bad for you guys on that one.
What do you mean? That's the hardest I've laughed in a long time, Yanni.
Yeah, but it's just so sad. Like, I mean,
it is sad.
You know,
but it happens.
You mean to tell me that you're, you know, in one game you're blitzing a team over the fact that they're not taking dragon early, and the other game you're laughing about 2% damage? He's out there doing his best, and you're laughing.
Well, I can't laugh in NACL because, you know, we've got dev players. These guys are pros. They get paid for it.
I know. This is true.
Yeah, this is my opportunity. Shout out to the ref that was like, you know what, Junja, that game was good enough that this is not a unanimous vote. So.
No, I'm taking away that shout out. He did the dirty work, yes, but come on. Like Gala being so far ahead. If Gala wasn't that far ahead, this game is not particularly close.
Yeah. I would agree. Again, I did like a lot of the plays we saw attempted by LGD. Just wasn't good enough. The setups and the post setup from the deploy from the fight they won that they lost, that led to the first Baron, and then the setup around the second Baron, just greeting for a control ward that wasn't there. Honestly, the two big difference makers for a game that was close, was tightly contested, but did end in a JDG win.
Yep. Sometimes that's just how it goes. One team wins, another team loses. If you want to help a team win, you know what you can do? You can help the LPL English team by becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project because a vast majority of your contributions will go directly into the show. A lot of the initial payments will go into upgrading the broadcast, but a large bulk of it pays on-air talent like Cubby and myself and our content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee, which will be linked in the chat, and you can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. With that, we are going to go ahead and take our first break of the night. And when we return, it'll be the Game 2 draft between JDG and LGD. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast, the home for all things LPL. In English, LGD were unable to get the job done against JDG in this first game. A couple of really nice plays from them, but a couple of mishaps from their jungler, Hung, who has been very good, except for those two plays. And unfortunately for LGD, back to the drawing board. Maybe, we'll see more out of the bot lane this time.
Yeah, Gala Vampire were the big story of that one, even though we didn't talk a lot about Vampires. Mostly Junji moving around the map and Gala just earning a lead throughout. Honku doing his best to survive the plays that were thrown his way, which I think he managed all right. Even thinking like that early game level 6 play to him, flashed over the wall, that turned into a small win for JDG. So I don't think it showed on the scoreboard because Tongyuan had a lead, but I do think Honku managed some elements of that game okay in terms of when he was being attacked. But yeah, big difference makers, the 2 catches on the Hong that dictated the game. And here we are, Yanni, as we were talking card games in the break. After we did kind of mention that was a bummer of an ending to that game because it was pretty close and competitive throughout. It felt very back and forth, frankly.
Yeah, it's just, again, so anticlimactic because they saw the push in top lane and, Honku was able to survive through that. Then all of a sudden, back at home, everything is on fire. They teleport back to the dead bodies of their bot lane, and it's like, oh, man. This game had a lot more to give, I think, Cubby. I think that
potentially,
if, even if that play goes well for LGD, they are still losing in inhibitor mid at the very least, right? I think that they're just back defending, absorbing waves. Yeah, maybe they get choked out of the game instead of, it's over right then and there. But with the angles that they found, I feel like if you're a team that's able to find these creative angles and, leverage this Rise realm warp that we said that Tongyuan's been so good at, you should do everything you can to make sure the game is elongated as possible at this point, to be able to make sure that you get the most opportunities to try to flip a play and flip the game off of that.
Potentially. Wasn't the case in that last one. Again, I don't mind the attempt that they made to attack Honku. They probably should have sacked more mid. And we do have to give props to Junja, who did have a really nice CQ flash to get the party started on that.
His looks were good that game.
So
he had a lot of good looks as the game went on.
He is a very good Jarvan. It's his most played for a reason. How many series have JD played? 11 series that JD Gaming have played, and it's been 8 Jarvan games in Fearless format. That is very high priority on that champion.
Yeah, good champion has solid amount of damage early and just have the ability to make these creative pathings over walls and things like that. I think that's one really underrated aspect that Junjo does utilize fairly well at times, is the opportunity to flag and drag or Vi Q over a wall and then kind of sit there and wait for a play to develop and then make it happen. It is his 3rd most played champion in his career for good reason. We'll see if he opts into the most played, the Vi, in the next game, if it's left available. Because champion was banned out by LGD, they were well on top of it. We'll see this time around as we just wait for the teams to get ready to draft.
I'm looking forward to that. We haven't gotten into the draft quite yet, but again, Yanni, it's been, I think, nice at least to see after that first game. Well, we saw some mistakes, obviously, that came out from each of our teams, and it felt like the 2 mistakes made by Hung were really decisive in terms of that game going JD Gaming's way. I still feel like these were 2 teams that we pitched as having a hot week coming in, and did look like a competitive game. I don't know if we got time behind the scenes before the draft, but if we want to pull up that graphic of the hot weeks that both these teams have had again, we hit in pre-show maybe as we dive into game 2. It has been a really hot week for both of our teams. Thank you so much, Icefire, right behind the scenes, helping us out as always. But 2-1 over BLG, and of course beat LGD earlier on in a closer series, but that 2-0 that LGD had over Top Esports was the big surprise of the week here in the LPL, outside of roster moves.
Yeah. And also outside of a reserve, breaking his arm, break limb gaming. But JDG, one thing that's not listed on these series victories is their 2-0 over Team WE, which kind of faded the shine of Team WE just a little bit. I think a lot of us thought that hey, JDG's riding this hot streak, but Team WE are still better, that Team WE was going to win and really cement themselves as a top 4 team. And now the problem is with some of these games is we get more questions than answers, right? After JDG beats WE, it now becomes, are JDG back instead of JDG are back? And then it's like, well, our Team WE actually that good. But then they go out and prove it against BLG, and it feels like we still have questions, though, after their loss to AL, because while they did have a really nice game 1 that they took a victory in, games 2 and 3 were riddled with uncharacteristic mistakes of them over chasing too much, especially in that game 2, and then in game 3, one over chase resulted in things going terribly for them. So I still am not quite sure what to make of JDG's current form, which I think is worrisome given the fact that we are now ending week 4 out of 5.
Yeah, I will say that for Game 3, I didn't love the JDG draft. I feel like they're behind in that. Game 2, everything that you had in terms of gameplay fits, but it's one of those rare games where I see a Sivir Karma comp and I actually prefer it, which never happens because I think that's a bastardized duo that should never happen. You want to have Space Creators as Sivir. You don't need the Karma and the move speed, and you already have the push, but you know what? They had Space Creators in the Victor and the Maokai. But enough of that draft. Get to dive into this one, Yanni, as we've got LGD taking first pick after a Game 1 loss.
Yep, and Jax immediately biting the dust, a champion that isn't typically seen hitting the ban list this early, leads me to believe that some form of melee junglers are going to come through, given the fact that there's not a ton of bans, but also that Jax is really good into them, that Vi ban coming through. So Junji is going to have to find something else other than his favorite champion.
Yeah, we have seen Jax ban sneaking in. It's been quite interesting. I think that it lends a little bit of credence to maybe... We haven't really even seen Jax being answering the Gnar, and Bess is off the board, so that's where my head goes right now, with maybe a first rotation Gnar for Brutal. An LGD, that or Marksman. Obviously, Jax with Ignite can be played into some of the Marksmen, okay, like Varus, so that's...
Ladies and gentlemen, we have gone 0 days without a draft issue as we await for the draft to be pulled back up. Hey, guys, it is just so early into the draft. What is happening? I assume it's just issues with the client, right? The player not being able to select what they want. But surely this wouldn't happen this early in the draft, right? Surely this is something that would happen later on.
Why not? Sadly enough, this morning, shout out to the League Impact Series, which will be going on tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern on Blue Water League. We had all of the webhooks die for draft. Our poor producer had to, we got in the draft. And so how it works, behind the scenes, you put everything in behind the scenes and it shows up for you guys on the screen. The thing that hooks that all together, it all went boom boom as the day started. So they had to fix it throughout. Our poor producers were doing a lot of heavy lifting this morning, but lucky to have people behind the scenes, regardless of the broadcast, that I get a privilege to be on, that help us look good. Got Eyes Fire Eye behind us today, and was lucky to have Lexi behind us this morning to help out with that too.
Wise on the Blue Otter shout out, and where I got a lot of my first consistent casting for some higher level gameplay was only Master Tier leagues, but get a lot of practice with that.
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah,
those games are fun.
I always try to poke in on some streams of some gameplay around Emerald, Diamond, even some Platinum level play, and always take a look. What are these players and casters doing?
I definitely took some stuff that I learned from coaching non-scholarship teams, like mid-masters teams, and what I learned in those games. There are some theories that I think can apply to pro, that in terms of slowing the game down or speeding the game up, that were cheesy, and a lot of teams didn't know how to respond to. That was fun. The pros do, though. They
can speed the game up faster than the speed of a gold or platinum game.
Bruh, we played Nidalee, Kate Karma, and we would take 5 turrets by 15 minutes. I shit you not.
That's so diabolical.
It was the best.
That reminds me of what people may be seeing a lot in Classic, where you're just taking your promote mid with everybody and just buffing up some of these minions. Ain't no way that's real. Don't get me excited. I would love to see a pick like that come out.
No, Nocturne.
I know, they always say don't get baited, but come on, man. You gotta at least suspend the disbelief. We all knew that wasn't going to be a first pick Aurelia. Even some Aurelia 1 tricks would be afraid to do that, as that Nocturne gets locked in. Orianna on the table, so JDG either going to take it away or deal with the knock wave.
He sends up to respond to Nocturne too if Junja wants it. One of the champs.
Decent ball carrier himself.
Early pathing, but Yeah, you know what? We were kind of talking about this before the day. We have seen the re-emergence of Ashe Seraphine, as it feels like... I really think that, like, LPL, they were trying to figure out the mage bots, and then they looked at Riot's announcement of, we don't like mage bots that much. We're going to be nerfing them moving forward. And LPL is like, all right, no more mage bots. Why practice stuff that we can't play in playoffs? As
You know, it's
that really has
funny
led...
you say that.
Yeah, it has led to the reemergence of Ashe Seraphine, which has been very prevalent this week in the LPL, and will be picked up by JDG, who's been one of the earliest teams to really re-adopt this powerful duo from Splits 1 and 2.
It's really funny you say that because Mel would go really hard here. In addition to the Orianna,
Yes, would.
you know what? Just to take the Orianna, take the Mel, and say, you know what? Well, we know it's going the way of the dinosaur. The comet can be seen in the sky, but you know, lock it in. Go ahead and make sure you're reflecting some high-value ultimates.
That could be fun.
Pair it with a Silas support too.
Oh, it's a Jhin for Xiaoya. That's like... I think that's the opposite of fun for a lot of fans at home.
This seems really difficult for LGD to play out right now because Locke is so good into Orianna, and you need to draft a support that can help Xiaoya stay upright because, as good as Jhin is at being self-sufficient at times, Ashe Seraphine does not allow you to do that. It will force you off waves. I'm very, very worried about LGD immediately.
So is it what, a not Pyke ban, or are they going to run like Mel support,
Pyke?
which I have seen?
Yeah, I think that's doable, and you can get good value
though.
out of that with the Jhin route. Like you can make that work, but yeah, you're right. It's not particularly great. It's just good for the situation.
And the thing right now, Yanni, that I'm worried about, you do have Nocturne plus Orianna to play into Ashe Seraphine, who are immobile, but given what Seraphine is as a champion and given the double beat drop, there does come a point in the game where you can no longer one-shot that Seraphine, and if the double beat drop comes in and you get the shields plus the heals and you live, it can really reset a lot of the impact of the Paranoia Shockwave combo. So, yeah. I also found it really funny in this draft, by the way, when Trundle was banned, it was just an immediate Olaf response, because we did see Olaf versus Trundle played top. Someone finally played Trundle top on Olaf. That's like an old matchup. That is Ancient League.
That was a fun matchup to watch too, because they were just going at it and beating them,
beating each other over the head. Ever.
They just stand there and start bonking.
It's so stupid. All right, well, we'll say Pyke wasn't banned, and kind of funny, we saw top laners like Vayne was banned. Like, oh, if they ban Vayne, what do they want to pick? Oh, Gnar. It's like, okay, like Gnar was banned. What do they maybe want to have? Well, you can play Yorick in the Gnar. Like, maybe Yorick's freed up now. Kind of did some back and forth there. So Yorick's taking away.
Jace could be on the table for LGD if they wanted to be able to enable these Jhin routes.
Yeah.
Does mean your comp is kind of one-dimensional on the Nocturne Ori.
I like the Pantheon. Does bring instant CC for the lock and a little bit of global presence you can answer. So, also benefits well from the Ashe Seraphine. If you can play frontline as Pantheon, it's good. I feel like taking things that are going to make playing frontline tough for lock, tough for Pantheon is probably the best idea here for LGD. Crisp is a really good rel player, another ball carrier in tow for LGD. And then a blind Zahen. Whoa.
Okay, interesting choice here. So what are you slamming into that if you're JDG?
So for me, Zahen really benefits from a comp where you can get involved. And I look at Ashe Seraphine, and I think it's really tough for Zahen to get involved with that. So the Renekton matchup is a bit of a self-counter pick, but if I look at the rest of the comp and the Orianna Jhin, I'm a very happy camper as Renekton this game. And I think they're just going to use him to be stronger early and try and use the strength of the top side to bridge the Ashe Seraphine into the rest of the game. And Ashe Seraphine should be enough scaling to overtake LGD later.
And not only that, obviously the Renekton flanks are stuff of legend, but hey, if you have to fight from the front, it's just another melee body that extends the Encore into the enemy team, which honestly is pretty fantastic. If that's your worst use case, you are okay with that, Cubby. All right, if I'm LGD, we are doing everything we can to make sure that Hung is hitting level 6 right away. We are putting down defensive wards. We are making sure we try to get as much priority as possible in our lanes when he's on our side. He hits 6 or he hits 6. We start making plays.
Gonna have to see those plays come fast, furious, early, and often. as I do not like this game if it goes late for LGD. They're going to need to make some things happen early, or else deal with the wrath of the Ashe Seraphine.
Yeah, and even Locke, too. We've seen, you know, Locke be able to really accelerate himself into the late game with all the kills that he's able to pick up, not only just through the Purgatory, but all of his other abilities, too, are just so powerful. Being able to have that little blink to dodge out on multiple spells, the Ashen Pursuit, and you know that damage can really stack up. You can execute people, and in the blink of an eye, you got 11 kills, and you're winning the game as we're on Summoner's Rift. What could be the final game of the first series of the day between JDG and LGD. There he is!
You could feel the difference. You could feel the difference.
I haven't heard this man in a long time.
Or a gap.
I'm so glad he's here. I'm tearing up. Who's cutting onions?
Well, currently the LGD bot lane, because they're going to have to, again, suffer the wrath of the Ashe Seraphine, where this combo / this duo, they are strong enough early to get to the later stages, and if you scale into the game as Ashe Seraphine, they are quite good later on. So, I like the comp that JDG built. I feel like this is very balanced, and Seraphine and Ashe can really empower a top side, and if this top side is empowered and able to get involved, it can be quite good. I know Zahan's going to interact well with the top side. I just think that Ashe is probably going to be too much later on to deal with. But if they can remove Ashe instantly, I do think that Zahan could be a beast in these fights and might be the late answer for LGD, as the Zahan passive. And the AD you get, scaling with levels, if you get that thing going, it is rather gross how much free AD you get.
Good sweep on the bottom side, and good defensive ward in response, because it did mean that maybe Junjo was going to hop in. We saw him really put the screws to Hung early on in game one, showing up early, showing up often. It all started with that initial crab play. I do wonder if we'll be able to see something a little similar. I know that Pantheon not exactly as good at doing that as Jarvan is.
Oh, Yanni. Oh, hold on, Honku. He's going to get health back, but...
Yeah, that Soul Ignition is so strong on the healing, but you can see Honku not exactly happy about what happened there. Is able to stay relatively even in CS, but we'll have to burn that teleporter.
I'm just going to TP back first. So... I didn't see the dissonance. I thought if a QW hits, that might have been close after the Soul Furnace. Junja does get the bad news about the bot crab. Rel was there to help, so they're just going to take the secondary one. But again, early game easy enough here, as JDG going to look to see if they can find a lead topside. Locke, it takes a little bit for Locke to start being able to push around the Orianna, as I really feel like you need, like, not the first base, but the second base is where things start to get a little bit better. And, okay, Junja forced off the Raptors, so... I'm going to have a nice start here. Already hitting the AoE camps and feeling good.
Yeah, very nice. And trying to do whatever you can to hit level 6 before Junjo, right? Now, obviously, both of these champions have a lot of global presence to themselves. So anytime that you're able to kind of speed bump the other, it's pretty good. As Honku has made a mad dash up to the top and a mad dash over the wall, and he picks up first blood.
That was disgusting. This man just TP'd back, pushed away. It was going to drop a little bit, but they dove Zahan. And well worth it for the side of JDG. Bertle, no way to play out or around that. I do not think he saw that one coming whatsoever.
I don't think anybody did. I mean, it was right under Hung's nose, too. This is, you know, powerless to stop that.
Wow.
You know, you thought Locke was strong before. You see the true strength at this point is Skala's going to get that Ranger's focus and start really putting down some auto attacks, as Crisp is immediately put to half HP. Can he get in range? Yeah, look at that chunk. It's just such good damage. Tongan has to burn a lot of mana to try to keep Hongq at bay, and, you know, with that Soul Ignition, if he activates it, a lot of damage that you do is just going to get mitigated. You have to actually kill the lock or get him very, very low in a lot of these skirmishes.
My eyes right now on an early dragon potentially for LGD. They are going to reset second bot. So I think if they're able to get into the lane, they're going to have to answer at least one wave. But again, I think the importance of stacking for LGD is going to be very, very important in this game. Is you kind of assess they're on a timer.
Hong is going to move up to his Raptors, and they should be spawning soon. That should get him level 6 with Tanyuang's Shockwave in a good spot. This does mean that he did realize that he wasn't going to be able to get this bottom crab, so really yielding heavily to it as JDG investing the movement timers that they have to be able to clear out this vision and take care of this poor little scuttle crab. Junja now level 6. Crisp is gonna go right after him. Good buffer on the stun there, but Hongq is gonna have the first move. Crisp has to heal. There's the knock wave. It lands onto 2. Xiaoyang in the backside has that 4th shot as it lands onto Gala, and Junja won't be able to survive the front line. And Tong Yuan's got that. LGD fight back on the play, go 2-0. Will start the dragon, but will not take it.
Still, good play. We were talking about LGD this bot lane. They got back to the lane second if they can get into it. Talking about hitting 6, making plays. LGD do exactly that. Paranoia hit. Shockwave combo engaged. Priority targets connected with. As Ashe Seraphine, no level 6s yet for them. So yeah, while a double beat drop might be able to help, it wasn't fast enough to try and help Xiaoyan. It wasn't a double beat drop, it was a double E. So.
Beautifully done by LGD. Making sure that there wasn't much that Hongq could do in these fights. If you're not going to focus the lock, you need to make sure it's explosive. You're getting your targets down early before they're able to trade much more damage onto you. Because, you know, even if Hongq gets 1 or 2 on the backside, right? That's real bad. So great job there. And if LGD continue to execute that combo just like they did there, we could be looking at a game 3.
Beat drop is the surround sounds, the W. See, this is why I stick to the keys. Not the big words.
And you know what? That's okay.
Well, what's going to be A-okay for LGD is if they can turn that early bot lane action into anything more bot currently. No neutrals taken. We are concerned about this game stalling out for LGD, as Ashe Seraphine do exist. And it is Pantheon on the grubs as things spawn. So I think if we see a trade here and that Mountain Dragon does get picked up indeed for the Nocturne, could be good. Through fog. Ooh, I like that. There was the vision pan that was through fog at an angle. I really appreciate when Ashes are throwing out arrows that, you know, they feel like they're hiding it in fog and then also presenting different angles. Do like that attempt from Gala, even if it did not connect.
And not only that, they pink warded the one area that was warded to make sure that there was no extra vision there. So good attempt. Really just allows Junja to go take those grubs without any contest. Meanwhile, LGD will now finally start up this dragon, as there really doesn't appear to be a play for them to make. The knockwave combo is up. See if they want to try to get a little bit of value down on the bottom side of the map with it. But with this dragon being warded up, it would be a big dinner bell and an alarm bell for JDG to make sure that their bot lane gets out of there. So no play. Xiaoshu, I'm slowly building a really large lead up here. I know,
yeah.
You know, we talked about it being a self-counter pick, but has really done well for himself. It's 900 gold up almost.
So it ends up being self-counter later. This lead is bigger than what I'd expect, but a lead that's kind of close. Just the breakpoint where Zahan versus Renekton, like, it comes in a little bit faster than what you like as Renekton, whereas to, like, where Zahan can brawl you. And the AD that he gets on his passive is just, it's more damage than what you can deal with.
Shockwave,
good chain.
Flash, stun, Magnet Storm, dead. Tong Yuan gets the job done with a little bit of help from Crisp.
And we highlighted the crisp rel coming in. It's been on point so far, as per usual. 2-2 for LGD stepping into the day, but has been a Pog winner for Crisp this split. So, good plays from Chris so far. I mean, he's participated in everything, and it's been spot on. I was surprised that he W'd in for the Nocturne Orianna, but ended up working out as the newest addition, LGD. At least helping them fight the bot side where they do have some strength now.
Yeah, and there was no answer to that play. And one thing that has troubled JDG at times is not really being able to answer elsewhere. Now, speaking of potential answers, there's an Ash Arrow from all the way downtown. Not going to find its mark. Burtle will elect to stay under the turret as Junja is here. Will get that pink ward down, but Crisp is waiting in the wings to turn this one around. Grim Deliverance going to go down, but here comes Honkyu as well. Go for the dive here. Going to be able to find Burtle pretty easily with that Purgatory, but here comes the curtain call. We're going to look for a couple targets on the side, get the slow and the kill onto Honkyu. That's Hung, making sure that this is a 1-for-1, so equalizing the play.
Equalizing the play, but Ash is farming for free bot. So that was kind of awkward because Xiaoya was walking top to try and maybe help out the dive. Burtle goes down, and now Xiaoya casts R, hits B, and now is walking bot. As we might have another dive.
Good sidestep here. They're a little deep. Tonguan couldn't quite get there, but does have that shockwave available. Meanwhile, Burtle's going to show up here, and it's a great route onto Gala. Both of them are pulled in, and Burtle's not the one who slowed up. And that heal is going to be used now, just trying to get Wayward Auto off with that Frost Shot, making sure that Burtle cannot pursue this any further.
Just a really awkward sequence, though, because now we have top and AD in the same lane. We had jungle support and mid top. Mid is now empty. And now Burtle has to base again to leave Xiaoya down here to help respond to stuff top. So, it's kind of an oddball sequence overall from both of our, from LGD. And I mean, yeah, they were able to kind of equalize the play, but I feel like in that sequence, Ask Seraphine kind of got free time, and now there's play coming in.
For the dive, Xiaoya cleanses, but has nowhere to go. It's Gala picking up that kill, and now they want Crisp. Couple of more turret shots down. There's that arrow. It's going to land flush. Honkyu is going to pick this one up fairly easily with that Purgatory. Now at 3, 2, and 1.
Yeah, that's another stack for the walk. So he didn't. I think he missed the one on the top side. Was able to get that one. But that play is there, by the way, for JDG, because LNG was still wrapping up their response to everything else on the top side. Nocturne was in base while that was going on. Paranoia wasn't up. And I think the wasted time we had, like with Xiaoya walked top, then hit B, then walked bot. Burtle walked, or TP'd bot, hit B, then walked top. That was a lot of wasted time as a team overall. And it ended up granting JDG that moment where, okay, people are in base walking out multiple times. We can find, like, we got waves in, people are off the map. This is where we can attack bot. Because keep in mind, during that entire sequence, mid was empty a couple times. So that's what helps get Lock out of that lane. And actually come bot and turn that into a 4v2 that is very JDG favored. And now it's a 2k gold lead for the Ash Seraphine comp, which is a major concern for LGD.
And Cubby, it's things like that that give the general perception that there is a difference between LGD and JDG-like teams. That, you know, 5th and 6th place spots are not as close as they appear. You were talking about it earlier, and you see it in the gameplay right here in those sequences. 10 seconds until the next dragon is up and available. And LGD trying to do what they can to get a little bit of vision down, but with Hong on a recall, Junja and Honkyu heading in, they might try to take some control. It would be nice to see on their Knockwave combo. They had the nice one earlier. They need to nail it down again. It's been a while since we've seen it.
I think they need to keep on hitting them. Like if I'm LGD, I know that they're down gold right now, but I think that they need to keep
Burtle's
on pressuring.
TP is not up.
Yeah, best case scenario is that Renekton doesn't join this fight, honestly, if you are LGD, because he is very strong right now.
Big chunk there by Tongyuan onto Junja. As Orianna a little in the strong department here, as Burtle has decided that he's going to start walking down. Just going to sack this wave. Looks like Shashu's going to get his recall off and then teleport in, as this dragon has been started up at about 4,000 HP. JDG looking to find their way in. Here comes that teleport. The knockwave combo does land onto the one. Crisp gonna go in on the backside to pull them all in. There's the Purgatory, but it's not quite enough.
Bertle.
Junja pretty healthy, but here comes Xiaoshu. He's dropped the Dominus. Bertle gonna be in his passive here, gonna come back up as LGD continue to push away JDG, but maybe they're gonna look for a little bit more. Crisp able to buffer that well and get up, but Xiaoshu heals for a whole lot, and Junja's still really healthy, but down he goes. Junja knocked up, and Xiaoya lives on a sliver. JDG want more and get nothing, and LGD secure the second dragon and are now up in gold.
They could have walked out. It was a 3v5. They could have left it instead. Xiaoshu goes in. Yeah, it's a big Q to get the health back, but that's needed for LGD. Now 2 dragons, gold back in their favor. Starts off with a good entrance from Bertle and a nice combo coming out from LGD. The fact that Bertle had a pinch in here was significant as the flash was used to get out of it, but Bertle's entrance was huge. Make sure that Gobble gets shut down immediately, gets Bertle a lot of those passive stacks quickly. So he has a really big splash entrance in this fight with the team. Well played by Bertle to find that entrance. I do think that in the future, Xiaoshu probably needs to try and mark him, especially as he's strong. And then the re-engage from Xiaoshu, this is just not here. You can just straight up walk out and leave. You could have eat over the wall, broken the tether, been A-okay. Instead, they try and go for a play where I really feel like JDG are the team that have hard out scaling, so I would have cut my losses there. But not the case for JDG and not the case for a lot of teams in the LPL. They go for more and they get punished.
I think what was so critical in that fight is just the fact that the Shockwave catches Honkyu on the drive-by. It doesn't catch your initial target in Gala, and Gala has to deal with Hong, so he can't do anything, but then Honkyu immediately got rooted, right? And then all that damage got poured onto him, but we're immediately seeing a fight on this Herald. Ball is on Hong. They're gonna find their man again. Down goes Gala. Xiaoshu in the darkness flashes onto Tongyuan, but is not able to get him. It's a double kill for Xiaoya, but now Honkyu is trying to get this 80 carry and make him very dead. Junja on the backside will fall. JDG have completely fallen apart. LGD continue to dominate these fights.
Just feels like back-to-back plays that aren't necessary when you're the scaling comp. And it's been a 4K or 5K gold swing now in favor of LGD as they sit now up 3K gold. They're going to have Shelly in their back pocket to try and delete another turret if they want. And I can't tell you what the idea or what the direction is here for JDG in these 2 plays. Like this time you don't have Flash Scala, so you're 100% going down.
Former RNG mid laner Tongyuan, no love lost for his former teammate Gala, saying, I put the ball on you, you go after him, I want him dead. And it has been working out in every fight so far for LGD. Cubby, how does JDG find a way back? Because we're only 18 minutes into this game. I mean, LGD are going to be strong for a decent bit now.
That's it. I don't know, because now this
lights are out.
They can keep on making plays. They really can.
Okay, we're going to go on to Xiaoshu. We're able to take him out as well. Vampire at half HP. Encore lands onto 2, but this is not looking very good. Honkyu once again gets pulled in by the Magnet Storm. Crisp has played these fights crispy as LGD win another fight.
I don't. That's just not a way that you can play a Xiaoshu. I don't know what else to say. They are not respecting the cooldown of the paranoia. They're not respecting the strength that LGD has now. And they're continuously falling further and further and further behind. And it's gotten to a point where this snowball has become more of a death ball for LGD. And in a game where we're pretty confident they run out of damage later on, or an Ashe Seraphine could be very happy. This Ashe Seraphine now sits very far behind their opponents and the rest of the team, with the focus shutdown that LGD's put down the last 2 fights, and not that one, but shut down Xiaoshu and the rest of the map, because Xiaoshu was strong before these sequences emerged, and now he's going to be pushed around heavily by Bertle.
It just feels like LGD has been the more proactive team. You talked about the global presence of the Pantheon in the draft. Not something that we're really seeing. Honkyu was the one who really made the moves early when he hopped over the wall, went for the dive onto Bertle, and you thought that, hey, you know, JDG are just going to keep doing that with the Pantheon, with the lock, and they did not go back to the well, were not able to, and now they find themselves in this really horrific position. And this just goes to show that teams are not perfect. This JDG team is flawed. This is not the team that we saw in the first split. There is something that is not quite right. And LGD is a team that has developed enough to be able to punish these plays and take control of the game off.
Just kind of been a bummer for me to watch because, frankly, I really liked what JDG did to start off this game. And now, like, I don't know exactly why they're hitting the dragon. I feel like this is a dragon that you're down 6k gold. Maybe you're playing for shutdowns at this point, but at least Gala has flash for this one.
We know one thing in the LPL in its fight. Xiaoya, an immediate cleanse, gets away from the purgatory. Rift Herald's going to go down. Lights are out. Hung gets on the backside. It's another knock wave onto the backside. He finds his kill, and Crisp comes in to save his jungler. And JDG will all fall. An unmarked grave for Xiaoshu. No one will remember him this game. A clean ace for LGD. They did give up the dragon, but I'm sure they're quite happy with it.
Is it mean if I say I just feel like I've watched JDG run it down for the last 10 minutes?
Oh, I actually
or say like 6 minutes. Sorry, I mean the last two dragon spawns. Like I can't fathom what this team's doing. I can't.
Just to fight. We are fighting just to fight.
This one, like, tried to make an entrance into the fight on the Xiaoya. He's up a little bit, but if Jin gets out, he just gets to press R, be useful for the rest of the fight. Look at how useful Hong is with the Shockwave combo, which has been nothing but on point. And that is one thing that I appreciate from LG that I think has continued from the game one, Yanni. That was a game one where it's not like LGD lost because they weren't fighting well and they weren't fighting together. We saw them make a lot of good plays as a team of 5 and how they played out some of these fights. It was just Hung got picked out a few times, and it was a bummer as it led the 2 Barons and that of the game going over to JDG's side. But LGD are playing much better as a team. Only consolation prize that JDG were able to get that dragon, but an 8k gold lead and a Baron with outers to take down still, which means a lot of standing gold for LGD is big. Or, outers down, sorry. 2 inners to take down.
And you'd think that this is a composition that they're playing against where they might get picked more, right? When you have the Ashe Seraphine, when you have the Pantheon ultimate, there's good pick potential there. JDG just never able to convert on it. Now LGD, let's see how strong their Baron push is. Pretty good bunker buster when you've got Nocturne Orianna, as Hongq is just pushing away in this top lane, trying to get a pittance of gold, trying to get this bounty to get a little bit stronger for what could be the final fight of the game.
This has been a quick one. When you face an Ashe Seraphine, you gotta beat it quickly. It has been a fast game in the JDG as that arrow goes wide. First inhibitor falls 23 minutes in. Oh boy. Oh, it's too early. It was early.
Did not land this time. They were not able to get it done. That curtain call, though, still could mean curtains for JDG. Not a whole lot of damage on them, but LGG are really healthy. There's a flash encore, but Crisp is looking to break things up in the middle. There's the Purgatory going down, but it only pops a GA. Hongq doing what he can to survive. Meanwhile, Bertle's on the backside with Gala over on the front side of the fight. Junja just trying to get some scraps, but Hongq gets in, immediately finds 2, but LGD still win the fight convincingly, and Xiaoya will be the one to put the cherry on top. LGD will push on to the Nexus turrets, and they will even the series at 1 game apiece.
I'm really disappointed in what we saw from JDG this game. I just don't feel like they correctly diagnosed what the scaling of this game would be. And they really played into the win con of LGD, as these paranoias were fired off cooldowns, the knockwave combos were landing off cooldowns, and JDG just kept on walking into it off cooldown. As I do not think they respected the strength of LGD as a team. I don't think they respected how to set up the objectives. Like, they're hitting objectives from behind, and I think giving away space to LGD. We saw Xiaoshu die at what, like top inner turret, where the rest of his teams in base are not connected. Just we've seen this from JDG at times throughout this the split, but that was one of the more grim losses I've seen from them versus LGD. As I really feel like I don't want to take credit away from LGD because they did execute well, but the amount of unforced errors that they were given by JDG, that was a game where I feel like JDG had a part in their own demise.
A higher amount of unforced errors than you would expect out of a team like that with the pedigree of players that they really have. And, you know, if we're able to correctly diagnose what LGD's game plan is going to be, as we did before we got into game, I mean, JDG has to know that's going to happen and just seem ill-prepared for it. Really great job by LGD. You know, as you said, not to take anything away from them. They were excellent on the Orianna Nocturne combos. It was only that last one that was a bit of a flub and didn't matter at that point. When you're that far ahead, it's okay if you have a whoopsie or two because you're going to be able to close out the game.
Whew. Yeah, and that once that snowball got going, that was a death ball, and boy, oh boy, did that game get shut out. I don't want to say quickly, but rather quickly, as not a very competitive one.
It was pretty quick, you know.
Oh no, I can't say quickly. Yeah, that was wow.
I hate to say it, you know, 24-minute game. I mean, last year Baron wouldn't have even spawned, you know. Well, really, if you want to compare it to what happens this year, only one Baron was needed to win this game. Typically, you'll see times where it's like team needs second Baron, game's over, you know, at that point. But if you finish on first Baron, that's how you know you had a really excellent game. As Tangyuan, quite a bit of damage. Gala and Vampire, not so much. Gala got out damaged by Crisp, who had a phenomenal game, by the way.
Crisp did have a very big game. I think that Crisp, for me, is... I don't think he's going to get Pog, but I actually think he might have been Pog.
He would definitely deserve it.
I think he might have been Pog.
I'm casting my vote for him.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't get it, and it's either Tangyuan or Hung, it's an ethical MVP either way. But he really deserves plaudits for what he was able to do in this game. Some of these Magnet Storms are really just kicking things off from here. We were like, man, what's this guy doing? And we're like, oh, you know what? Nocturne Machine online.
He was baiting Ashe Seraphine in to Nocturne range so that we could knock wave combo, you know?
Oh no, I know, I'm Rel. Oh no, don't kill me. Don't hurt me.
Oh no, I wanted the W backwards and I W'd forward.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah, like from here, I just think that this game got so difficult. And this is the fight where I'm like, okay, you know what? JDG are strong. They try this. This is okay. They can walk out here. It's a 3 for 5. And from Xiaoshu going in from here and being like, we can win this 3v5. To the end of the game, it really felt like just so many unforced errors coming out from JDG. As, like, this fight happened immediately after the Dragon. And again, Gala is no flash. That is your only defense against the Knockwave combos. So I think that when you have the scaling, it's like, okay, that's a give. Let's trade this for stuff elsewhere. And then Xiaoshu throws his life away again. And the target selection from JDG, they're pretty much all on different targets too. So I just kind of pound for pound disappointed.
Yeah, they were really out of sorts with that.
Yeah, I wish you could see the mini map for this one back home. Because the mini map for that, like Xiaoshu being where he was really illegal. And that's where Chris was big with the Magnet Storm in the middle. And I mean, again, every fight from that Dragon, it was just JDG setting it for their own demise. Like, I think any chance they have to win this Dragon, by the way, them hitting it, you are setting yourself up to get Knockwave by actually hitting this Dragon. Like, this is one where you want to let them hit, have them take the damage, and then force them to turn on you. Or fight later. I just really perplexed by some of the decision-making that we saw from JDG in this game.
Yeah, I am too. And one other thing that you hate to notice, Gala really couldn't buy an arrow this game. I don't recall seeing very many land at all, and if they did, they were not very impactful, Cubby. Sometimes you just have those kind of games as an AD carry, you know? You play in a mobile AD carry, and the matchup should be very good for you. You got a good lane together, and things just go poorly, and then you're scapegoated.
Happens. But, man, that was a, I'm a little bit bummed about, the JDG we saw in that game, Yanni. That was...
Are you more bummed about the JDG we saw in that game, or the way that game 1 ended?
Far more bummed about this game. Game 1 at least ended where I was like, you know what? That's a decent attempt from LGD, as it's going to be an ethical player of the game for Tangyuan. But we thought that Crisp had a very high impact on what went down in that game for his squad. Well played, though, for Tongyuan.
Somebody's got to get it.
Yeah, someone's got to get it.
You know, it's unfortunate you can't give it to all 3 members. I do want to see the voting breakdown. I really hope as long as Crisp gets 1 or 2 votes, you know, that means that at least everybody else was thinking that, like, oh, maybe we could give it to Crisp. You know, maybe we don't need first, second, and third votes for players of the game, but you know, it would be nice to see him get a little bit of love. And of course, Hong has to get love too. I mean, like, he's one half of the combo. You know, if you're giving it to one of them, then you probably garnered some votes for the other one. Who do you think is more important in the Knockwave combo? If you had to pick one, I think it just has to be the Nocturne, right?
No, I think okay, one of the casters is a ball knower. That's good.
Excellent.
But no, I actually
ball knowers here too.
I think it is on the Nocturne to communicate, but it is on the Orianna to hit R correctly, and there's a little bit more skill in the Orianna hitting R correctly, because the distance that Nocturne travels and the distance in which you can cast Shockwave, there is a bit more of an art to that. But Nocturne has to talk. Nocturne has to talk, but Orianna is the one that actually has to show the skill of, like... So the skill for Nocturne is the communication. The skill for Orianna is when she clicks the button.
Yeah, because you do have a moment where you're slightly out of the range that you can still get it off. But if you wait a little bit too long, all of a sudden you are sombreroing yourself and you're very sad.
So, not what we want to see from the failed ones. As I mean, honestly, the only one that missed on the Gawa was in the base and didn't matter at that point. It was sound game for LGD and Tongyuan, as
hey, there was
both
that
teams,
other one that didn't land, but it hit Hongq instead. It hit him on the drive-by.
Both teams, Yanni, came into this week hot.
I didn't think in my wildest imagination.
It's happening.
That this would happen. It's happening.
It's happening.
Getting Xiaofeng in for Junja. With JDG have hit the panic button, Cubby.
The LCP duo has been split up as Xiaofeng makes an entrance. I think we expected to see Xiaofeng at some point. I think that some teams are going to start testing out some players before we hit playoffs. But it will be JDG first pick when we get back. But I think we're going to hit to a break, and I'm going to do some homework on Xiaofeng because I wasn't expecting to see that name today, Yanni.
A very exciting break it will be. Everybody go pop open his Leaguepedia if you don't know about him, because he did make some waves last year. We'll see what happens with the new look JDG, the new jungler getting in for his first game. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the unofficial LPL English broadcast with Yanni and Cubby. And Cubby, LGD beat the brakes off of JDG so badly that Junja is out. Xiaofeng is in. He played in the Old Man Cup a little earlier this year, but he hasn't played in an LPL game since August 24th of 2025, 357 days ago. And is now looking to be the mercenary to come in and headshot LGD, as LGD are a win away from breaking this streak of futility against JDG.
How many days is that streak? Am I going to put you on the spot for that, or do I have to find that one out?
1,882.
Yeah, okay, so we got some long streaks being broken here, nearly of a year and nearly 5 years, as Xiaofeng, last time we saw him, was jungling actually for LNG, and was playing, it was Hai Chao in mid. That team was not very good. They were eliminated in Split 2, so we did not see them in Split, or no, we did see them in Split 3. They just struggled. They barely got out in Split 2, and then we ended up seeing them in Split 3. But Xiaofeng ended up losing his seat to 5T5 or 50-50, which was an awesome name. Not as good of a player.
Well, it's an awesome name, but it doesn't have anything to do with 50-50.
Yeah, no. Well, I guess
an anime reference.
Yeah, it did. But anyway, it was fun. Xiaofeng, though, stepping in, stepping up, and this is a big surprise. I know that when Xiaofeng was picked up, again, a lot of the teams that have been playing around with their rosters, they're going to use the back half of regular season to decide what playoffs are going to look like, right? But you think of Hongqiu and Junja and their story together. Junja was dominating LCP, or PCS back then. Hongqiu joins on this domination train that they have together of the region, as they were the perennial 1 seed and the team to beat. And then end up coming over to the LPL, where we get to see what can they do this time around. And I really feel like, just with how long they've played together, it's going to be curious to see this tandem get broken up. Because I do feel like one of the greater strengths of this team has been how mid-jungle play together with this long-term existing synergy between the two of them. So, Xiaofeng in now. There he is on your screens. We'll see what he can do, and we'll see how he links up with Hongqiu. And more importantly in the meta right now, how he links up with support and see what they're able to do.
And it's so bittersweet because this breakup, it just, it feels wrong. These guys, with what they did on CFO, this is the best team to come out of that region since Flash Wolves, since the Korean Killers. This team was just so competitive, and it was those guys at the heart of it doing so much work. Now apart, but hey, listen, for everybody out there who's, gone through a decent phase of life, sometimes you need a breakup to grow and move on with life. And maybe day one of that starts today. Maybe this breakup is what drives Hongqiu to be the next faker.
Yeah. We'll see what ends up happening here with JDG. I find it so interesting that they're changing out jungle. I don't really know who the big voices are in this team, but it really felt like Xiaoshu...
Not Junja anymore.
Well, not Junja. Not for this game. I really feel like Xiaoshu overplayed his hand a couple times in that last one. And I'm not sure if that is his call to go in, if that was Junja's call to go in and fight, but regardless, I think they're giving Xiaofeng a couple extra seconds to warm up on stage, get set up, and make sure he's good to go for the match. But surprise to kick off the day in LPL as we try and wrap up our first series with an alternate jungler stepping in.
A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one, Cubby is. You know what? All expectations for this game have been completely blown up. All I know is new jungler versus a team that is looking to break a curse that has gone on for years and years and years. As we head into the final draft of the first game of the day. It's only the first game of the day, Cubby. The fireworks that have already happened. Now, we still have Weibo Gaming and IG next. Like, that's also going to be great.
Well, on paper is going to be great. We'll see if it ends up being great.
The Shy and Xiao who are playing. How could it not be good?
That is fun. Rookie versus Xiaohu and Group Nirvana in the year of 2026. Wow.
Old Man Cup next year, maybe.
Poppy and Shen taken away does end up leading to a Camille ban. So
Okay.
JDG, not going to give that one over to Vampire. We'll say Vampire, really good Bard early on in the year. Curious if that ends up being considered or picked up. Varus locked in. Something that is flexible for some of our top laners that we've had in the LPL. A pick that we have not seen Xiaoshu play up top yet. At least not this split.
No, and it has been nerfed quite a bit, but it is still viable to take up there. It's been something that Gala does have a lot of experience on this year, of course, over his entire career as well. So it's something he'll certainly be able to pilot. And what flavor of aggression will we see on the other side? It is a Nefiri that'll come through for Hung.
Well, that's already a pick that can go into that top Varus. That ends up being the case. Like we not. Still expect this to be in the hands of Gala. But
God, I remember that game.
Sivir taken. Do we have an Alistar for Vampire? As Xiaofeng, the Lee Sin and the Viego are his two most played on his match history, so would not be surprised to see the Lee Sin make an emergence in emergence here.
It would be a little difficult into what you're seeing so far. Feels like you try to land a Q on a Nefiri, it's probably going to get blocked by a dog. Try to land a Q onto a Sivir, going to get blocked by a Spell Shield. But this Twisted Fate lock-in, we know it is a Hong Q special, but this does mean that you have multiple champions that could go top lane heading into the second half. So LGD do have to respect the fact that top laners might still be on the table for JDG.
Well,
as it's going to be a Jax for Bertle.
Bertle's going to pick a champion that says neither of those champions should go into the top lane. So Jax going to be picked up. And I would like to see them ban to try and protect the Jax a little bit. As no Renekton's off the board. The Gnar matchup's a handshake. And I slightly favor the Gnar side. I think some Jaxes will sign up for it. Jace being taken away. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Cassante ban. That's probably the one matchup that I think would make the most sense. And honestly would be the best piece for JDG to add to this comp if it is going to indeed be that TF mid Varus bot.
Annie getting taken away here is they don't
really want a Cassante ban.
Make
I think
it very
Bard
easy for Hung to get big.
Yeah, I really want a Cassante ban here. It does mean that we could see an Alistar come in though for Vampire, which of course really good interactions with Xiaoya on the Sivir. Spell Shield, of course, can only Spell Shield one part of the Alistar combo, so one that I'm curious if they end up looking towards, or honestly something that they could take away. It's just that Sivir plus Alistar, while it's a nice takeaway, giving up a support counter to that can be rather dire.
See what the move is here. This would be an interesting pickup, and it is going to be locked in. We are getting a Silas, couple of good value ultimates to take here for Tongyuan, and also means that JDG are going to have to be careful with what they give up.
And it pressures the opponents to not take Alistar too. So likely going to see something different. As does it end up being? I mean, we could have Varus Renata. That seems weird to me. Or is this Varus indeed going to be flexible? And yeah. Oh, they're still going to Alistar.
Wow,
okay.
That's bold.
Oh, no.
Into the Silas?
Yanni, I'm okay with this. I am.
Okay,
There's a lot of displacement. There's a lot of displacement on JDG. If you end up taking Alistar ult as Silas, your job is Vampire. It is a one-track job. You hit him out of the fight. You keep him out of the fight. If that's the case, it's honestly fine, and I still think that Alistar brings a lot of value into this game. When you're looking at the Sivir, especially the Nefiri, so I respect the fact that they picked this, and I respect the mind games we had going through this draft of like, oh, we know Alistar is going to be considered, so here's a Silas. Like, you got to think about this. Do you want to deal with it or not? Silas, though, has so many good ults this game. It got even better in the last phase of draft as he got a Gnar ult and an Alistar ult to pick up. So this has the potential to be a big Silas game. And again, space creation for Sivir. I feel like Xiaoya is going to have enough space creators to be able to auto-attack later on in these fights. Just Silas with whatever ult he wants to bring to the table. And then Jax for Khan. Hopefully they're able to buy time and be a big enough front line where Sivir can do Sivir things later on. This is a game where I feel like Sivir does have the potential to try and get those autos down and try and make a big late game impact.
Cubby, does this count as a caster curse when I said JDG are going to have to be careful about what ultimates they give in the second half? And they give 2 of the best ultimates that you could give over to a Sylas. Like, does that count? Because, like, I'm shocked that they did that. You go and you swap out your junglers, and then you tell your new jungler, hey man, we're just gonna give this Sylas on the other team like everything that he wants. I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. You're the player. Like, I'm so confused, especially a guy who's been playing so well in Tangyuan and, you know, who's been really raising his level. This is a guy that many left for dead and thought that going into this year that this guy wasn't going to do anything special at all. It was quietly a very good mid laner, probably the best mid laner in Nirvana, and quietly one of the better mid laners here in Ascend. And perhaps not quiet after this one, as LGD looking to make some noise, break the streak, and get a win over JDG. The Gyos outside of Jindong Man are weak. They are feeble outside of him. That's not good. It's not a good look.
So this is a draft where I really feel like LGD can win. And I'm kind of curious if the game plan for Xiaofeng's first appearance was like, all right, just get him something that we know he's comfortable with in this Lee Sin. Because the TF pick, while it synergizes well into the Lee Sin, this was picked into a Jax, a Sivir, and a Naafiri showing. 3 champions that all have a way to deal with gold card. And I think that they have a lot of ways to deal with gold card on the side of LGD. I just really feel like JDG forced a draft that, look, I think this draft in a silo as 5 champions can work. I think it's cohesive. I don't have too many issues with it there, but into what LGD has, I'm kind of interested to see if they even can make this work. Is the ability for Sylas to follow a TF, match up some of these plays, and I think we've really seen these Naafiri Sylas combos kind of emerge as if some of the other Naafiri pairings are left out or maybe out of the pool in Fearless. As being, I think Sylas Naafiri, we've really seen this duo be able to brawl in the early mid game and be able to snowball from there.
EDG really need to take control of this game early, Cubby. I'm very worried that if they don't, it'll be bad news for them. Especially this mid matchup can get very interesting. Sylas tends to do well into these champions that are rather squishy, don't have the defensive ways to keep Sylas away. You could just go and get your Kingslayer and start putting in work, but he missed the second chains. No abduct to his abscond, and first blood goes to Hongq.
That was a flip that did not go the way of Sylas. Big wave, level 4, chain in the autos, and
Gala flashing after. There's another flash from Vampire, and Gala strikes an arrow through the heart of Crisp. JDG coming up aces early, and Xiaoya might be in trouble. Charge up that arrow, young man. It's a double kill for Gala. 3-0 JDG.
Without Xiaofeng even getting involved, it's just mid win, bot win. Welcome to the team jungler, as now going to go back mid. Tangyuan does have flash, does have a dash, but Xiaofeng going to try and get double crab. Does have a lot of help, though, trying to defeat him here.
That's one way to help your new jungler settle in, is start winning in bot and start winning in mid, Cubby.
Solo kill, duo kill.
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome to the squad.
He gets shoved off the grab here. Take a look at this replay, man. Great stuff from Vampire.
Wow. I mean, the sidestep on the grand entrance from Vampire made Crisp look a little silly there. And as this one went out, I love the clicks from Vampire. He body blocked Xiaoya down. But again, Xiaoya could have walked out. Instead, opted to try and keep the lethal tempo going and just gets bopped back in by Vampire. Xiaoya could have walked out there for free. He chose not to.
He had flash available, too. He could have flashed out of there, too.
I think once,
He didn't feel like walking.
Yeah.
No, once he gets knocked up, I mean, you just take the L. Right? You just, you hold it, and you call it a day. Now Gala up big. He's going to have a lot more damage as well. I mean, look, Crisp is already taken super low because of that serrated Dirk. Tongyuan still fancies himself a fight against Hongkyu, but not really going to make too much headway there.
I'm trying to think of what happens with early objectives now that we've had things get a little silly. Because with Poke Vera's bot, you've got to imagine the game plan for Xiaofeng is just delete Dragon, like hit level 5, delete Dragon. Make sure bot lane's okay and delete Dragon, which is exactly what he's doing right here. But I feel like the
Even
Dragon
if they're
stacking...
not okay, Hongkyu can move because he's got his destiny.
Do you think the Dragon stacking needs to start going down here?
100%. Couldn't agree more. But we have seen these teams forsake these objectives early, and I think that would be a pretty big mistake in this particular game with the team comps that we have. As Bertle is going to go in there, get a plate for himself, hop over Xiaoshu's side of the wall.
All right, so camp's now picked up by Xiaofeng. He's going to return to the Dragon and push in for JDG again. I just don't think this can even be thought about being contested by LGD.
Not in the slightest, especially because Bertle just teleported top as well. So he's going to go continue to try to push himself there. Hung is going to go take these chickens, go hit level 6, and now he's going to start making an impact. The ball's in his court. While Xiaofeng hasn't done anything, Xiaofeng's team has done everything. Tongyuan also has this Destiny available, so there's going to be a timer to look out for. And Hung already walking top.
If I'm playing jungle, and my team says I'm not doing anything, I'm definitely pointing out that I picked up a dragon, if it's 7 minutes into the game.
I mean, yes, that's valid. You know
Sub
what
impact,
I mean.
baby. Yeah. It has been...
He's certainly taken a dragon, but if your claim to fame in a game, obviously we're only 6 minutes in, is I've taken a dragon. You're essentially doing cardio, while the rest of your team has gotten priority.
I missed that phrase. So that's always I always enjoy that.
What do you
one
mean
doing
miss
cardio.
it? Just use it.
Yeah, but it has been in my close to reach action vocabulary of late. Tongyuan just gonna use this to port back to lane. JDG do back off bot just in case, but Gala is safe, steps back up, and Tongyuan. We'll see if I'm really curious to see when and where they want to focus mid. I do think that mid's got to be the look for Nefiri Silas. I would like to see Tongyuan get access to another ult, or have Crisp get access to 6, and they could 3-man it, but you picked the Silas to try and pressure the TF, and the fact that Hongkyu got a level 4 solo kill does make it a lot harder to try and pressure the TF, but this matchup, if you don't get involved as a team, then I like how TF scales in this matchup a lot. You can control the Silas well later on.
And even right now, he's essentially unmovable with the Catalyst. Catalyst, all right, I'm going to say it. Catalyst, I think, is a little bit too strong. I think that it just makes a lot of these mages unkillable once you've built half of an item.
Oh my goodness.
It makes them so difficult to kill.
A little bit. I think there is a discussion about Roa being strong, but mages are just good right now.
I think Roa is actually fine. I just think the Catalyst.
Oh, you think Catalyst?
The fact that a component gives you that much is a little ridiculous. It's like Lost Chapter before they nerfed it. Well, we have a teleport coming in here on the top side. It is a vampire teleport, so the 4th teleport on the team. Gala is going to shift up into the mid lane here. Now we have Crisp using a teleport himself. As Xiaofeng is going to be able to claim the first grub here, but the walls may be closing in on this JDG squad. Tongyuan does have the Chains of Corruption to steal. Second grub goes down. Knockup is there. Bertle forced to flash over the wall. Hongkyu's gold card is going to be untargetable by Hung. Bertle tagged. Looks like LGD really want to fight here, but I don't think they're going to be able to get it, as JDG will sweep up the grubs and will force away LGD with no action.
Wonder what the look or the idea was to try and find a fight there for LGD. Because with Crisp did not have 6 yet. I do think that's pretty important for the engages for LGD, because it's going to give Hong a buddy as he jumps in. Or at least guarantee a buddy. But JDG, I'm looking at this next Dragon, Yanni. I really don't expect things to change. LGD might look for a fight, but I think Dragon going to be in favor of JDG, just with the strength of Varus and the Lee Sin on the bot side should be able to delete these quickly. That said, Dragon, minute 20, so a chance for Xiaofeng to look top side, which he does leave a ward behind for Bertle.
I have to ask. I'm a little bit surprised that Tong Yuan went in there, got in the face of Hongq. Hong was headed to the bottom quadrant through mid. He could have just tried to go for a look there. They have both of their ultimates. Could have just said, hey, come look mid 1 second here. Let me throw this chains, and if we get him, you should be able to get in range.
Better get a flash. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, then they just didn't go for it. I am a little bit surprised by that. It feels like this LGD team, after quickly getting down 3 kills to nothing, has been the most timid that they've been all series long.
You do have the Sivir that gets going later in the game.
That is true.
I can see, like, scaling's a wee bit goofy this game, just because it's in a lot of different spots. I prefer the scaling of LGD overall. I don't know. TF's going to bring control to the game, but I think the way they can deal with his gold cards and what they can buff up in terms of... well, I don't know if there's enough damage on JDG to get through LGD later on. That's going to be the big question. Why they need to keep playing this game fast with this poke Varus. So, we'd love to see if Xiaofeng can get on this Dragon early, and it does look to be the case right now, as bot prio in the pockets of JDG, and with Xiaoyu coming out of base, it's going to be enough to make sure the second Dragon of the game is picked up on time.
Do you think it's a little bit of a worry that we haven't really seen Hongq make a Destiny play yet? I know they are getting Dragons. So hold that thought for a moment as an exhaust goes down onto Hong. Vampire takes a bit of a chunk. There's a knockup. We're going to go all in on this play here as Crisp had gotten rooted up, charging up this arrow, looking to find a shot there. It lands, but doesn't get a kill. Xiaofeng with the kick and the kill, and he might be able to hop out. Tong Yuan on the backside, but there's 1 of him and 4 of them, and they lock him up under the turret and take him down. It's 2 more for JDG and maybe a little bit more. Stun onto Crisp, and Hongq does have the damage. Stack deck does a lot more than drawing 3 cards as JDG are starting to run away with the game, Cubby.
I thought for a second there that when Tong Yuan entered from that TP, it was a good look from LGD. He got the Alistar ult, but then he got fully controlled. The way that JDG were able to kite that one out, and then the way that Vampire shut him down to the back half, it's exactly what the doctor orders. When you end up having a Silas take that Alistar ult, you need to use your displacement tools to get him out. And to be fair, a lot of those tools do exist for JDG this game. So take a second look. Ends up being Vampire and Xiaofeng turning. Good ult here from Gala. They lock down Crisp pretty early. They push him out. But again, Tong Yuan entering like this. The Abscond Duck does miss. Good flash out. Really good kick by Xiaofeng as well, as he didn't take damage from the Fury R, which was critical. And then, again, just controlling the Silas that Alistar ult ran out. And well played for Xiaofeng. Triumph helps him live through that bouncing blade, and JDG syncing up, have a enormous lead for this point of the game at 4.5k gold. And 2 Dragons taken for themselves on time.
Shout out to Vampire. He's put himself in a lot of really good positions to headbutt enemies where he wants them to go. It's always a bit of a tough angle when your opponent's up against the wall, but if you can just slide in there, I know Alistar's a little bit of a big back, but able to slide in there and get that headbutt was absolutely perfect. Now they're going to try to chop down the cow, but with that ultimate, that back is as big as ever. He'll be able to just walk out.
I am not sure what Hung wants to do with this next Neferi ult. I would like to see him and Crisp sync up. The only flashless target right now is Xiaofeng, or I guess Vampire did just burn his ultimate, so that could be a look. I don't know exactly what he got out of, but yeah, we need to start seeing some action here from LGD, or at least seeing them buy some space for Xiaoya.
Positive action.
Yeah, because Xiaoya is very far behind Gala right now, and landing into the TF, that's just the turret that's going to go to Hongq over time. Ooh.
Yeah, that's it's been a good explanation of how the game has gone. A good representation, I should say.
Do you are you on the team or an advocate for if Syndra misses a cannon, it's -3?
I mean, yeah, it just makes sense. It's like whenever Veigar misses one, I'm a big Veigar player, so you know, whenever Veigar misses one, it's, you know, it's minus multiple at that point. So you know, you get -3. It's just insult to injury at that point.
For Nasus now, technically after the patch, it would be -5, which Riot Games might want to be careful about that number. I kind of hate.
Don't get quack started on that one, Cubby.
I kind of hate how mainstream they've made this 5 thing, like everyone piling on. But I also think that everyone just finds it funny that his mom's cease and desist is a number.
Yeah.
That is just unironically
so
funny. Yeah.
That is so funny. You see, it's really funny because I thought you were talking about -5 as -5 AD.
Oh, hold on.
I thought for a second as LGD attack the weak side beautifully and make that fight look easy. Herald is going to reset. A little unfortunate for their timer, but they'll still get it done nonetheless.
JDG were split on the approach. LGD split them up on the approach and find 2 for themselves. Good play from Chris.
Beautifully done. And now a lifeline, a pulse for LGD as they've immediately cut the gold lead down. They can leverage this Herald for this Dragon in 1 minute and 20 seconds. They are in great shape, Cubby.
Take another look. That ward. Brutal not spotted yet. Pulling the trigger as a team. And again, Chris, the piggyback, the flash to make sure that Xiaofeng can't react. Very, very well done.
I mean, Hongq had to TP bottom. He was going to TP into the fight, elected to go bottom. Didn't really get too much for that TP. And, you know, it's overall very, very good for LG. But they're going to have to put a couple more plays like that together. They are still down 3,000 gold. Hongq is, you know, going to get this Rod of Ages done in a minute. He's going to get that extra level. Also has the Lich Bane, so these auto attacks are going to be a lot stronger now too. He is a threat.
Sadly, Tongyuan had to burn the Alistar ult for free. So, 2 Alistar ults grabbed, 0 value found. As again, options for this game for him, they're all endless. So good. You get a global, you get OP Meganar, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes, there is an AP ratio on that. Yes, there is an AP ratio.
In one of these fights is that that's always the big difference maker.
Also,
that's usually the ultimate. I see Silas is taking advantage of a lot as we have teleports coming down and Vampire trying to make some plays. The kick does not land. What a spell shield from Xiaoya! It was perfect. It was a perfect spell shield.
Oh, it was. I thought he got charmed and couldn't cast it. The spell shield was huge.
Just that good.
That's a big dragon take. I mean, I'd say this gold deficit and being down only 1 dragon for LGD, especially given where things were at earlier, this is okay for them. As again, Sivir will be Sivir that game. I think that she's going to have the time and space to auto-attack. And JDG, 2 approaches in a row that just weren't good enough. And 2 better responses from Crisp and LGD.
And if you are a JDG fan, there's a lot of nervous stomachs. Take a look at this replay, Cubby. This is such a good look. You get onto this Nefiri. Xiaofeng, look at this. It's beautiful.
Good catch. I missed that one. Good catch, Yanni. Charm afterwards shuts him down and miraculously saved by LGD, who again, almost 6k gold deficit early on in this game. We were kind of looking at things being shut down in their face early on. We're now in a world where Sivir is very, not in the game, but I also see a 2-item Sivir, which tells me that Sivir is going to start deleting these waves, buying some time, buying some space for LGD, and this thing at 4 items is a terror. Halfway there, but game state, we like better as time goes on for LGD, given the Sivir, and given the options that Silas has, and given how well the comp for LGD does play into this TF.
Maybe
everyone's got TF
1,000 gold, but is certainly not too far behind, right? Just behind Gala. Hasn't really been set that far behind. The CS is, you know, not at 10 CS a minute, but, you know, you're not sitting there down, I don't know, 50 CS or more or anything like that. That's really a big worry if you get to that point in time. So JDG with this 2,500 gold lead. Baron's going to be coming up in about 20 seconds. I can't imagine either of these teams are going to go for it first. And Cubby, it just feels like if Tongyuan can find his way into this game, that could be what puts LGD over the top and gets them in the driver's seat.
Oh, they can't dive on Q. He's got too much wave clear. Here, posture. I was like, it's a TF. Wave deleted. As JDG really haven't been out on the map. Like, this is a comp that when you have a poke Varus and you have a TF, you really do delete waves. And the fact that JDG are kind of stuck hovering their turrets right now, I think says a lot about this game. Because this, for me, is one where I think JDG should have a little bit more space, a little bit more real estate in the map than what they do right now, looking at the leaderboard.
Yeah, it feels like they really haven't been able to scratch these inner turrets at all. So we have a teleport coming in. It is an Alistar, as the Herald was used up on the top side. It looks like it's not going to be able to connect onto the turret. You know, this is what happens sometimes when it's about to expire, so no real value out of that. Which is unfortunate to see. Always is a feel bad whenever you get a Herald and can't do it.
Oh.
Okay, we're going to use on the hunt. Scholar Spell Shield has been popped, but LGD can't get there fast enough, so there's one less ability to get in that you have, as Tongyuan may have gone a little bit too far trying to clear a ward, and everybody on JDG is here, but he's still alive because he took the Alistar ult, and maybe they're going to try to turn this play around. Bertle came in on the teleport. They're going to look for Vampire. He's got the knock up and the knock back, but he's still going to go down. It's Xiaoya getting that one.
I want to think that Vampire... I don't know if that was a close cooldown for the hijack getting the pulverized back or not. I want to say it was, but Tongyuan just being able to get the unstoppable, the heals come in. Yeah, heals a lot more effective when you have, what, 50%, 60% damage reduction. Yeah, that feels pretty good. So Tongyuan able to sneak out of there. And again, this game, Tongyuan's level 13 right now. Hongq is almost level 16, as he's going to enter as 15 coming in. I just don't feel like the impact of the TF is super great. Again, everyone on this team for LGD can somewhat deal with the TF. And if TF isn't slowing you down and you aren't able to find these stun combos and pick stuff up like that where you're stunning people for Varus to line up, it's not the same champion. And the fact that LGD, every single champion on LGD has a way to deal with TF, and a lot of get-out-of-jail-free cards, too. Even looking at Crisp's Mikhail's, that's a get-out-of-jail-free card for everyone. This is a setup where JDG are now behind.
There's that call of the pack to go untargetable. Cubby, you called this out earlier in this particular game, that as the game progresses, JDG don't necessarily have the damage, and you saw it right there. Comes the Gnar teleport. Wait a minute, we may have found Hong. He's forced to flash away. He is on very low HP. He can go to the Krugs to heal up if he wants. It looks like he's immediately headed right there, as JDG have started up this dragon. He's going to go and be able to finish this one off. Meanwhile, Crisp gets on the backside along with Bertle, as they're looking to really push JDG. Or Tongyuan has Lee Sin kick. Going to kick somebody out as Vampire is trying to hold the front line, taking a lot of damage here. Scott Duck doesn't land. Hongq with the gold card lands on the Xiaoya, but he doesn't go down. Here comes LGD as they want a piece of JDG. Down goes Varus. Xiaoshu with a good Gnar ultimate, but it will not save him as LGD are flashing forward. It's a double kill for Bertle and a complete win for LGD. Cubby, they flipped the game completely, and they're on the Baron.
You can see the chunks that go into the gold cards, but it's not enough damage to sustain through. And I've seen enough games of this Poke Varus where I really feel like if you make one or two mistakes in a game with Poke Varus right now, your game's over. Xiaoya is just doing so much damage in these fights, because again, Sivir is enabled to auto-attack in this fight. Look at the time, the space that Xiaoya is going to get bought by the team, as I don't know. Oh, the bouncing blades. Yeah, Xiaoyu got a lot of damage down. Hextech Dragon was hitting JDG the entire time.
Look at all this. Yeah, look at the damage they did to Gala. Poor Gala.
And JDG's not doing anything during this because they're waiting for the cooldowns to get back up. Because they need gold cards and piercing arrows.
That's so brutal, man. That is so disgustingly brutal.
It's partly brutal.
Just kites back
poor.
to you.
Yeah. It's partly brutal, partly poor. And I just don't feel like this was a draft that gave JDG a great opportunity to win. Like, the fact that you gave Silas, Gnar, Alistar, and TF, again, everyone on LGD has a way to play into TF. Honk, you got a level 3, level 4 solo kill. He's up 2.5k gold. He doesn't feel useful this game.
Gala gets a double kill early. He can't do anything anymore. He's down 800 golds. LGD is up 3,000 golds. This Baron power play is pretty much all of that lead as they continue to push on the bottom side. Not quite fully connected. Hung isn't there yet. Tong Yuan is in the mid lane as well. But Hung are going to show up on this mid wave here. As what a sad debut for Xiaofeng so far after the game was looking so good, and this game has slowly slipped out of the hands of JDG.
I mean, who's going to kill Jax this game, sincerely?
All right, we're going all in on Tong Yuan here. We have thrown everything at him. We have kicked him into Gala. He is still alive somehow. He will not strike down Gala, but LGD will get what they came for. They take that bot tier 2. They exit fairly quickly. It is worth the life of their mid lane.
No Alistar ult for Silas for the next fight. That should impact the upcoming Dragon, but I already feel like JDG have been outscaled and are out of this game. Like, who kills Jax this game, sincerely?
I mean, it took them that much to try to kill Tong Yuan, right? Like,
had Alistar ult,
but
yeah.
Alistar ultimate, but
yeah.
You know, they had to use a high level of investment to kill him. And I just imagine that, you know, once it's back up to hijack the Alistar ultimate, yeah, like, you can't kill him and Bertle in the same fight. It's just not going to be possible.
And you know, going back to some of what we set up in the pre-show, we do have 90 seconds till the Dragon. I expect the Dragon's going to be contested. As I think Crisp is looking for a spellbook. Yeah, he wants Flash for the next fight.
Understandable.
We really set this up. Again, Xiaoyu, weakest AD carry that we had in the LPL coming into this week, was a much better performance from him and Crisp in the top esports and EDG. I think that this has been the series for me where I've been more impressed with Crisp. The Rel play, we're talking about him being a Pog. I think this Rakan following up within the Fury, the Silas, was A good pick, and B, one that Crisp, we know he plays well and has played very well in this game. So, I know that Crisp was, I think, a hair rusty, or I think a little bit flippy at the start of Split 3, as someone that wasn't playing in Split 2. Good to see Crisp, again, a world champion, step into form here for the LPL.
Exactly what LGD needed, too. They needed a veteran voice that was going to be able to make plays, and while it was a little hairy at first, as you said, really locked it down. It's been pretty good as they're going to try to make a multi-man play on the Bertle. You asked who kills Bertle. The answer is maybe all of the members of JDG, but maybe not as he hops out to safety. They can't kill him.
Can't kill him. Meanwhile, more free gold for the Sivir. Dragon's up in 15, and a lot of tools were burned by JDG, and they're kind of stuck, and Crisp is trying to head them off.
Oh, no. They are on the wrong side of the tracks, Cubby. This is not going to be good for JDG. No spell shield on the Gala. Hung is in the pit. Crisp back to his team, also almost at full HP. JDG have put themselves in a position to be able to escape if they want, but I think they realize that this game might be cooked if they don't go in. Xiaoshu has no Gnar bar at all. Tong Yuan
take
on
the
Mega
Gnar.
Spotted out by Xiaoshu. It's exactly what I'm thinking, Cubby, and
there we go.
He does take the Mega Gnar. Now it's a matter of him linking up with the rest of his team. The Subduct does not land. LGD secure the Baron, and they want this fight. They're looking for Han Q. The flash is on to him. They get on top of him. Xiaofeng trying to get in there. Tong Yuan now with the rest of his team as they're all linked up.
Xiao's
forced to clench and flash. There he is. There's that Mega Gnar. Bertle's starting to get low. Tong Yuan just waiting with the Gnar ultimate over the wall. Slams them all. wall. LGD are going to ace. JDG teleports mid. Cubby, it's been 1,882 days since LGD has defeated JDG. And I think maybe, just maybe, the second longest losing streak in the LPL will be broken.
That Meganar from Toggywood was sick. It hit both walls. He was on the side of one wall, and it locked people into the second one behind him. As Toggywood's going to shut the game down in favor of LGD. It was an 0-6 start and a 5K gold deficit, but we kept on talking about the LGD draft, and boy, did it pay off in the end.
Yeah. They got behind. They looked listless. They looked lifeless. They weren't making plays. And then they got one up on that top side. They attacked the weak side of the pincer like you're supposed to. Perfectly done. Next fight, oh, they get one more. And they don't push for more. They take what they got, and they got out. They were able to build rebuild the game from that huge deficit to bring it back, Cubby. Really well played by LGD to just stay within themselves and carefully craft a game plan to get back in.
And honestly, I mean, shout out to the LGD coaching staff, because I think the one coach that we talk about the most in the LPL and on this broadcast is Tabe. And Tabe, you know, trying to maybe find some magic, have a sub, find the draft, get the Lee Sin for Xiaofeng. It's his most played. That was a draft diff and a team diff from LGD, because even game one, Yanni, it felt like that game was winnable. It was just Hung getting picked off twice. That really changed the game and the shape of it. Where JDG were able to win. It was a very competitive game one. But games 2 and 3, we saw JDG just fall apart on these maps. I mean...
There we go. Throw it up.
Homer it up. Simpson.
Shout out Shadow.
Homer Simpson wishes. This one's for Shadow. I mean, I'm glad that we got the Shadow's face on broadcast. I'm also glad that I saw that. I was like, was that Shadow? And then Elk Battery shared the team that existed in 2021. That team was bad. That's not a good team for LGD.
You looked at the entire team?
Yeah, the roster was not good, but...
Did he only show LGD's roster?
From back then, yeah, it was only LGD's.
Okay.
It was Shie, Mark was in there.
I'm going to pop quiz you. I'm going to pop quiz you.
Okay.
See if you can get it. I have it up right here. Who was the JDG team that they defeated? It was 2021 summer. This was June 20th of 2021.
This would have been... The Golden Road was 22, right? But
believe so.
Was Knight in the team yet? Or was Knight on top esports?
No,
I think Knight's on top this split.
Yeah, he was not on the team.
So would it have been...
narrow it down who the mid
was it?
laner is.
Hold on. I'm trying to go back in history now. This is fun. I'm going to go with Kanavi and...
Bang.
Yagao.
Bang.
And then that means... I don't know who the support would have been. Was it Missing already?
It was not Missing.
Yeah, Missing came in the next year. Yes. And they didn't have Ruler yet.
God, you're good at this. They did not.
They did not have Ruler. So this is where I'm going to get lost. Was it Xiaoshu in the top lane?
It was not.
Okay, he was 22, I think, when he came in. Well, oh, wait, hold on. 369.
It was not 369.
Zoom.
It was Zoom.
It was Zoom. There we go. We got it. It was Zoom.
Immediately after.
Zoom,
now you just gotta
Kanavi,
get the bottom lane.
Yagao.
Now you just gotta get the bot lane.
It wasn't Jackie. Who was playing in the... Was it... What was it? Mark?
Nope.
I'm lost. You're gonna have to give me the bot lane.
It was Loken and Lumao.
Yeah, I would not have... I should have gotten Lumao. I would not have gotten Loken.
I thought that you would have gotten Lumao, but that's okay. You got the top side, which was, you know, impressive. And it only took 3 guesses for top lane. That's pretty tough. Yeah, 369 came after.
He came after. Yeah, he came
after.
Because I was thinking the Golden Road team. So it was like,
yeah.
Who was a part of the Golden Road team from there? But anyway,
that's excellent stuff out of you. I know you're a league historian. You've got a great memory bank for. Listen, you got a great memory bank for that sort of thing. I know there are some out there that may be better, but
yeah, I wasn't following LPL at the time. I'll take that for not. I obviously I watched the good games back then, so I'll take that for not following LPL at the time. But man, as someone that does follow LPL now, fun win for LGD, and what a week for LGD, Yanni. They beat Top Esports. They beat JDG. They absolutely fisted EDG, and now 4-7. They're in 6th. They're closer to 5th. They're closer to 6th. They're close to 5th. I think they did take down JDG in a fashion that for me was pretty convincing. Because again, even that game 1, I feel like they played well in game 1. It just didn't go their way. And how Hung and Tong Yuan have been playing. And for me, Crisp has really stepped up this week with Xiaoya. This is a team that is in better form and one that I want to see if they can kind of challenge some of the teams above them in the standings, as they just challenged JDG. They did take down Top Esports, but I think it's one thing for this to be a flash in the pan, another thing for them to do this maybe in a playoff bracket or later on in the regular season, or make it consistent as Team WE has. And that's made Team WE to be very fun in this league. But I really like what we're seeing out of Tong Yuan and out of Crisp and out of Hong on this team. I think that those three are playing in particularly really well, and they've had good reads in drafts. I didn't mind their drafts today. So I was happy about what I saw from LGD.
Go ahead and take a look at the standings after this game, because Cubby, this does have playoff implications, right? So this gives breathing room to LGD.
Yes.
We talked about what their schedule is going to be like for the final week of the season. BLG, Thunder Talk, Team WE. The BLG game might be a scheduled loss. And the other two games are they're going to certainly be close. That Thunder Talk game is going to be close, but the Team WE is too. So you're certainly not going to pencil them in for, an 0-3 week. Obviously, things could go really poorly. But you get that breathing room. It's so important to this. This could be what ends up keeping them in that 6th place spot. If they have a particularly good week and JDG has a particularly poor week,
I mean, look, they're at 11.
You can get to 5th.
Well, no, I think they kind of control their own fate here. They're at 11 series played, so they got 3 more series to play next week, right? They can get to 5th, but the big thing is ensuring that they have 6th. They play Thunder Talk next week. They play Thunder Talk next week. So if they win that would create a 2-series gap, and I believe they already have the game score differential over them. So a win versus Thunder Talk, and they're locked in to be in the playoffs. But as you said, getting to that 5th seed could really matter here in the LPL, because I know they just beat Top Esports this week, but do think that fans at home feel like Top AL and BLG have a bit of an edge on the rest of the crowd, with BLG still probably being the team to beat in our region.
Yeah, they're forever going to be the team to beat, it feels like. What's also really important about this
whatever
game,
team Knight's on, I just think is the team to beat.
What's also really important about this game, Cubby, is that this also breaks up the head-to-head that JDG and LGD have. So just in case things go very poorly for the both of them, right? And we're talking like, hey, maybe JDG is like faltering and TT gets super hot that week, because TT has a very winnable week of JDG, LGD, and EDG. Like, this team could go 3-0 that week, right? Now we're talking about some really wacky things happening, and maybe, just maybe, this love break here, essentially, or going to love for a tennis term, will actually make a big deal when it comes to tiebreakers. I'm interested to see if we get to that scenario where all 3 of these teams are knotted up, and we're trying to see who gets that 6th seed and read the tea leaves and everything like that. Because again, as mentioned, you get the extra life. You don't have to go to the play-ins, and then if you get out of the play-ins, you're in the lower bracket automatically. So avoiding that is pretty good. As it turns out, giving yourself 2 chances over 1 is better. Who knew?
A lot of scenarios. I do think that this is one where I just want to keep on seeing better play or better continued play out of LGD, right? Because LGD, like, this is a team where we group them in with the bottom 3, and it's very clear for me that they are not like TT and EDG are going to be our bottom 2 teams. And what we've seen out of LGD this week, they went 3-0. In a fashion that is convincing enough, where if they do it again for another week of LPL, this might be a feisty competitor that we have at the playoffs, with, maybe Crisp taking the good old Doinby approach of mentoring a team with a lot of young talent on it. I know that Tong Yuan's been around for a while. Bertle's been a bit of a journeyman, but mentoring Xiaoya a bit as he finds his footing a little bit more in the LPL. Xiaoya did look a lot better this week, as someone that statistically was the weakest AD that we have in the league coming into the week. So, all right, it is a Crisp paw. Good for Crisp. I really feel like he got the motion going for the squad. That engage around the Rift Herald on the top side, and how he was able to follow up with Tong Yuan and the Fury. Very good. So, really appreciate what I've seen out of Crisp and LGD this week. Fun to have a sixth place team go 3-0 2 weeks before playoffs, Yanni.
Yeah, it's just upsets the balance of power in the LPL, Cubby. I thought that maybe this week was fool's gold from LGD, but the way they beat EDG had me convinced that they could scrap with the teams at the mid-level of the table. As Chris got 6 out of 8 votes. Now, Cubby, my question to you:
voted Bertle.
Is this enough? Bertle made some really nice plays in this.
He did. I feel like his champion.
That Counter-Strike kicked things off.
It did. I do feel like his champion really helped him this game. I really like his champion.
Does this player of the game give Crisp the opportunity to win player of the series because of his performance in game 2?
I would say yes, but I think it goes to Tongyuan.
Really? I'm
wrong.
Yeah, there we go. Right. There we go. Yeah, I'm like, come on, man. He was solid in game 1. He was solid, but I mean, just Milio. This was the Milio. No. I'm talking about Tongyuan. Yeah, the Milio game a little forgettable, right? But I think that you win an MVP in game 3. You were in contention for MVP in game 2. Certainly gets you.
We thought it was
a
him
player
for game
of
2.
The series. Yeah, exactly. So this is well deserved. He might not have won the battle, but he certainly won the war with the rest of his team for who the best player was the series. And that's really awesome to say. A guy who, came off the couch for this split, a team that we didn't have the highest of expectations for, coming out the mud from Group Nirvana, immediately coming in, making a positive, discernible impact for this team is really all you can ask for out of a swap this late into the year. Really, really awesome.
You know what?
Pickup.
When it comes to Chris, too, and like getting off the couch, we're going to use a good old Marshawn Lynch quote here, Yanni. When it comes to the NFL, you're going to get got at the highest level. Your goal is to play where you get to get people more than you get got, because you're going to get got,
you get them
right?
before you get got, because everybody gets got.
Yeah, everyone gets got. I feel like Chris has been much better at finding the gets before he gets got, because it's just been a little bit less flippy as the weeks go on, and I really feel like Chris played well.
Was sick, by the way.
Yeah, the Gnar ultimate, like into the second wall too, was so nasty from Tongyuan.
And where he's at and where they're at is probably the
max
last
range
portion. Yeah, it's probably the last portion where you're able to actually hit the middle of the wall. And if they were up just a couple of Teemos more, maybe a singular Teemo that's not a stun, maybe the fight goes a little bit differently, Cubby.
Maybe, but no, I mean, I really feel like that
7 out of 8. Cool.
Who voted for Bertle for player of the match?
Okay, hold on. He didn't do much in
It's just
game
not
2.
the right answer.
He didn't do much in game 2, but he did a lot in game 1. Game 1.
Look, I don't think Bertle played bad at all. It's just not the right answer. He was a very solid 3 out there on the floor.
I'm trying to justify things. Yeah,
he was a solid third option on the floor.
Sometimes you just got to be the third option, like LeBron James is going to be this year in Philadelphia.
Yeah, absolutely.
He might be the fourth option, actually.
He's definitely not going to be. He's definitely not going to be.
It's going to be.
His ego's too big. It's going to be option 1 or option 2.
It's going to be fantastic, Cubby. I'm going to be. Slayer and I should say, are going to be insufferable. Cubby, we have Weibo Gaming and IG coming up next, and then Top Esports EDG to round out the night. Any thoughts on these games?
No, I'm kidding. I'm going to take IG.
Right,
IG 2-0, Top Esports 2-0, and hopefully Producer Ice Fire Ride gets a nice rest after a fun 3-game series where LGD were able to take an upset, wrap up a 3-0 week in the penultimate week before playoffs. I think that's really exciting, and it's not like they're beating bad teams. They took down Top Esports and JDG this week in convincing fashion. So props to LGD. They're convincing me more and more they can be maybe frisky in the bracket, and we're seeing good stuff out of Chris, Hong, and the crew. So fun to see.
They've broken a generational curse, if you call new teams being new generations for these organizations here in the LPL. It'll be really nice to see out of them. Hopefully more continued success for LGD. But with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break and swap out the casters as Jay Beto and Dia are going to give you Weibo Gaming and IG coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL English broadcast where my name is Dia and I'm joined by Jay Better. Jay Better, this is one of the very few times that we get to cast together. For some reason, we are very infrequent pairing,
Yes.
and I fear that is because we are too powerful together.
It might be too strong. So I have to see. Keep it together for this one. But the problem is that if we are too powerful, we're also on next week. So together, that might be a little too much.
Yeah, good ramp up
so
to
viewer,
playoffs, though.
viewer discretion advised for this
Yeah.
cast, I think.
We're getting to the end of the season. The stakes are getting up there, and that means we got to dial it in on broadcast as well. So very excited to get into this matchup, especially because while I've said the magic word playoffs, the one that we are saying all the time on cooldown as we approach the end of the season, this game matters a lot for it. We've got Weibo Gaming versus Invictus Gaming playing out of Group Nirvana, and Group Nirvana famously does not get a lot of games, does not get a lot of chances to make it to the playoffs, but this particular series matters the most for these two teams. For IG, it is the chance to make it to playoffs, and for Weibo, they are on the thinnest of ice. There is no thinner ice that you can be on in League of Legends than the precarious situation that Weibo find themselves in right now. Let's talk a little bit about the Weibo roster, what they're bringing into today, and what we can continue to expect from this team. For right now, Moham is going to be playing today. There was a little bit of conversation from myself. I was like, oh, Jouet coming back. What's going on here? Moham is going to be playing for Weibo today, so for all of you at home who were concerned and excited perhaps, we've got the confirmation on that. But this is a roster that has not had the easiest season so far, Jay Beto, not by a long shot.
Yeah, and definitely haven't been looking super great, which is a little disappointing because I think that this team on paper is kind of stacked, you know? I think with Xiaohu, with Elk there, some big names, especially Xiaohu. But yeah, like this says here, if Weibo lose a single game, they cannot qualify for play-ins. And I also want to bring up the fact that for Xiaohu specifically, if he doesn't make it today, or continue, it's not just if they win, they get in. They have to continue winning all time. But if he loses, it'll be the first time since 2020 summer that Xiaohu specifically has missed playoffs. So it'll feel a little empty, but yeah, that's the position that Weibo are in tonight.
Yeah, I do like that you bring that up. It is more than just about this series for Weibo Gaming. They do have to go 2-0 tonight should they hope to get into the play-ins. However, they also need to go 2-0 next week, their next game. And IG also need to go 0-2 in their next series. And so there's a lot hinging on just this game, just this series. But for Weibo, it's beyond the point of just being able to do it themselves, like we were speaking about with LGD just before the break, or not us, but you know, our our former dark and evil twins we're speaking about before the break. Weibo Gaming do have a lot that is left up to fate here, so very scary to be in this position. As we said, there's no thinner ice in League of Legends than the position that Weibo are in right now, and that could all shatter within a single game. However, on the other side of that, there are the beneficiaries of this. The team that just needs to win a single game before their season ends here to qualify to the play-ins. And for IG, there is a notable change. Awesome, not going to be playing this week. Jia Qi is stepping up in the AD carry role.
Yeah, this has been an interesting roster because, again, the names are pretty big, right? The Shy, Wei, Rookie, Mako, a pretty stacked team. Seeing them down here in Group Nirvana has been a bit of an interesting one. They've looked good. The NIP series, you know, there's that to talk about, but they're not on number one. They still have to get into play-ins, but I want to see this team get their chance in play-ins. I think that it could be interesting. Now, these teams played each other already. As we're seeing some clips from that series already. Weibo won the first game, as you can see in these clips, but IG did come back in the series and end up winning it. Not a ton of super close games, though. Weibo kind of smashed out the first one, IG with 2 after that. Pretty good team fighting from IG in the most part for this series, and the Shy... he's an exciting player to watch, kind of all around.
Yeah, I mean, IG in this series, there's a reason that, for full disclosure, I started with clipping these, so I grabbed all this. I am the reason why we are starting at Game 2, and then we work our way back to Game 1 later. My bad, guys. But in this series, IG were a very exciting team to watch, especially because they were constantly fishing for plays. You talked about the Shy. Mako has been super instrumental for this roster in being able to start up plays at basically any point in the match. Well, Weibo, I think, did have moments of brilliance in this series, and their big moment coming in Game 1. During the next 2 games, a lot of this felt like IG running over them, and not because Weibo weren't doing anything, not because there was no response from Weibo, but because IG were always the slightly more aggressive team, the team that even when set behind would still look for a play to get their way back into the game, find themselves an advantage around a neutral objective, and in a lot of ways seemed to be catching Weibo off guard after a Game 1 that IG had lost. I think Weibo maybe were expecting a team that would roll over a little bit more, and IG by no means were that team.
Yeah, especially in the current state of the game. If anyone was watching the last series, you could really see it. It's very easy to find comebacks in this game currently. The game is not over until it's fully over. The bounty system is really big, and that's a lot of
How
aura
do we get
coming
that
out
portal
of that.
effect?
It's just Xiaohu that he comes with that.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, an exciting start for Weibo, absolutely, but the walkouts in a packed arena as well are going to do them a lot of good. You've got to imagine that IG also facing a lot of pressure today with the amount of people that have shown up to watch the triple series day. This is our second series of the day. It is not our last, however, as these days in the LPL, they have been pretty long, Jay Beto. I mean, the season relatively condensed, which has affected a lot, but that puts more pressure on our players than anyone, their ability to perform series over series, and I was thinking he was alone for a second. That was really concerning me.
Never. Could never be. His team is right there backing him up. Yeah, it's good to see a big turnout. I mean, these are pretty historic organizations, especially IG. And having, somebody like the Shy, who is a massive personality, massive celebrity in the LPL, back on this team is bound to bring a lot of fans. I'm sure the Gyos will be loud for IG. But I want to take a second, if we do have it now, to talk about our head-to-head for the night, which is going to be Rookie against Xiaohu. I want to also talk about the first time that these two played against each other, all the way back in 2015. Obviously not super important for the matchup tonight, but this is a historic head-to-head IG versus a team called GT, which I don't even know who that is. Obviously, then Xiaohu spent some time over in RNG for a while, but here's our head-to-head. Pretty close in terms of a lot of things. I want to talk about their series head-to-head personally. 52 wins to Rookie, 60 wins to Xiaohu. Pretty close, and a pretty titanic matchup for the LPL.
Yeah, these two, with Xiaohu getting the better of Rookie over the course of their careers so far, it is still really, really close in the grand scheme of things, and both have had a lot of time to change their identities as players since 2015 as well. You said that year, and immediately I started marking, okay, where was I in 2015? And that answer,
that's what I do.
I'm not going to get on broadcast right now, but it's, it's been a long time is what I mean to say. And that means not just for us, but for these players as well. I do wonder how much of this matchup is going to be focused around the mid lane as well, especially when we've drawn attention for IG up towards the top lane and down towards the support position. With the change up in AD carries, I think there's certainly a good argument for IG to be investing around the mid lane, investing in Rookie as a carry, especially given how he performed the last time these two teams faced off against each other. I mean, it was not bad. Rookie actually has had a pretty good season, all things considered. Disclaimer, he is in Group Nirvana right now. For Weibo, I think that there's maybe less dimensionality that I see to their game plan today, I would expect Xiaohu to be the main point of investment. For me, Elk has been extremely... People use the phrase hit or miss, but I want something that has a little bit more miss in there.
I'm trying to think. Maybe like
I appreciate
I've been getting a lot of like baseball clips on my feed. Maybe like one of the trying to hit. I don't know. I don't know baseball at all. So I'm sure one of my colleagues here who knows baseball is gonna make fun of me for that. But something I do know about is drafting in League of Legends, and I'm much happier to be here now than making stupid basketball comparisons. Locke, a champion who's really been rising up in popularity, feels like over in LCK Kesper Cup. When Locke came out, a lot of people were really excited to play that. Didn't really come over to the LPL until the last couple of weeks. And it's now really started to pick up popularity. Something else that is kind of similar in that is the Olaf that has been getting blinded. Teams happy with that pick on its own to just play it into basically anything.
Yeah, you got to imagine that the scrims recently have demonstrated that Weibo are comfortable picking up Locke, because last time these two teams played, it was IG that ended up playing that in the first game. Orianna, however, is the easiest slam dunk first pick of your life on this patch. However, Syndra, as an answer to it, historically has been pretty good, and most notably in this patch, flexible.
Yes, big fan that you brought up that. It is flexible. Can look great in the bot. I think that it's really hard for a lot of AD carriers, or all AD carriers, in fact, to actually deal with the Syndra's range and the potential to catch them out. That's the thing that the control mages and the bot bring. This ability to force solo kills that are outside of just some poor positioning. Nefiri paired with it, a very aggressive duo. And there's the Olaf blind I was talking about a little bit earlier, paired with the Orianna Jarvan combo that is very common. Good into the Syndra, makes a decent amount of sense into the Nefiri, although she can immune it with W. And Vayne picked up into the Olaf to try to get a bit of an answer into the Shy.
I'll be real with you, I didn't expect the counter to the Shy to come in the top lane. Zika's pickup of Vayne here is a gauntlet throw that Weibo, reminder, on thin ice, should not be throwing gauntlets anywhere. However, with this being picked up, the ice is not yet shattered. We'll see whether it can bear the weight of this. Last time these two teams faced up, I'm going to keep saying that because it is our big historic reference here. Xiaohu was also very willing to pilot Anivia, which actually looked pretty good into the Olaf. It was not a game that they won, but Anivia into Olaf, I like a lot more than Vayne into Olaf, even though one does not lane against him. Anivia feels a lot better with the upcoming team fights and the grand scale of what Weibo versus IG will become.
Yeah, not sure if we've been seeing the Vayne counter a ton in the LPL. I know that in the LCK, a lot of top laners have been picking the Vayne into the Olaf, so I imagine the Shire will be struggling through the early stages at least, but then later on when he can really scale up, should be able to run through the team. I don't mind the Anivia answer. If you can get a wall down there, it is really nice. I love the Jarvan from Wei. Obviously, the Nefiri was already picked, but Jarvan is a good counter into Olaf because you can put him in the cage and then EQ out or flash away, and then he's stuck in there. He literally cannot get out unless he flashes out himself. A lot of bans focused towards the bot side of the map. Camille, Nautilus, the main in the support that have been very prioritized. Karma picked up here for Weibo. Now, with the Karma, this is pretty much guaranteeing to me that the Syndra's going into the mid lane. I think that Syndra Karma doesn't sound like a great bot lane pairing. With Ezreal banned, I mean, could even be something like a Sivir, although that's pretty tough into the Jarvan. IG thinking about the Jhin for a bit of range here, which does make sense. I'm a fan of Jhin with Jarvan. I'm a fan of it with things like Olaf, and it does really help when you've got a Orianna in there too, to match that range. Pretty standard counter to the Karma in this Bard. Looks good into the Syndra as well. And looks like Caitlyn Karma going to be the answer here for Weibo. Now, a lot of range in both of these drafts there. You've got the Syndra, Caitlyn Karma, but Weibo's draft, thinking about the gauntlet thing you were speaking about, there's no tank and there's no engage at all. You've got Tether for Karma, Scout of the Week, and that's it. Condemn into a wall, I guess, but on the IG side, they've got Cataclysm, they've got the Shockwave combo, they've got Bar Defished, you've got the W from Jin that can, follow up on that, and then you've got this massive frontline threat on the Olaf. I think I'm a bit of a bigger fan of the IG draft here. Weibo's comp is pretty hard to play.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, Weibo have drafted themselves the League of Legends equivalent of a meat grinder or a wood chipper. They want a lot of damage coming at you from all sides, and through that, they're going to disintegrate you. You know, there's not a whole lot of it, like you said, engage on this composition to bring it to you. You're supposed to run into them and get crushed. And that can look really, really good if the Weibo composition gets out significantly ahead. IG is going to look silly because they're going to be running in with an Olaf Jarvan who are going to get exploded. They're going to have no options. You can't touch this composition, and oh my god, the game is unwinnable. The lead does have to be pretty significant for that to occur, though, and that's where Weibo can fall short here. However, Weibo know as well as we do, I hope. I mean, I say they know as well as we do that this is an unlosable game for them. Should they hope to even make the playoffs, the play-ins, this is the composition. This is the meat grinder wood chipper that they have chosen to do it with. Will they be ground, or will IG?
It is a packed house. That is very good to see. A lot of fans showing up for both of these teams. Not something that you typically see with all of the Nirvana teams, but with these very storied rosters, or organizations, I should say, sorry. A lot of fans backed behind them.
You know, it's funny looking at this game. You say storied rosters, storied organizations. Both are true. But on the topic of the rosters, I've barely thought about the fact that Jachi is in here for IG this game, because the Jhin, the bot lane for both teams just doesn't really seem like the defining feature. When I'm looking at this game, my big takeaway from draft is that it's basically whether the Shy runs this game or not, whether the Olaf giga gaps everyone, but bot lane should be the least of everyone's worries. I say that as Jachi does have a lot of worries.
Yeah, he's struggling. Early gank here from Wei.
Flash forced out of Elk, and really quick, clean investment from IG. There's very little jungle time as Wei gets to move back up towards his top side. Now actually he's going to hit the recall first and then be able to clear that out. Completely uncontested on the other side as Xiaohao started up in top side himself and won't be able to counter jungle anything.
Yep. Jarvan will be able to go up and clear his top side, and outside of the Vayne, I do think that it can be pretty difficult for the Weibo draft to deal with the Olaf. This is one of the reasons why we've been seeing the Olaf priority rise up. It's one of those champions that, while yes, it does have counters, hold on.
I think Jachi is likely dead. We'll see what Mako can do about it, though. Xiaohao, not wanting to walk straight through a Bard, is just going to position himself here to try and find the kill, obviously. But in large part, functionally, what Xiaohao does is help Elk and Moham deny a big chunk of the wave that just crashed underneath the tower. Jachi, despite not dying, has lost a significant amount of golden XP.
Nice attempt there from Weibo. Get the flash out of Jachi is quite nice. Helps even up the bot lane a little bit, and IG even struggling in this bot lane already. Big chunk onto Mako will hurt. Caitlyn Karma, pretty prolific bot lane. One of the best, like, Karma matchups. As the Shy gets Ghost out of Zika.
Does he die for it? Zika thinks he kills him, and the Shy
I agree with him.
does go down. Zika underneath the tower is going to tank the turret shot and flash for first blood, knowing his numbers, knowing he had the damage. That was a clean ghost in the end.
See if Rookie can catch up to Zika here.
Condemn might have bought him enough space. Rookie is fast, though. Should be able to clean up Zika with the next round of cooldowns, and he does. 1-for-1 overall, but still a big win for Weibo. Finding the solo kill in the side lane, claiming first blood for themselves on a Vayne counter pick. Looks really good.
That was a bit of a strange look from the Shy. He's in like, a completely fine position, walks up very aggressively, gets Ghost out of Zika, and I didn't even notice that the Shy had Ignite because I just kind of expect it to be the Ghost, and then he can't run away because he has no match for the Ghost. Zika able to trade flashes and get the solo kill. Looking pretty good, like you said, in the counter matchup. Good from Rookie to even up the score a little bit. Uses his flash. A lot of flash trading in this early game, I'll say. But pushing bot lane for Weibo. Looking pretty good so far. Zik in the counter matchup also looking pretty good so far. So Weibo off to a pretty decent start, albeit a slow one.
And I can make my peace with that. This game doesn't have to be super fast for Weibo. What it does have to be is one-sided. This small lead that they were able to accrue with the first blood pickup in the top lane, that's good. It's the first part of great. They at least share the same first letter, but Weibo need to make this a completely one-sided game should they wish to win it, because they cannot afford to be falling behind in small ways. They can't afford for this to be an even game where Olaf and Jarvan can sit in your carries' faces and make your life difficult. As such, despite Weibo having initial priority over this river, IG have been able to take it. Weibo do seem hesitant to fight, but Moham really wants to get in there, finds the route onto Xiaoqi, and Xiaohao is all over him. The first pick for Weibo could do them a lot of good. Xiaohu's going to pick up the kill, and the Dragon, it looks like, will go to IG, trading away their AD carry's life for a Drake. Both teams hesitant to risk too much.
We'll be fine here. Just use the flag and drive to get out. That looked a bit funny. Wei didn't even look like he kind of cared. As his ADC gets dove on top of. Doesn't even turn around. Just like, yeah, I'm here for the Dragon. I'm not even looking. So it will be the ADC for Dragon trade. Weibo continuing to increase their gold in this early game. Caitlyn going for, I assume it's going to be Collector, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Not a huge fan of this item in general. In fact, I think both AD carriers are going it. I guess, at least for Xiaoqi, a little squishy, but I'm not a huge fan of Collector against something like an Olaf. I don't think it does enough damage, but either way, gold leads for Weibo, sitting about 1,000 gold, a little bit under now, and the Shy doing a pretty good job of evening this lane back up despite that early solo kill. He's lessened the gold. He's also up XP as well, managing to freeze out Zika on some of these waves, I guess. Without flashing Ghost, the Vayne has to play incredibly safe. Also a bit scared of the Jarvan ganks, I would imagine as well. Wei's now level 6, and Vayne doesn't really have a great time into Jarvan, especially with no flash.
Rookie getting stunned underneath the tower. Flash over the wall from Xiaohao. Should be able to pick up the kill here, and he does. Mako over the wall with the magical journey. Xiaohao follows him, though. Maybe a bit too close to the sun. Has Moham behind him. But the kill going to Weibo Gaming will be, at the end of the day, unanswered by IG.
A lot of members from Weibo rotated in for that play. Mako's gonna get rooted here. Should be able to walk away as Xiaoqi and the Shy come over as well. Nice shockwave from Rookie, gets the flash out of Xiaohu, but Rookie having no flash himself means that he can't get away from the Nefiri that goes over the wall, takes him down. Mid lane gold now evened up. The Shy will pull the grub so the Xiaohao can't do them immediately. With flashes down on Weibo, maybe need to be a little bit careful. Xiaohu very susceptible to getting ulted by the Jarvan, but grubs should still go over pretty easily.
The top lane balance has been really interesting to watch. Like you mentioned, the Shy being able to reclaim a lot of momentum once he hit the level 6 breakpoint, which is the famous I press this button and I kill your AD carry button. Very scary when you have an AD carry up in the top lane. But Zika, I think with a really nice bait there, is very aware. He's been playing really respectfully around the Shy, which on one hand is nice because he's not dying. On the other hand, is concerning because he picked a counter matchup and is falling behind.
Well, he's just like, yeah, Mako, you got that one. Just spend 30 seconds on vision soloing the grub. All right, I guess it works. One grub to IG. Just look, double control ward was right there. If Xiaohao at any time had just come back, he probably just gets the grub to himself. Maybe even could find a sizable chunk out of Mako, get the heal maybe. Wade's hovering in the mid lane. Like I mentioned before, Xiaohao, no flash. Very easy as a target for this Cataclysm.
Well, there it goes. And with the Shockwave on top of it, and a Bard visiting here as well. That's the easiest, and it really is, in this matchup, accurate slam dunk that you could ask for on IG. They get to set that up every single time. It's the very scary thing about going up against Jarvan Orianna, especially as a Syndra who did have to be ultimately pivoted into the mid lane. Wei, unfortunately, does have to back off. Didn't quite have the presence to walk into the river from the rest of his lanes right now, and that's okay. Losing the Scuttle Crab, especially in trade for a little bit of extra gold on your mid laner. Rookie not quite getting the plate, but it's all good.
Doesn't feel too bad. Nice stun here.
I mean, even is good for IG. If you are IG, even is good. If you are Weibo, even is a very bad place to be. Even 10 minutes into the game, it's not great. Starting off with the first blood, Weibo need to make this a one-sided game, and right now it is very cleanly two-sided. Very simple for it to go either way. IG gonna bide their time until an objective that they are strong around, and the very fact that they ended up picking up first dragon is great for IG. It extends the game, even if Weibo around 20-30 minutes end up with a couple of dragons under their belt, maybe close to Soul or with Soul, and on the verge of Elder. The additional time that getting first dragon has bought IG is going to let their frontline scale up, going to let their frontline be even scarier when it comes to running down Zika, Xiaohu, or Elk.
I think that for Weibo, waiting on their first item spikes here, I think that's really where this comp starts to look scary in the mid game. I do think that there is a conversation about, as the game gets later and later, Weibo don't look too bad. You know, Caitlyn with full items looks great. Syndra can too, Nefiri and Vayne. I just think that the later the game goes, not having Engage is really the problem for them. But on first items, they're incredibly strong. Looking for the second dragon now. Mako stunned out by Xiaohu. Has to be pushed out with the ace in the hole as well. And with that happening, unless Wei can find a steal, most likely Weibo's dragon, and it will be. Wei just hovering in the area. Rookie never even rotated in. So maybe a steal potential, but most likely just Wei watching, making sure the dragon's going down. So now evening up the Drake score. Weibo continuing their lead forward, sitting on around about still 1k. When these items come through, when these first items come through, I expect Weibo to start pressing the advantage a little more.
Zika knows how dangerous this top lane matchup can be. Eating the axe from the Shy, it's very clear that he's experienced in it. Unfortunately, it is still a not very comfortable place for a Vayne or any ADC to be. With Xiaohao hovering up topside, maybe this gets a little bit easier. Maybe even we could see them punish a little bit of over-aggression from the Shy, who has been playing things quite responsibly himself, actually backing likely for first item right now.
Yeah, I was talking about it a little bit before. The Olaf pick is, this is a really nice sweep out from Mako, but Wei Rookie both hovering. I don't think Weibo know this is happening. Topside is where Xiaohu is. Xiaohao.
He's got no shockwave for this, but I suppose that simply to kill Elk, it won't matter. Mako is going to go 1-for-1 here. Well, up in the top side, there was a attempt on the Shy's life. Xiaohao wanting to continue that is just going to pick up the Krug for his trouble.
Yeah, the Shy uses flash and ult and lives, and he's spamming an emote, I believe. Or at least the voice line is playing over and over again. Very worth dive. Jarchi gets the kill onto Elk, and Mako dies, but Moham gets the kill. Credit for that. Even though Elk still has the gold lead, it's pretty good. As we'll take a look back here to see what happened. Looks like the Shy just gets a little greedy. Nice bait there from Zika. Flash and ult use. I don't even know if you... I guess Vayne ult is pretty scary. Probably did have to use both of them. So you've got Rookie with this 400 gold lead, Zika with the 400 gold lead on the other side. Just use the big teleport as well, so that'll be down for quite a while. The Shy already used his as well. But yeah, this Olaf is a pick that... It's one of those champions that has counters that are good into it. But maybe those champions are meta, or not super popular at least right now in the game, and champions like Olaf that you would think can't really be blinded are getting blind picked. And in this draft, I seriously think that outside of Vayne later on, it is really hard for Weibo to deal with this Olaf. If Caitlyn dies in a fight, very tough for Weibo to continue going forwards. As this comp is pretty glass cannon-y, losing any of the glass can mean that the rest of the window shatters.
So many of the ways to deal with the Shy removed in this draft. And even Zeka, who was drafted to deal with him, in trouble right now, gets ignited, but the Shy decides he does not win this anymore, backs off on a knife's edge in this top lane. And in the jungle, not so much. Elk is going to get CC'd, wombo comboed to death. And that is the second time that we see Wei Cataclysm, a soon-to-die AD carry, and I swear to you, Jay Beto, it will not be the last. Up in the top lane, Weibo do try and pull off a gank on the Shy. That gets Uno reverse carded immediately, and another Uno reverse comes out from Xiaohao, picking up a kill, but ultimately still dying to the Shy. We go 1 for 2 in the grand scheme of things. Favor to IG. Xiaohao did make it look kind of stylish.
He did. Tried his best, and now Zika, the only member with a important gold lead on Weibo, who, despite the amount of damage that Weibo have, and now they've completed their first items, I do think they are in a good position. The comp from IG just feels like it outweighs the damage that Weibo has. Syndra, Caitlyn, not super great into the Jarvan, and the Jarvan-Orianna combo is so scary. We'll take a look back here. So this is when the Orianna J4 combo has already been used. Really nice stun off of the dog. Xiaohao gets the first, goes over the wall, is back at live.
Is the Shy going to die underneath the tower? Zika's got Karma to back him up, and it's nice to have Karma with a diversity of AD carries to invest in. Mako, left on his own as well, is going to fall here, and that is 2 quick picks to Weibo Gaming. 16 minutes into the game. That is an advantage secured for them. It is a small advantage, and one that very quickly could evaporate if Elk does go down here, and he does, with the mid lane tower soon to follow. IG equalize this right quick and get themselves a much larger long-term advantage in the mid lane tower.
Yeah, the individual plays from Weibo on the bot side look good, but IG play together really well. This is the 3rd dragon. It's Infernal Soul, which, I mean, if there wasn't enough damage already, the Shy's respawned, he's coming back. IG with priority over the dragon, and I feel like with this, even though the shockwave is down, the Cataclysm alone is scary enough to force out Weibo. And like I was talking about before, when there's no Caitlyn, you lose parts of this like full damage comp. It's really hard to continue playing. Shy just straight back to clearing.
Moham and Zika trying to clear the Shy. Might be able to. Mako in a similar situation. It looks like a replay timing-wise, but this is a different angle at taking out the top lane and support. Weibo, they've got a clear game plan. They know they want to attack the bot side. They know they want to invest in Zeka, because why else would you be bringing everyone down here? The question is whether it's going to be enough, and I don't really have the answer to that, J-Beto.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The Vayne is really strong right now. You can see just fully solo kills the Shy down here, and then nice flash over the wall from Xiaohu. Moham ends up getting the kill, uses his flash as well. But this is scary because as Jarchi, looking for L, gets another flash. So we've got 3 immobile champions flashes down against Java and Orianna. These will not be back up, or at least the Caitlyn one won't be before the next dragon. The other two might. They're before the dragon. So Caitlyn, no flash, no ghost, is a massive target for this combo. Massive target for the Olaf as well, who despite being down a bunch of gold, it's a lot harder for Vayne to find value in a draft like this up against the, like, as opposed to the Olaf, I should say, where Zika is going to struggle to find times where he can do what he's doing against the Shy against anybody else in a team fight without just dying. Whereas the Shy will be able to stride breaker, ult, maybe flash in as well against one of these immobile carries. The CC won't matter at all, and I sincerely believe that they do not have enough damage in the team fight to get through this Olaf.
Weibo have got to play like water. They've got to absorb the engages from IG and critically have the flashes to play around them, because while you may be able to walk away from the Shy, while you may be able to use a couple dashes, dodge the slow, and be okay with the additional speed from Karma, you can't walk out of a Cataclysm. And the combination of Wei and Rookie here is a really big threat to Weibo Gaming's chances of winning a team fight, winning this game, when otherwise your whole win condition revolves around not getting touched, staying the perfect distance away from IG.
Nice heads up play there from Moham with the ward. Looks pretty good. Gets the live through. Cruxing into some second item spikes here for both teams. Elk on his 2-item spike, Jarchi the same. Going a bit of a different build with the Hubris and the Phantom Dancer. Bit of an interesting look, and Weibo, while they want to put down some pressure onto the mid lane turret, look at how far back Elk has to play with no flash, no ghost. He's really scared here, and he should be, very rightfully so. Minute and a half on this next dragon, and Moham has his flash back up, Xiaohu will have his, but Elk will not have either summon a spell, and that is a prime target for the entire comp that IG have.
If we get to a team fight and Elk doesn't get Cataclysm, Shocked Waved, and Insta-Die, IG have missed a big opportunity. As it is right now, taking advantage of everything they can, even taking away the jungle of Weibo Gaming. As Wei sneaks away most of those Krugs. The Shy and Zika in the side lane, still a side lane that it looks like Zika is winning handily.
Bit of Krog action here between both our top laners. That's the real important thing here. You need to fight over the Krugs. There's no CS that matters, no solo kill, it's who gets the Krugs. And neither of them do, so is that a double, they both lose? I don't know. Maybe that's how that works.
Those Krugs
30 seconds out from this Drake, they are pretty important. Doran will tell you so. IG approaching from the top side, the Shy trying to look to join. Zika separated from his team, a large portion of his team's damage. This will be Infernal Soul point if IG can get it, and Weibo with no real front line are going to struggle to try to retake this river.
Not to call the fight, but to set expectations for it. This dragon's going to IG. Weibo need to be absorbing IG. They can't really do it the other way around. IG are not going to suddenly allow Weibo to walk into the river and get priority. I say, as Xiaohao and Moham have made it, Elk and Zika are approaching from the bot side. See what happens to Zika, as that was a critical vision toggle to not show us the Shy. Sitting in this bush waiting for a Vayne to walk into it. We're 50-50ing the smites. IG get away with this. Soul point goes to them. They're going to try and find Zika on the back end of it. The Shy all over him right now, but can't do this alone. The rest of IG having to back away right now. Tempered Fate does stall out Moham and Xiaohao as Xiaohao comes over the wall, tries to finish off the kill. Wei answers back with the Cataclysm, locking Zika in and finishing him off, with Rookie now looking for the finish on a couple of slowed targets, courtesy of Jia Chi. Weibo lose one, and they lose the dragon. It is in a small way, a big win for IG.
Yeah, IG with a really nice smite from Wei on the Dragon. Feels like Weibo losing grip over this game. As we get a look back at the smite, the 50-50 between these two junglers goes the way of Wei. And Zika here on the ward the whole time. IG know where they're going for. I love this kind of in and out. It's not super full all in. They're baiting a little bit, trying to bring Zika in a little more. The Tempered Fate buys enough time, and you can see that Weibo don't really know where all of IG is. Eventually, the pause will happen. No, the Deadly Flourish will hit Zika. The Cataclysm lands on top after Zika's flashes down. And then he falls down pretty easily to the prey. Falls down pretty easily to the damage that IG have. In a pause now, hopefully not a issue with the fight, and maybe just a keyboard issue would be the best thing. But yeah, I think that IG are in a pretty good spot, right? They've got Infernal Soul Point. I think that they do good the later the game goes with their Olaf. He's already doing a lot. He's down 2,000 gold against the Vayne and is finding angles like that. Pretty difficult for Weibo to fight. You were talking before about how Weibo kind of want IG to walk into them, and I fully agree with that. But when they don't have priority over the river, they can't utilize their poke to advantage properly, and walking in blind against an Olaf like that, they can't really force these fights that they really want to take.
Even the 50-50 smite was weird from IG, I gotta be honest. There was a world where they take the fight before that and are able to delete a couple of members of Weibo, making the dragon a whole lot easier. There is a funny thing that has been occurring to me over the last couple minutes, and I didn't have time to talk about it because the game's going on, and it's really not going to matter that much anyway. But IG, they've got Zhachi on this team. Like we said, bot lane not super exciting this game. That's all good. But Zhachi's playing Jhin. And normally Jhin picks are, he's immobile, and he can get countered by tanks pretty easily. Weibo got no tanks. And Zhachi is also not the only focus of this composition. They can't actually be investing everything into killing Zhachi because there's too much damage from every other role. There's a world where Zhachi just gets to build straight damage in this game with no tanks in it and blow people up as Jhin and like silently just become the messiah of IG because who's looking at him for real?
Yeah, it's very tough for Weibo to find any real access to the backline. And I mean, Jin's auto range is short, sure, but he's got a ton of range with Deadly Flourish, a ton of range with Curtain Call. Orianna has a ton of range too. It's very, very difficult, if not borderline impossible, for Weibo to actually get access to the backline. They need to try to front to back with their damage, but the damage is running at them, right? With Olaf, with the Jarvan, Cataclysm, Shockwave combo. I think Weibo have like such a difficult comp for themselves here, where they need to play borderline perfect the entire game. Any of these mistakes that we're seeing in the fights is going to result in IG pulling back the gold lead and getting their dragon lead that they now have. Infernal Soul is also not going to make this game any easier for Weibo. Shocking. That soul's pretty good. A lot of damage, and you could maybe say, like, if you have a Jhin, like, oh, the objective damage isn't great, the Baron burn isn't great. Well, they've got an Olaf, so it doesn't matter. You've got fourth shots, like Smite secure as well, so even though they didn't really do it super well at that dragon, it's very hard for Weibo to look for a 50-50 anyway. I think their options in this game are running out.
A reality that I know is setting in here, but I'm hoping in a weird way is not setting it on stage. Because this game is it for Weibo. It's either the game that they win, and they got to do it again, or it's the game that they lose out on their chance at playoffs with. If IG win this, as seems increasingly likely, Weibo's next game really is not for anything because their season is over anyway. Sure, you'd like to win. Sure, picking up a game win, a series win against IG would feel good. But if IG win a single game, and Weibo know it, they are missing the play-ins. And I am desperately hoping that the realities that we're talking about how hard it is to deal with the IG composition, how impossible it seems for Weibo, I hope those realities are evading them. Because we are still 24 minutes into this game. I've watched a lot of League of Legends in my life. It's throwable. No matter what it is, it's throwable. And right now, it's not even that huge of a gold lead. It is not that defined of a game, though it may feel that way to viewers at home. We are a couple of IG mistakes away from Weibo still managing to pull this off.
Yeah, it's going to start with Weibo trying to have a fight around Zika. I really feel as though this Vayne has found an advantage, but hasn't really impacted the team fights at all or any of these skirmishes. I don't want to call the last fight even a team fight because it was mostly just IG kind of dancing around IG. Zika was there, sure, ends up dying. If Zika or Elk or Xiaohu can pick up any of these big shutdowns that are building up, it'll be 600 or 700 gold. From those shutdowns alone, if you can get all three of them, that's a big gold swing. You'd be in the lead there. Sure, you don't have the dragon lead, but at least there's something. I think the Karma's going to do well scaling into this game. Wei's caught.
Moham flashing on him as well. This is going to seal the deal as Wei does end up getting sent golden by Mako, but still ultimately will fall. Xiaohao follows Mako through the magical journey and encounters Rookie on his way out, but Weibo lose their support in trade, and with Zika showing up, maybe it's the perfect time to manifest this gold lead. Never mind, he steps on a trap. That guy's got to run for his life. Shockwave almost connects onto Xiaohao, but he manages to dodge it. Jiaqi wants to finish off Zika, but with the flash still saved on the Jhin.
Whew.
IG are going to wait this one out, play patient. They don't have to win any big fights right now. They already got the 1-for-1. They've still got an advantage, and this is a crazy level of restraint we see from IG, not letting Weibo absorb them, not letting their excitement get the better of them.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 for Weibo, which should be positive in this stage of the game because the shutdown goes over, it's jungle for support. I believe it was Xiaohao who got the shutdown. Didn't see exactly how big it was, but it should be something like 800 gold-ish. Let's see, there's a lot, pretty crowded. About 800. Which is great, but the problem is that you're losing tools, right? The fight even from here doesn't look great. Zika can't enter in this fight really. Again, he's not able to participate, walks over a trap here, nearly dies, and then Elk uses his flash at the end of the fight because he's caught by the Shy's engage. Again, against the Cataclysm, this is really bad news for Elk to play the next fight in 40 seconds. Cataclysm Shockwave is up. The Shy's ult is up. Tempered Fate is up. And Elk has no tools to survive.
Once again, Zika's got to play the hero. He's going to be the one with flash available. And we've sort of got a real AD carry, fake AD carry situation evolving here. Elk's got to be the bait so that Zika can really pop off. Moham's got one job, and it is not to keep his lane partner alive. With IG in the river first, Dragon spawning in 12 seconds. This is another big turning point in the game where IG can grab the wheel and shift it even more sharply in their favor. Zika goes for the auto on the turret, perhaps a little greedy, but he gets saved by his mid laner. Xiaohu making sure that there's no connection here. Xiaohu commits onto Rookie. Wei ends up using the Cataclysm on Zika, who flashes up the wall to finish him off. Zika, the hero, who needs to be there for IG, gets the shield and actually pops off with a double kill before getting shut down by Jiaqi. Is this enough? Is Jiaqi now the god? As he flashes forward with the fourth shot on Elk, picks it up with the reload, a triple kill to Jiaqi, and he opens up with the curtain call for a clean quadra. Jiaqi will not finish the penta yet. Might not at all, but he certainly finished off Weibo Gaming.
What an explosive fight from IG. You see Weibo hovering the top side, trying to threaten maybe a Baron take. So IG want to pull off the dragon. The scout of the week here on the initial engage with the shockwave is great. So Wei's got the ball on him, doesn't work out, but Xiaohao feels the need to send it onto Rookie. This is the start of the engage. Zika forced to use flash. It doesn't even matter that Wei dies. This Vayne just can't do enough. And look at the Shy in the backline. They can't get through him in time to assist the rest of the fight before Jarchi and Rookie just decimate everybody. It looks a bit awkward for Jarchi, but he does so much damage in this fight. If this order had killed, it would have been a pentakill for the slot-in AD carry here. Unreal performance from IG in this game, and Weibo's hopes, they hang by a thread.
It's a super clean team fight out of Jarchi, and you can tell he knows this is his moment. In the game, in the series, there's never been a Jhin that is more set up for success than in these fights, because it's impossible for Weibo to really focus him. We talked about this a little bit earlier on. I thought it was barely going to even matter with the way that the IG composition was going. But as soon as Zika starts appearing as a hero, as a way back for Weibo Gaming, suddenly you get an AD carry who's able to pop up on the other side. Weibo need to make their way into the Baron pit right now, and an ult onto Rookie? Sure. That's one way to do it. Unfortunately, they get very quickly pushed right back out of the rivers. The Shy gives up his life to buy space for the team. IG could lose the fight after this, but instead the shockwave and the drag over the wall is going to work in their favor. Jarchi with the fourth shot is going to be able to defend himself against Xiaohao and walk on over, almost collecting the kill onto Elk, who spots him out with the Piltover Peacemaker. It's a triple for Elk, and Wei, the last surviving member of IG. It is bloody, but it is a fight won by Invictus, 31 minutes in.
Not the best fight for IG. The Shy, I liked how he zoned last fight. Not the biggest fan of this one. It felt way too early. He goes into like the three strongest members of the team. And yes, they get the Baron. But Weibo encircling. Zika nearly kills Jarchi here on this Jhin. It's barely one auto in it. It's another trading fight, which in this case definitely suits Weibo as you're taking off the GA from Wei, getting out all the Barons. Look at the amount of damage that Caitlyn was able to do in that fight. And while I think that Olaf running into Syndra Caitlyn as he did the fight before, that is good, and they don't really have enough tools to deal with him fast enough, they will kill him. I don't think he's 1v2ing them with this build currently. He definitely can't run into Vayne Syndra Caitlyn and do anything. The Vayne will just eat him alive, and that's exactly what happened in that fight. There's still one Baron available here for Wei, so maybe can try to get this tier 2 tower, but nothing more than that. It's most likely going to come down to an Elder fight in 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's the terrifying thing, is that if this Baron doesn't break the game wide open, Elder certainly will. And that's terrifying in two ways. One, who wants to fight an Elder? Second, it's not a done deal who ends up getting this Elder. Weibo are losing this game by a pretty wide margin, but there's always the chance that they are able to manufacture a fight win. IG, make sure that moment is not now. Sending out a lot of ults to pick off Moham ultimately. But means that Weibo can't really stand in defense of this tower either.
This Jarvan was picked early on in the draft, and it's doing so much work into the immobile carries that Weibo have picked into it. They've backed themselves into this corner, and the corner is very small. Yeah, their plans' hopes are fading with this push.
IG are going for the end. Zika's waiting on the side. He's got flashback up and again needs to make a hero play. The rest of IG turn on him immediately, but Cataclysm gets used onto Xiaohao. Zika again unleashed. Goes for Mako. Can't finish him off though. Tries to condemn Jarchi into the wall, but the stun doesn't connect and he's got to back away. Jarchi with a fourth shot in the chamber could 100-0 Zika right now, and it'll be the Shy sacrificial lamb left back in the Weibo base to be finished off. Dying at a decent time. He'll be up in about a minute. The Dragon up in a minute 30 gives us the chance to do all this again.
Yeah, that fight might feel like a mistake from IG, and sure, it's maybe a little bit of gold from the Shy given over, but you break open the base. The most important part is You get flashes out of Weibo again. Look at what the Olaf does to Caitlyn. He just doesn't have enough damage to kill. He is down 2 items on Caitlyn, and he still solo kills him that easily. They do not have the tools to get through this Olaf in a 1v1 like that. The Shy now has Randuin's as well. Very scary position. Vayne, Caitlyn, Nefiri, no flashes. Elder in 50 seconds. Everyone's going to be alive. Wei has the Cataclysm. Mako has the Tempered Fate. I feel as though there's no way Weibo can even think about having a fight, but it's Elder. You have to fight.
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to think about it, but they don't have a choice, and I don't love that position for anyone in League of Legends. IG gonna walk things down while they've got a little bit of time, 30 seconds until this dragon, and as you mentioned, Zika not having a flash, to me, is the most tragic thing about this fight. Weibo have to take it, but their win condition of a Vayne pop-off seems so much further away,
He's just dead.
especially now. That is so much aggression sent out by IG, and the force shot deletes Moham. IG, they might not need an Elder Dragon. They got Xia Qi.
Yep. No flash on the Vayne, taken down. And now Moham falls. That'll be the second inhibitor as well. No Baron. Might not be a problem. It's a 5 versus 3, and Weibo don't have enough tools to even think about this fight.
That's an ult from the Shy, and a very quick cleanup for the rest of IG. Even shockwaving Elk back in. That is the first game going to IG, but it is the last game that Weibo had to put themselves in the playoffs, and they will miss out on the opportunity for it. That was a brutal ending by IG, but on a positive note, looked very good for them as a team that we know is going to be going to the play-ins.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see these names back in against some of these Group Ascend teams. I hope to see IG looking good and playing well. And to be honest, Weibo, a team that has not been looking super good in Group Nirvana. IG much better in this first game. I really was not a huge fan of the draft of Weibo's. I think they really lacked engage. It made the fight super hard for them to play, and even though Zika tried his best, and he probably has a really high damage number comparable to the rest of his team, and even maybe to IG as well, it's not enough. You can't win the game on Vayne by yourself like that against a comp that was significantly better. Giving over Orianna first pick, already a mistake, and then the Jarvan goes over, and then picking a comp that is not good into Jarvan, you're kind of setting yourself up for failure, and I think the Bard made it even worse. Jarchi doing so much damage in this game. See, Zika did comparable damage. He did quite a lot, but not enough.
Yeah, I mean, Elk not having a bad game either. These are 280 carries across the map that, on paper, did fine, but compositionally got screwed. You've got two great players running into a Jarvan Olaf who need to be half as mechanical as you to have even more impact. Zika really popped off in a couple of fights. I mean, this is clearly a top laner that can handle the weight of the game, but the rest of Weibo weren't able to step up, and it's hard to blame them for that as well. It was an impossible situation for the Weibo roster, even when Zika, not in this fight, was able to perform very well, expending Flash, expending the Ghost, trying to make a team fight work for them and nearly doing it. He's not a one-man army, and a Vayne never is. That is a lesson that you learned very early on in League of Legends.
Yeah, tough comp to play against as well. Makes it even harder. That's the fight that really felt like, oh man, this is very difficult for Weibo to win the game. And this is another one where even despite the 1-for-1 and a big shutdown going over, it didn't feel great. These fights pulling flashes out. I think IG showed a level of aggression that was exciting and impactful to the game, but also showed a level of patience that meant pulling flashes instead of getting these big fights and losing the game. And with a Jarvan comp, with a Bard in the game too, don't look at that Mako ult, not the best. But with a Jarvan comp and so much range with the Jhin and the Orianna and so much damage, having that flash available is so important. They were great at taking this down. This is the missed opportunity for Judge's pentakill, making an argument for him starting on this roster, looking really good while doing it. And I think making an argument for an MVP vote too. I think that while Wei looked super good and you can definitely have an argument for him, I think that Jachi looked super good on this Jhin.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you where looking at this game, I'm feeling the Jachi MVP because he looked so clean on Jhin, and he didn't really have to. Like, when you look at this composition, Jarvan is going to be valuable. Olaf is going to be valuable. Even Orianna is going to be valuable, who I do think is your other option for MVP if you want. I think, Rookie did play this very well. But these are all picks that are going to get value. Jhin is the one where you're like, all right, and we can also just pick Jhin. And he can be okay. Or, in this game, as we saw, he can be a huge factor in you winning the game. I want everybody to appreciate the damage onto Moham with this shot. Look at that. Look at that. That seem balanced to you?
Yes. Jhin is such a fun balanced champion. I like Jhin. I think he's good. We're kind of, pivoting away from the majors and finding some AD carriers that are in a great position in the meta. Jhin, one of those, has a ton of range, can clear the wave really easily, and you can see how much... If anyone ever tells you Jhin doesn't do damage, they're wrong. He does so much damage. We can see he needs the right build, which is not, the Ghost Blade first. No, we need crit. We need AD. A lot of it. It's the hubris start in this game, and the late game for Jhin is devastating in terms of damage. He has the most AD physically possible in the game, and it will be the Jachi player of the game. 12-2 in our first game here. Looking pretty good on this Jhin.
That guy was Thanos snapping people. We didn't get a replay of the fight, but there is a fight that happens in the Weibo base where Zika is running at them and he realizes, I'm actually at 60% HP, and there is a fourth shot on the other side of this.
Yeah, that fourth shot just erases me.
Yeah, he's got to walk this out. It is a clean sweep as well. Everybody on the same page about how valuable Jachi was in this game, and as we say, he didn't need to be. Jachi could have chilled. He could have performed his base function as a Jhin, and IG still would have won this game convincingly. The fact that he is able to operate on this higher level makes the game look all the more oppressive for Weibo Gaming. And I'm not going to lie to you, Jay Beto. I love esports. I love the LPL. And I love high-tension games like this. There is a bit of me that is hurting right now, knowing what Weibo are going through in between these games. That was it. And they've still got another game to play. As to what Weibo shows up in the next game, I cannot tell you. It is going to really come down to these players, how they want to end their season. They do still have another series left to play, another series that cannot in any way qualify them to the playoffs. And so, I don't know what we're looking at for Weibo Gaming. And by the same token, we're looking at an IG that have got a victory lap ahead of them. So, with that in mind, we are going to take a break, and we will see you for the second game. I don't know if I'm recovered, but I hope you are at home. And if you're not, well, the next game is happening anyway. Weibo Gaming versus Invictus. An important series. Was an important series. And now is a series. At this point, yes. Invictus can do whatever they want with their season, and Weibo can do whatever they want with their season, and it's not going to affect the playoffs. I will say, Invictus sure would like to win, because I'm going to double check this. They may have a shot if they end up going super clean and NIP lose their next series. IG could take the top spot for them, so maybe IG a little bit more locked in than Weibo are. And I think that the one thing that is really going to hold this game together is good old professionalism, Jay Beto. We are going to be going into this with a lot of honor on the line, trying to win as many games as possible, trying to be the best players that we can be, especially looking at Weibo, because you are not just finishing a season. This is, in the larger context, your career, and you want to look good.
Of course, and these guys are all competitors. I'm sure they've all got fierce competitive spirit. I, for one, know I'm pretty competitive. I'm not a professional player, and I never, ever want to lose any match, even if it's just a customs with friends. And I'm sure that these guys are all the same, so I expect nothing more, even though it would be really fun to see some really crazy, wacky stuff come out. Like you said, it's still practice for Weibo and, you know, looking towards probably even next season now. And for IG, definitely want to stay locked in. Maybe you could start practicing some more unorthodox picks that you want now that you're feeling a little more comfortable. I think that that's still very realistic for them. Bring out some strats that maybe they want to test on stage, or could even, you know, do some flex shenanigans where you try, like, what if we pick this and put it in the top lane, or what if we try this in support, or things like that. But yeah, for the most part, I still do expect it to be pretty much the same as game one. And talking about game one, a pretty rough way to lose for Weibo. Not the best draft. IG felt on top of it. I'm sure they're happy about the position they're in. Obviously, want to close out the series first. But even with the Shy, doing the Shy things, you know, getting solo killed early, being so far down in gold, the team still pulled it together, and I'm a big fan of pretty looking team fights, and I think IG played them pretty well.
Yeah, they definitely gave us those, and IG have got to keep doing that even more so if they really want to lock in towards the end of their season, because after this game, after this series, they have one more series where they can take the top spot over NIP, and they're going to have to do it by force, because their next series is against NIP. So IG, if they want to take the number one spot out of Nirvana, are going to need to win this game and close things out with a quick 2-0, and do the same next week against NIP. The IG that we saw in this first game, not quite clean enough, I think, to take the game off of NIP. So if we can get progressively cleaner over time, over this series, then there's a chance that IG can take that up against NIP, which will be a very exciting series to watch, as IG, if they are able to give themselves a little bit of an upward trajectory and dethrone NIP, would be a nice change up in the standings for the end of Group Nirvana season.
Yeah, you want the best chance possible at getting through those play-ins into the playoffs, where you have the chance of not only winning the split, but also making it to Worlds, which I'm sure all these players on IG's roster do want to. Plenty of them have seen that stage many times before. Some of them have won it. Definitely wanting to go back. But right now, IG need to, like you said, show us that they deserve to even contest the top seed of Group Nirvana, right? That they are, at minimum, the second best team, and showing us that they can be the best team, and then into the play-in stage that will be in a couple of weeks, I believe, from this day. And I'm sure we'll be on a new patch, maybe even 2 in the future of that. So there'll be things that change up, you know, some interesting item changes, and some champions like Camille getting pulled back out of the meta a little bit. fleet footwork changes, which will be interesting to see. But yeah, for IG, I mean, I was talking a little bit earlier about looking for some testing, but also, like you said, they've got NIP coming up, so maybe you want to keep your cards very close to your chest, not show off any crazy strategies. Weibo on first pick, IG on the blue side. A lot of mid lane bans here for IG so far.
Yeah, it's a difficult balance in terms of taking risks for IG. You want to try out new strategies, like you mentioned, because maybe that forces NIP to consider something else. Now you know that you've got another strat. Right. Maybe NIP want to ban it out, and at the same time, maybe you want to whip it out against NIP to make the big difference in your season. As it is, Weibo will not be opening with anything particularly crazy. The Nocturne is very strong, but the answer to that for IG going to be Ashe and likely Seraphine alongside it.
Yeah, I would agree. With some of these supports that are out, no Nautilus, no Camille, no Caitlyn, and mostly no Olaf, Ashe Seraphine becomes very strong. This is something we saw a lot of in the beginning of the year. Full out of meta, almost completely, and now feels like we're going full circle back. Kalista Renata is an answer. Very aggressive from Weibo if they want to go towards that in this game. Try to win out on some skirmishing in the bot lane. Could look really nice. I expect jungle answer. Could be a Pantheon here for IG or even the Vi. Pretty decent into the Kalista. But now the Poppy ban makes sense to me. I was like, why are we banning Poppy? Not picking Vi. Maybe Lee Sin. It's for the Kalista.
And I really like this look from Weibo Gaming. They had the option with the Ezreal. We all saw the hover to just FF the lane. To just let IG walk over it, see what happens later, gamble on Elk being able to play well in team fights. Kalista Renata is not like that. Kalista Renata is we are going to, with everyone, press R and we are going to bring the fight to you, the kind of way that I want to see Weibo play, push themselves to the limit, especially now that they have literally nothing to lose. Weibo, they've already lost everything. At this point, it is about how far they can push themselves as individual players and as a team, something that this composition actually should work really well with. Nocturne R, Kalista R, Renata R, all those cause big problems for an IG roster that is pretty strong right now. Trundle picked into the Nocturne, not bad.
I like it into the into the Kalista as well. It can really inhibit her ability to be active on a fight. I think Weibo, Aurora could look quite nice, get away from the Trundle, and Nocturne Aurora is always a treat to watch. For IG, though, I think they need a little bit more threat onto the backline. They've got the Seraphine ult and the Trundle, which is nice, but having a little bit more would be really nice, and I think that's why the Akali ban comes through, as that would be one of those answers I'm talking about. Good dive onto the Kalista. Would make a ton of sense. And in the top lane for the Shy, I very likely could... Oh, Jace maybe with the Yorick ban? That's what my mind is thinking about. I would be surprised to see it picked up here. That's not happening. So I'm not going to get baited by that. I would be surprised if Weibo aren't looking for Jace with the Yorick ban. Victor, I like it. So getting some range, make it hard for the Kalista to play, and then save top for counterpick.
One of the things that the IG roster does have going for it is that, in a way that I think Weibo would have really appreciated last game, they're great at absorbing engages. Nocturne's going to press R. Seraphine is going to press W. And they're going to walk this forward after Weibo expend their cooldowns to jump into the middle of them. Galio solves some of that issue in the sense that he makes the engage hit even harder, and it is an arms race of engage versus counter engage. Are we going to get in your face better, or are you going to turn that around better? Right now, the Galio and the Ambessa are two big haymakers you get to throw into the back line that IG have to answer in some way. The Jace, by the way, not a real answer. That is a fake answer and a fake champion. Don't pick it.
I really don't love what Weibo got here. Like, they hovered both the things I spoke about. I spoke about the Aurora with Nocturne, which I was a bigger fan of, and while maybe you might not be a biggest fan of the Jace, it makes sense with the Yorick ban. What doesn't make sense to me is, okay, the Galio, sure, you want a little bit of protection for your Kalista, sure. I think you need more damage, and then the Ambessa blind, which there's tons of options into. Renekton's one of them. Jax is another one. Gnar that was hovered is another one. This is not at all a blind pickable champion for Zika. Not a huge fan of how this draft ended up for Weibo. Nocturne Kalista Renata is really scary and really aggressive, and then you've got the Galio that might be able to help with some peel, but you're outranged by Ashe Seraphine. The lanes don't look super good in terms of top and mid, and the Trundle, you've given over like subjugate targets now to take these protections away. I think that IAG have this really nice skirmishing draft that can fight 2v2s and 5v5s quite well around these dragons, and that's what they excelled at in the last game.
I would agree in the sense that IG probably got away with the better, more flexible draft. And Weibo, I can't lie to you, Jay Beto, I like. And it's not because I think that it is objectively the best composition, but I think it is dang easy to do. Everybody, ult. And if it lands, awesome. And if it doesn't, well, at least the team fight is over quickly.
Sometimes the best drafts are the simple ones, and to see if IG can pilot theirs in this second game. I think both sides did their chants at the same time.
No, I'm hearing them separately. Are you not hearing them?
I could have sworn I heard Weibo and IG at the same time. And then, anyway, maybe I'm just hearing things. +5 gold to Xiaohao. Spotted a ward. Big difference in the jungle.
Would have been pretty cool. I don't think that it happened, but it would have been pretty cool if IG was like, you know what? We'll cheer for Weibo as well. That would have been a sweet thing to do. It's not happening because IG do have a lot that they can gain off of this series, or off of this game even. So they can't afford to drop one to Weibo should they want to take the top spot, and I guarantee you that IG fans would like them to take the top spot. As it is, though, we've got a lot of game to play until that becomes an obvious yes or no thing, and Xachi and Mako with the Ashe Seraphine are going to be running this lane for now. Mako gets to slip on forward into Moham and Elk and be a very scary Seraphine, which is always a good feeling. Well, the Shy runs his counter matchup. Renekton into Ambessa. Gnar was a hover here. I think compositionally I liked Gnar a little bit more, but I can't lie. Top laners around the world, they love pressing R, becoming a stat stick, and beating their opponent to death.
They do, and I think Renekton does that pretty well. Xiaohao caught by the pillar. Should be fine with the tether, but Wei exerting his Trundle tax. Walk in, that camp's mine. Sorry. Especially when you've got the bot lane priority to match with it. Mid lane can walk over as well. Like I said in the draft, the lanes for Weibo aren't super great. You can see that they've got 3 losing lanes right now. Push in all lanes for IAG. That lets Wei do kind of whatever he wants. And not really... The Shy?
Diving? The Shy is
a
diving.
kill? Okay.
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. But nice attempt.
That would have been a situation where he shocks everyone, probably including himself, if he has the damage for that. He doesn't get anything out of Zika either, which is interesting. It's, you know, flash for nothing. But it is not the most the Shy moment that we could have had. He could have died, and that would have been
And to be fair, I think either way that play goes, if he continues it, is shocking. Either he gets the kill, and there's absolutely no way that you just found that solo kill angle, or he dies, and everyone's like, why did you do that? Probably not necessary in a matchup that is very Renekton favored. Either way, doesn't die, loses flash for free, doesn't need to do that, but he did. Nice attempt.
Now
manages...
it's all good.
Yeah,
Xiaohao's
he's chilling.
Moving up towards the top side, so there is the potential to try and punish the Shy, who does go for a ward, and knowing that just now.
Could go for a gank. Xiaohao, like you mentioned, he'll be spotted on this ward, and the Shy will most likely not fight the 2v1, I assume. He won't. Xiaohao keeping up in terms of XP is pretty important. Want to get that ult online pretty quickly. With the double global as well that Weibo have, maybe you could roam to the top lane and try to find some gold onto the Ambassador. But I think that the real answer is you need to go bot and start to force some volatility in this lane. The Kalista Renata is a lane that can really take over. Rookie nearly finds a solo kill there, but doesn't quite have the mana to keep going, and would probably just only be a flash for flash trade anyway. But if you can use these globals to impact this bot lane, as Xiaohao is here, heal expended just for the movement speed.
This is a really nice hawk shot. Feels bad moment for Xiaohao, who otherwise probably could have cooked up with something, but nice awareness from Jiaqi, who has looked really good today, by the way. I mean, not just because we were talking about him in game 1, but Jiaqi, especially off that hawk shot, definitely earning respect.
Oof.
Given his substitution in.
It's a bit of an all or nothing lane here in the bot lane, and so far not looking super hot. Down about 200 gold. Let's ult out from Rookie just to clear the wave and push Xiaohu out even more. Xiaohao not super far away from level 6.
Xiaohao spent like 80% of this game on vision.
Yeah, not super great for a Nocturne. There's another hawk shot to show where everyone is. Wave is in a great spot for IG too. Weibo losing a lot in that bot lane. So this is like the important level 6 scuttle, but I don't think Nocturne gets 6 because he got invaded earlier. So he doesn't have 6 or upgraded smite. And Wei does. Not going to really matter here a whole ton. Dragon's not being pulled on this, so Xiaohao will get 6 off of his top side. I think just even Raptors will give it to him. And Wei will follow closely behind after he clears out one more camp, which will most likely be his top side, or wrap around and try his luck at a mid gank. Dash is in.
We could see both junglers go for this here. Xiaohu
fails
the flash though, and that's the end of that play pretty quickly. Xiaohao is not going to ult for whatever that happened, and that's all good, because Flashless Galio not going to be making any plays anytime soon.
Not great. Missing that flash there from Xiaohu. Bit of a feels bad moment, and again, these lanes are really suffering. Xiaohao down 20 CS. Even though Zika's doing a pretty good job of keeping the CS even, never really in a position to roam or find agency in the lane, and the bot lane is looking probably the worst. Down also about 15 to 20 CS, losing plates, HP bars quite low all the time. And the threat is, like, you need to try to find, like, catches and all-ins with this lane. Elk will hit 6, and maybe you can look at from there, but when Mako gets 6, the cleanse won't really help Elk a whole lot because there's just so much CC from this bot lane duo. We saw how devastating this pairing can be earlier in this year, but it was really the talk of the league community. Everyone was talking about how strong this Ashe Seraphine duo is. There's nothing you can really play against it, and then some answers did pop up. You know, the Nautilus lanes, really where the majors kind of started. Mel Nautilus, Camille, Ziggs, things like that, and the Olaf looking really good against it. And when those things are out in the draft, which they are right now, Ashe Seraphine pops its head back up and continues to look pretty scary. Xiaohao in the bot does have ult.
As ever, he is perfectly on vision. But that's not going to stop us from all pressing R at the same time and maybe, just maybe, killing Jia Chi. That is the first kill on the board for Weibo. And it is as it was written, Jay Beto. Everybody press R, kill IG.
Yep. And that's the all-in that Weibo needed to find. Shy taking quite a decent chunk here. It's flashing from Elk.
Board from Elk. Got a Galio coming in behind him as well. Knockup going to land on Wei, but Wei beats Elk down with the butt of his, what is that called? Club. Mako going to watch his jungler die. We're going 1 for 1 once again. Jungler for AD carry, but crucially, although maybe not importantly in the grand scheme of things, the dragon is still up.
Not a huge fan of that call from Elk. He's definitely the one that pulls the trigger there with the flash engage on the Callista. Much prefer just getting the dragon. You have your lead, no need to die and lose priority around the dragon, give Ash Seraphine an in back into the lane, and now no flashes on a lot of members. Means these fights are can be a lot more bloody. But there's the fight Weibo wanted earlier, right? Which we might get a replay of. Paranoia looks great. The engage from Moham is nice too. Gets the cleanse out of Jia Chi, and even though the Encore hits onto Xiaohao, it doesn't really make a difference as his spell shield is there. And then, yeah, I would love to see it as well, what Elk saw to look for that engage. So I don't think he was really... It seemed like he was pretty frustrated in the player cam. Maybe wanted to press E just before he died, didn't get the damage off, and Xiaohao will come back down, end up securing the dragon. So all in all, not the worst position for Weibo as the grubs get traded.
How's the grubs trade for IG here? Tower pressure-wise, they definitely have a little bit more range to make it work. I mean, I think this is a trade up for IG, just looking at the fact that they have the incredible wave clear off of Rookie, the range off of Rookie and Jia Chi, and the Shy's winning lane. Grubs should get a lot of value.
They should, and they definitely can. Trundle in the jungle at least.
Will they?
Should they? Could they? Will they? I guess. I'm not sure how that would... What did I say? They should.
You said they should and they can.
Oh, that doesn't really... Yeah. I definitely could have said that in more rhyming way. Maybe I'll try to rhyme more. I don't know. Is that a good thing? Is rhyming intentionally a good thing? I know that rhyming like unintentionally is pretty cool. I don't know. What's your take on the rhyming situation?
Rhyming intentionally, I think it brings a whimsy to the broadcast. If you think about it, I mean, we've got some pretty whimsical casters on the LPL.
We do,
to be honest. So maybe it's better that you pick another lane. But I think in general,
yeah, I think I'd get beaten. I wouldn't describe myself as one of the most whimsical casters, but I mean, you can always, hang on. Dominus popped. Not going to be anything. You can always dip into other pools, I'm not a huge fan of the High School Musical, stick to the things you know. Get out there, be whimsical. Been reading Lord of the Rings recently. Long read, but very whimsical. A lot more whimsical than the movies.
I'm a big fan of the Lord of the Rings books. Got a lot going for him. So does this play. From Weibo or IG, I'm really not sure. Arrow is going to go wide. Recommit from Xiao, who does get caught by a nice encore from Mako. That is a 3-man encore, but the bailout saves Xiaohao, gives him another chance at life, and unfortunately for Wei, gives Wei another chance at death. Taunt's going to connect onto Rookie, forcing the flash out of him. We are all pressing R once again, and IG are dying for it.
IG opt to take that play, looking to catch out the Galio. Shy in the top lane and Jia Chi in the bot lane, getting some gold at least, so not the biggest losing play for them. But yeah, they take this fight. Weibo ready to retaliate with the paranoia, with the hostile takeover and the bailout. Looks pretty good for the Fires. We'll take a look back. So just Xiao who caught on this ward. Well, it feels like they have enough damage to chew through him quite quickly, but the Paranoia comes through. There's tons of damage, and they can't quite get the kill onto this Nocturne. The Encore is nice, but this hostile takeover is great with the bailout as well. Xiaohao does kind of go a bit too far there. Rookie flashes and some nice movement gets him a little bit. This fight is honestly just incredibly confusing because there's really no reason for it to happen. IG just like, no, Xiaohao, you can't be there. That's our ward. And they fight to the death for like 30 seconds over it. And it kind of goes a little even. Flash pulled out a Moham. That's nice.
Yeah, really nice bonus for IG. I will say, Renata likely not the first focus that they're going to have to deal with, but if it makes the kill easier, if it makes the cleanup easier, that's all good. Moham should always be in the back, throwing all of his cooldowns on other people and then just praying they win the fight. That's how you're supposed to play Renata, I think. That's how I play Renata.
Just the aura stand there and teleport out. Something to get used, by the way. It should be the top tower, but Paranoia in mid.
Pressing R again. But nobody else is pressing R. Thank you, Mako, joining in the party. Unfortunately, Elk and Moham didn't quite have theirs to follow up. Otherwise, that almost guaranteed turns into a kill. Mako quite low after just eating the Xiaohao ult. But with Paranoia on a pretty short cooldown at this point in the game, I'd expect to see that in the next 2-3 minutes.
So,
maybe even around Dragon.
Who's your favorite character in the Lord of the Rings then? It can be a book character if you're a bigger fan of the books, but I was talking to, who was it? Yanni, I think? Doesn't like it at all. It might have been Lord of the Rings that he really didn't like. I was shocked. Glad that someone else. I have to hold this point as Dragon's been started. IG not going to be in the area at all. Their Trundle is miles away, so Dragon taken by Weibo as they just get away with a successful heist.
Yeah, not bad. They even get Flash out of the Shy as well. Maybe a bit of an unexpected bonus. Rift Herald channeled in the mid lane for a bit of revenge, though. Maybe this mid lane tower going down. Nobody really in position from Weibo Gaming to respond to this. And that's another trade up for IG. They got the Void Grubs initially. That got a lot of value. They're turning that into a whole lot of plates. Plus the tower in the mid lane. This is a 2,000 gold lead off of what is otherwise pretty even game, but it's structures that are really making the difference for IG. Also, it's Tom Bombadil. If we're going by whimsy, it's Tom Bombadil.
I just got through that in the book. This is why I added the book, because I know he's not in the movie. And we were talking about whimsical rhyming. That's kind of who I was referring to. He just kind of sings the whole time about himself and other things. Interesting character for sure. I don't really know what the reason that he was added in was. I'm not complaining, but it is definitely a weird section of the start of the book, especially when I've like seen the movies a ton as a kid, and then you read that part, and you're like, who is this guy? And then he like looks at the ring, doesn't really care, laughs about it. It doesn't affect him at all. Kind of base character, very whimsical though.
Yeah, I've not read the Silmarillion. There is a reason why he's just completely unfazed, and I don't know it. I am unfortunately a Rings of Power watcher, for those of you who feel elitist about the whole thing. But I can tell you that based on my experience, having read and watched the movies, if I were going to write the movies again, I would also probably cut that guy.
Oh, you wouldn't include it? It is a little bit of an awkward.
It's just a lot of time for like, you really got to care to like, and a lot of people going to the movies, they're just not going to care. I'm okay with that.
Especially these days. They'll be like, who's this guy? And then he never comes back. That's the other thing, to my knowledge at least. He has no impact on the story whatsoever. So it's like, why is this necessary? It's good, good character, funny. Very whimsical, like we were mentioning. I don't know who would be, maybe we'll have to do like a podcast thing. Who's the most whimsical caster? Quax's suits are up there for sure. They're pretty whimsical.
That is true. That is true. My first thought was Rafa. I feel like he's got a lot of just natural whimsy oozing out of him. But you make a good point about the suits. I think there are other aspects to the whole whimsy conversation that I haven't really
How deep
considered
does this
in
go?
their full depth.
You know, like what? Like we need like a list of dot points of what classifies whimsical. Like, what is there scaling? Like what's worth more? I think serious discussions happening on the LPL English broadcast right now.
I mean, the fashion here really matters.
Gotta
However,
be a part of it.
you know, we're not the most whimsical casting duo.
Definitely
I think
not.
we got a good amount of whimsy in here, but I don't think we have enough to get away with a 25-minute discussion about Lord of the Rings. So real quick, we're going to update you on the state of the game, with this being a largely IG-favored position. We got about a minute and a half until the Dragon. IG control basically all of the river, and Xiaohao wants to contest it, does force flash immediately, but we are all pressing R again, and all of it is on top of Xia. Zika picks up the kill, and with the AD carry assassinated, the Shy has to pick up the mantle. Rookie, laying down a bit of damage as well, is going to ult to zone off too, but IG have yet to pick up an answering kill. Zika flashing away surely is the one up on the chopping block, with Rookie and Mako solo zoning the rest of Weibo Gaming. IG finally answer with Zika and can turn back onto the river, onto the Dragon, which in 45 seconds should be rightfully theirs.
Can't believe that ends up in only a 1-for-1. Jachi uses Flash Cleanse, the dive is everything on top of him, and Weibo kind of run out of steam pretty quickly after that happens. We'll take a look back here. Setup is good, but that blue orb is great. Just a moment of vision is enough. The pinch here from Zika is great as well. Onto the AD carry. Hostile takeover, not the best, doesn't really hit anybody. The encore is great, but now you've run out of steam as Weibo. You can see that they kind of feel a bit stuck in the mud here. Like, what are we doing? This is no man's land. They start running backwards. So much consistent damage. Even though the Ashe is dead, coming out of a Victor and a Trundle Renekton. Back at live, though, might be around 2. Weibo on the Dragon.
Getting ready to fight for this one. We knew it was going to come to this. Lots of summoners already blown. Lots of ults already used critically for Weibo. Their whole composition relies on pressing their ults. And right now, they can't really do it. Paranoia into the backline, though. That is a short cooldown onto Jachi, who is flashless. Does end up in another 1-for-1. Top laner for top laner. IG still control this Dragon for right now. Rather 1-for-2, as Jachi is dead as well. My bad, guys. 2,000 left on this Dragon, and it looks like it's going easily over to IG. Rookie again is able to lay out so much. Another beautiful encore just as Mako dies. Wei is left alone, and Elk with the bailout can actually be killed by
dead.
Rookie, who gets to walk this one out. Rookie picking up the kill.
Rookie single-handedly holding IG in this game. Jachi again dies so early to the Paranoia, nothing that he can really do. And like you said, the Shy ends up trading himself for Zika. But it's just Rookie holding the line. So take a look back here. This is the first engage. Top laner for top laner. And Paranoia from the distance kills Jachi. Xiaohao does so much damage and no one can really stop him. The Shy falls down after zoning. So it's a 4-for-3, but Rookie on this Victor just does so much in terms of controlling the space, poking out important members, putting down the gravity well with the pillar to get the stun there is really nice. And then here comes the Arcane Storm to take down Moham, or at least out of the fight. Elk has to cleanse and he's so low. It's a 4 here, 4 versus 1. And if Rookie dies, it's Baron. And the burn is just enough to take him down and stop the potential Baron threat here. Rookie doing so much for his team in these fights.
Feels like the last game for Weibo, where they had Elk, who granted was doing a lot, much like I'm sure Jachi could do a lot here. But you've got real AD carry, fake AD carry. And Rookie, not a real AD carry. But in this game, it's as real as it gets. You kill Jachi, you got to deal with Rookie, who is really the damage of this team, is really the thing that nobody on Weibo can rightly deal with, especially as we get later and later into this game. And he continues to pick up items that make him more difficult to kill. Wei gonna grab a little bit of vision control in the enemy jungle. Weibo losing some critical ability to scout forward onto the Baron. Are gonna try and reclaim that now. 2 minutes on the next dragon. We're 23 minutes into the game. Baron is realistic if we get picks on junglers, but it's not super high prio.
Elk, the only lead on his team above the 300 Moham lead, which is completely irrelevant. And the thing with Kalista around objectives is it's probably the best smite secure in the game outside of Shogath. So you can time it with Xiaohao really easy, like 2,000 health, you get the kill. The problem is that Elk can't really do that. He's stacking up his, what are they called? The needles, the spears, of course, they're spears.
Yep.
He's stacking up the spears, the Ren stacks in the dragon. And Rookie is just pelting him with damage. There's a lot of range on the squishy members of IG, right? The Victor, the Ashe, the Seraphim provide a ton of range threat onto Kalista, who is very short range and really wants to be in your face. Also, because Elk has the Berserker's Greaves, which is not incorrect this game, there's a lot of auto attackers. He is completely at the mercy of Rookie in these fights. In the setups, Rookie's doing so much at keeping the Kalista from taking over. Later on, as Pillar comes out.
Pressing one ult button. We've decided who the real AD carry is. But
Dead.
even with two of them, nobody really gets access. Xiaohu gonna get flashed on by Xia Qi. Touching Rookie. Pretty difficult when he is as strong as he is. Able to walk things out. Not even expend the flash. And that's jungler and mid laner and all of the engage for Weibo. Wiped off the map. IG get to take another step towards making this series the 2-0 that they need it to be and start up the Baron. Will the three-man army of Weibo with 2 ults be able to change the course? Zika makes it 1, misses the public execution. And that's the play.
Yeah. All she wrote there. The engage from the Nocturne Galio, it's good. It's onto the same target, sure. But Zika's not around, can't layer the ult in, doesn't have a pincer as he did in one of those previous fights, and Elk is completely zoned away. Hostile takeover. Not available when they go and touch the Baron again. Or try to get onto the Baron, sorry, I should say. Weibo have this dragon stacking threat. It would be Soul Point if they got it. Also in a position that they could just give it over and make the dragons even if they want to. This is a lot of time off of Baron that's going to be wasted for IG. So I think that Weibo, the smartest decision here is to just stall. You're not going to win the fight, most likely. You're not going to get the dragon.
Sure, I was going to try.
So just, he might try with the Paranoia.
Gonna press ult soon.
Ren stacks.
3,000. Arrow comes
No way.
through. Smite secured. And now we're committing to the back line. Nice encore is going to connect, but not in time to save Xia Qi. Not in time to save the Shy, who goes for the kill on Zika and actually finds the answer. Wei manages to, meanwhile, assassinate Elk. And Dragon does end up going to the side of IG. Rookie, in all of that, also managed to die. I want to take a look at the team fight again because of the amount of cooldowns that Weibo had to throw at him. And what this might mean now that we didn't stall the Dragon very long, but Baron's also ticking away.
Crazy that Wei gets this, by the way, with the Kalista stacks as well. I want to see the other side of the fight because I think Elk just absolutely dumpsters everybody here in the bot side. We will get to see it, which this is the part of the fight I'm interested about. So misses the pull on the spears. Like the smite is not linked up, but Elk is still happy to look towards it. Goes for the ult while Moham's at 1 HP. Really nice knock up. The hostile takeover, beautiful. But Elk with the bailout gets the kill here. Kind of really well played there from Elk, except the fact if we had gotten the dragon, that would have been a really good position because the Baron is completely worn off now. 30 seconds remaining. You've wasted the entire thing off of that fight and pulled most of them off as well. If you had gotten the Dragon on that Ren Stack Smite, which I think Elk pulled them at a great time, Way with some incredible reaction to win that Smite fight, even up the Dragons.
Elk is not going to get a whole lot stronger through the course of this game. He is, right now, extremely terrifying. And as we get later on, IG are going to have a whole lot more tools, a whole lot more ability to just deal with him via either club, gator, arrows. I suppose we'll find out what else, because Xiaohao's dived straight into the front line. That is an ace encore to turn the fight around. The Uno reverse guard has come out. It gets dealt right back. And Rookie actually found out by Zika's public execution is going to go golden. The big danger when dealing with a mage like this. The rest of Weibo surviving. A triple kill for Elk. And Zika picking up that final hit onto Jiaqi. Leaves Weibo in a winning position. They win the fight. And back right away into the jungle.
Very close fight. Weibo are executing these dives pretty well. That's not an easy target. Rookie under the tower with Zhonya's. He still ends up going down. I think Wei catches here. Yep. Nice little bite out there. As I hope we get a look back at that fight. Rookie, no flash, ends up using the arm guard. So we will. Jiaqi gets the free hit for a lot of this, but he just doesn't quite have the damage. Paranoia onto Jiaqi layered with the Hero's entrance again. Peel is good from his team. Encore is great too. Buys some time. Jiaqi doesn't get hit with the hostile takeover, neither does Rookie, but he gets clipped by the public execution, and that's enough. We're diving a tier 1 tower here. Elk doing the damage. Zika doing the damage as well. Crazy to find that dive angle under the tower from Zika. Again, Rookie kind of saves it by eating the whole wave and nearly killing Xiaohao with the ult.
That tower is still
Rookie,
up.
It is, and that was the main target there. If Rookie and Jiaqi keep getting caught and dying in these fights, Weibo can, even despite the gold lead, really find a way back into this, because Elg is now a lot tankier than he was before with this Jack show. Could be GA, most likely GA. It's not Death Stance, Jack. He's not going Death Stance. I would be excited. It has a range modifier. He's going GA next, so he'll be pretty difficult to take down.
Lasagna is now complete for Rookie, so he will be able to pull off the stall again, hopefully in a slightly better position for IG. As a reminder, they are the ones with something to gain off of this game. They need this to be a 2-0. And getting the cleanse out of Elk, a good way to start. Weibo do have all their ults back up, which means that they are more or less ready to fight. And it could not come at a better time for Weibo, with 5 seconds left on the Dragon.
Could be threatening a Baron. We saw this situation in the last game. Paranoia.
This one onto Rookie, who's going to go golden, not saving him a lot of trouble, though that guy is still extraordinarily dead. Rookie gets blown up, and the rest of IG trying to kite back in. A huge knockup is going to land. Mako flashing away. The Shy's still up, but with Jiaqi, an afterthought. It is a double kill that gets picked up by Elk, and Weibo's easy to execute composition is paying dividends 32 minutes in. An ace just got completed.
That is a ridiculous catch there from Weibo. They know Rookie is the target now. They take him down so early. If that corridor fight had happened before, Rookie would just tear them apart. Moham with the 4-man knock-up off of the Fate's Call from Elk, and that might just be the game. I think it is. 10 seconds left. Weibo find a miracle fight and win the entire game off of it.
Xiaohu's dead, but the towers are melting. There's no way for IG to come back from this. IG, with this game, will be denied their chance at first seed by a vengeful Weibo Gaming.
What a game from Weibo. What a bounce back. I'd love to see that fight again in the highlights, because it was a long fight, but that was a very impactful hostile takeover from Renata. Hit everybody. Elk not only found the angle to get Moham in with a 4-man knockup, but then did so much damage in the fight. It felt like IG in their early fights, you know, Jarchi was dying, but Rookie was providing so much space, and then Rookie was then the target. And if he's dying early to these, you know, place a blue orb down ult, immediately with the Paranoia hero's entrance, IG just didn't really have enough to, you know, AoE down everybody as they would have with the Victor.
Yeah, I mean, I really anticipated that this game would go differently because Rookie should be in better positions generally, be more peelable, be a lot safer. But when it came down to that fight, Rookie's on an island and Weibo have the snap engage to punish it. And that really mattered for them. The simplicity of their composition really working in their favor as well. I know it was a 50-50 thing as to whether it would work out or not. Even in draft, we were going, well, is this the best comp? No. Is it the easiest comp? Yes. And that ease of use really worked in Weibo's favor during this second game to get them to this position where they are, despite being down and out in terms of the playoffs, still able to take a game off of a team that they know are going.
Yep, looked pretty good in that game. I want to talk about Zika. I mean, tough time in the top lane, some really hard fights, but then back-to-back, some pretty important engages on the Ambessa. I think even though Xiaohao was heroically sending it every single time, it's got to be an Elk player of the game. Look at the gold graph in this game. That is an LPL gold graph if I've ever seen one. Some dips, but then a massive one at the end from a couple of, maybe 1,000 or 2 up to 5,000 down in a matter of moments. I'm really excited to see this fight back again because I think this hostile takeover from Moham was massive. The kill participation was massive. There's a lot of votes here that you could give for player of the game. I think Moham did well. Elk obviously popped off, and Xiaohao with his heroics, finding a lot of those engages.
Yeah, this is tough for me because on one hand, Elk was incredibly powerful at games and was the player that I was the most scared of by far. But I mean, Xiaohao, for better or worse, was starting these fights, and towards the end of the game, the fact that they all came up better kind of makes me want to give it to Xiaohao. That's where my vote would go. If I got a vote, the AI gets a vote, but we don't get a vote.
No, yeah, we don't. That would be very nice, though. It would be cool. But, yeah, you can see even in this first fight here, they're going for Jarchi as opposed to Rookie. This is another fight, I believe. That was quite a few Dragon fights, but where the Paranoia comes from the side here, lands onto Jarchi, and he's taken down, but Rookie lives. So in these first couple of fights, it's the target selection onto the AD carry, and Rookie lives and provides so much AoE damage, they can't quite close the gap onto him anymore. And in the later fights that we'll see, it is Rookie that's the target of the Paranoia, of the engage from Weibo as a whole. And when he's gone, he can't do this, where he's 1 versus 4, finds the kill onto Elk, and basically single-handedly stops the Baron, which would have completely changed the game. This is the first time they do end up targeting Rookie, and he completely lives. Really nice zoning from Wei. But after this, Rookie is dying every time.
I'm actually excited for these replays as well, because this was a weird death from Rookie. I know that it's well played to Weibo as well, but even in this engagement, I did not think that Rookie was just going to die in the river. The rest of the fight goes all right. It's more or less even, but this is the most even that it gets. And from here, we've got a tipping point where it goes from Weibo, from IG winning these fights to Weibo winning these fights in a pretty handy manner. This, the perfect example of it.
Yeah, really tough dive angle. Just the freehand public execution from Zika Not the easiest ability since the changes. A lot of people have been struggling, but finds it anyway. This is the last fight. Vision onto Rookie. Even through the Zhonyas, everyone is committing to kill Rookie. Encore is great, but the hostile takeover is beautiful. And then here's the 4-man knockup with the Fate's Call. Moham finding this engage while Elk sidesteps everybody to get the perfect angle in. And then the fight just explodes from there. No AoE damage from Rookie because he's dead. Jarchi's taken down, and then Elk just absolutely pops off, and that is the winning fight there. I love the mechanics from Elk to be dashing to the side so that Moham can get the angle. Instead of hitting just the front, he hits it from the side so that Moham can knock up all 4. And Weibo, that feels like a very all-or-nothing play. You have to all send it in there, or the game's kind of over. Similar to that fight we saw around Baron, where Rookie gets dove on. He's full health. Rookie lived. He was full health. He's Zhonya's, and then everyone is flashing in to make that play a reality. So really nice team play there from Weibo. And it will be Elk on the Kalista getting the player of the game for this second game.
Nice. 80 carries back-to-back. Trading blows, trading haymakers in this series, and Elk very deserving of this one. As you mentioned, Jay, but I mean, we were, I wouldn't say spoiled for choice. It's not like we could have gone anywhere, but there were a lot of reasonable arguments to be had for a lot of the members of Weibo Gaming, and Elk, a very deserving member, especially with, like, you're talking about the micro on the Kalista, to make these all-or-nothing fights be shifted in their favor at a point where it seemed like IG were on the verge of completely taking over the game and overshadowing Weibo in this series. Make no mistake, that game was about IG. That game was about whether they would be able to close things out in 2-0 fashion, move on to NIP. Weibo deny that dream in the same way that IG denied theirs in game number 1. This third game, nobody's moving. IG are not getting the chance to move up a seed. Weibo are not going to magically make their way back into the play-ins. But this third game has got a lot of malice behind it on both sides. Weibo and IG have a bone to pick with each other, both having denied crucial opportunities in this season. Who's going to come out on top? Who's got a little bit more gumption and energy left in them as we head into our third game? We will find out right after the break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English, where we are about to enter, I think, the most spiteful game of the day, Jay Beto. Both of these teams have got bones to pick with each other, but I liked the turn of phrase you used in game number 2, and I'm going to apply it here. My question is, for this third game, who's got more gas left in the tank? Weibo, they drafted themselves a really good composition to do a very specific thing against IG. They pulled it off. Do they have another one of those comps in them? Do they have the ability to take this to 3 games and win it against a team that shut them down so cleanly in game number 1?
Yeah, I love the adaptation from Weibo in even that game, because like you said, they've got that comp and it really functions the way that we saw it. But they were executing it one way by going on to the AD carry and then changed it up, which can be quite difficult to do, you know, to be losing these fights so handedly and then realize, okay, no, we need to change up the way we take the fight. So Weibo showing some fire back in this series makes it interesting. IG wanting to keep it clean, wanting to approach their series against IG later on, and then going forwards into play-ins and hopefully for them into playoffs, wanting to bite back against their Split 2 woes. Not that the team is the exact same. Specifically, the Shy has no woes about Split 2. He's just here to have fun and win some games. But definitely a competitor wanting to beat back some of those teams on the lower end of Group Ascend that ended up putting them down here in Group Nirvana in this third game. I've casted quite a few 2-0s, I have to say, recently. So I'm excited to go to Game 3 and see what are we looking at in the draft. I think that Vi priority should be really up. If you're banning Poppy away, Vi, one of those junglers that is still really strong and has been getting a lot of pick ban priority.
We haven't seen any Aris in this series either, and the ability to pair those together feels really fantastic. Xin Zhao also available as an answering jungler who can be extraordinarily powerful in the right hands. For my money, Weibo should be picking Vi, because Vi gets to press R, and that was their win condition in the last game. As many champions as get to do that as get to go, okay, everybody else is doing it, let me do it as well. The lemming composition, if you will. It'll go in the favor of Weibo.
Okay, Vi banned, but Ezreal's up. I think Ezreal's been banned all series. Take it. Very strong right now. Compare it with... Oh, actually, sorry. It was up in game 1. They didn't pick it. It was banned in game 2.
I appreciate you.
I saw that, and I was like, you know what? You're right. I remembered instantly. But left open here. Could see that picked up. I like the Xin Zhao call as well. Quite a strong jungler in the meta. Or the Lee Sin. Now, Poppy's available. Was banned in the last game. And they didn't go with either Vi or the Lee Sin. But now up and picked for Wei in this third game.
We saw Ashe Seraphine be really prioritized by IG last game. Weibo have the opportunity to go for the other really powerful bot lane duo that we're seeing rise up in Cryo. Lucian Melio going to be locked in off of the back of an Elk MVP in game number 2. You know what they're about here. They're going, all right, Elk, we saw what you did there. Let's pull that off again. Let's get the ice skates out and dance on IG.
Maybe a Lulu lane here for IG. Could just go full
Lulu
top
Yunara?
side with top and mid. I'm a fan of the Yunara Lulu. That looks like it will be the option here. Could go engage support. Not a huge fan of that into the Milio. Doesn't look the best sometimes. Big fan of Lulu like this. Weibo, jungle answer, or top lane with bans here on 3 is something really strong. So could go something like a Jax maybe, some kind of engagement. I think jungle is the best option. Poppy is
right now
pretty
you
good.
pick Xin and call it a day, right?
Xin Zhao looks good too.
Poppy. Yeah. I keep forgetting that
Oh,
you can
yes.
move Poppy around anywhere.
That's right. This is something that's been picked quite frequently into the Lee Sin. Completely forgot about this pick. Lucian Milio Skarner. I feel like I've seen this comp quite a few times before. Having that tank frontline, providing space for like the close range of the Lucian. Obviously, Milio can help with the range. But Skarner seems to be getting picked quite a bit into the Lee Sin. Able to stop him getting away, lock him down. Suppression is pretty good into the Lee Sin as well. And this allows for Zika to go something a bit more carry orientated in the top lane, as you've already got that tank role filled, solid engage filled as well. Trundle out, Vayne out, not a lot of things that can really get through this Skarner.
Because we've both locked in our bot sides, counter pick going to be really valuable in this game, and so are flex picks if we want to think about it that way. There's ultimately what is it? Weibo are going to have to lock in. They're going to have to decide before IG, if I'm reading this draft right, if I'm remembering how we're going to do this. So IG counter pick for both the Shy and Rookie. Or rather, for either the Shy or Rookie, is going to make this feel really good.
I think Lee Sin was first, so Weibo should have counter pick.
Okay,
it should be Weibo pick here first, then IG have to pick twice, and then counter pick here for Weibo. But mid lane bans, which is a little bit strange, but see how that goes for Wei here. Mid lane bans for Weibo, top lane bans for IG, two different approaches. I personally like just picking mid here, saving Zika the counter pick. If they've got something that's strong, if they want to go a tank, something like a Scion or an Ornn, or the Rumble, Yorick is up, and I think that probably will be the option here for the Shy. Otherwise, you're going a tank. It's either Scion or Ornn for the Shy. With them Besser out, you're probably going Yorick and trying to win that top lane matchup. But this saves counterpick for Xiaohu.
Xiaohu's been pretty quiet this series, to be honest. I mean, even the Galio game, he was important. He was instrumental in their win. But Xiaohu has not been loud on the Weibo roster. So really curious that they're saving counterpick for him. Hopefully it works out for Weibo. Hopefully we see a different face of Xiaohu than we have seen in the games leading up to this, where he has been a slightly quieter player, because Weibo are going to need their counterpick to step up, and it'll be counterpick into Aurora.
Some range would be nice. Stop it. We're not picking Rumble mid into Aurora, okay? Stop it with the hovers. Although, are we? I'm getting a little nervous.
Are we picking Rumble mid?
Are we picking Rumble mid into Aurora, guys?
We're picking Rumble mid into Aurora! August 16th of the year of our Lord 2026. We're picking Rumble mid into Aurora, and Weibo are throwing that gauntlet once again. We talked about the thin ice we had at the start of the day. That ice has been shattered. It has been shattered twice over, and we are running with reckless abandon into the arms of IG. If Weibo get ahead, they are going to steamroll IG. And if they don't, well, this is going to look really bad for them.
I'm just trying to piece this matchup together in my head. Because, forgive me, not super versed in the Rumble Aurora mid matchup, but Aurora was played in the top lane quite a lot in the past. Feel like I've seen this in the top lane. I feel like Aurora wins. She's got, better poke, safety. The ult is good for getting her out. I'm not really sure why we're putting the Rumble in the mid. Maybe it is for fun. I think Rumble into Cassante is fine, but opts for the Yorick instead. Bit of a head-scratching decision to me, but maybe I'm missing something. We'll see how Weibo play this game out with their unconventional comp.
Yeah, I can't lie to you and tell you that I see through everything that Weibo are doing, but I can provide the I don't want to say. I can provide the comfort that Xiaohu has been a rock for this team so far. And Zika has been the carry. They pick Yorick so that Zika can carry. I don't know if that'll work. That's what they're doing.
Exhaust on the Inara. I like it. I'm a fan of the exhaust pickup on the ADCs. This is a situation where... oh, goodness, throat. Voice got caught in my throat there. Excuse me. Jarchi is going to have a bit of a tough time through the mid-game. Inara takes quite a while to ramp up. Anytime Lucian's picked, I like to talk about the fact that his level 1 is really bad, as you can see, especially against Inara. Her prio is a little bit conditional. She needs to auto-attack a couple of times on the minion, but Lucian level 1, really not the best. You're typically thinking about that level 2 to level 3 mostly before you can start getting prio, but then, especially first item onwards, the Lucian Milio is going to be really scary. We don't care about the bot lane though. We care about the mid lane. A lot of summoner spells actually being traded here in the bot lane. All combat summoners, no flashes used, but barrier heal on Weibo's side, exhaust heal used on IG's side to try to fight back this wave prio. And it's ended up being pretty even.
The promise of this series is that while we may not yet care about the bot lane, we're going to. It has been double MVPs for our AD carries. Jachi in game 1, Elk in game 2. One of these two surely going to make the difference in game 3.
Both junglers pathing down towards the bot side. Might run into each other. And here's that level 3 for the Lucian Milio. Looks like Jarchi, Mako want to get a reset in here as Moham trying to stop the bases. And won't be able to do so. Makes IG base a little further away though. So there is that. Junglers don't end up running into each other. Just the scuttle trade as Xiaohao goes towards the top side. And I mean, the mid's even. It's push for Rookie, which I think is expected. Rumble can't really get pushed that heavily against the ranged... I nearly said ranged top. It's mid lane. But, you know, Aurora has been in the top lane at some point. So I don't know. Maybe you can infer something there. But, yeah, especially against the Electrocute, feel like it's a little tough for Xiaohu to find, like, any prio in the lane. But Zika seems pretty happy in this top lane. Like you said, Zika's been a lot more of a carry in this series than Xiaohu has. Putting their faith in their top laner with this Yorick pick. It's not... I don't know if I'm a huge fan because while it could get a big lead as Wei caught...
Xiaohu's here as well. A lot of damage coming out of the Rumble, even if he hasn't had the best time in lane.
Okay.
Gets lit on fire! Flashed on and finished off. That's 4 minutes in. First blood going to an aggressive Weibo.
You might be saying, Mr. Casterman, you said Xiaohu had no prio. He didn't. He sacrificed an entire wave for that play. Let an entire wave get pushed in by Rookie so that he could go roam and flash onto Wei, who thought he had the prio. That's the thing, right? Wei thought Rookie was going to be able to move first. Wasn't the case, and Skarner finds the pin into the wall. Can see that, you know, answer in the Skarner ringing true, and now Weibo, look at the gold graph at the bottom, or all blue so far in this game. 1k lead pretty early in this game. I was going to say, I'm not super convinced about the Yorick carry potential in this game, because it might be really good into the Cassante, sure, but Aurora can get out, Inara can get out of the cage, Lee Sin can get out of the cage, but Xiaohao getting active again.
Moves into bot lane just as Elk arrives here. Moham is low,
Oh
but
my god.
Xiaohu is dead in the mid lane. Rookie forced to flash away, and Wei gonna
What
be
are we
the one
doing?
that pays for this 1-for-1 in the mid lane on the Rumble mid. Not bad. Not bad. I think he has teleport to get back to lane as well.
I actually have my head in my hands. I don't really know. I'm pretty sure the reason is I'm pretty sure Wei can just walk around the Raptors pit and he's alive and he just dies in mid. Anyway,
We'll get a replay.
maybe we'll get a replay of that mid lane. Xiaohao does so much damage down there on the bot side, but we'll take a look back at this dive. We didn't get to see it. Nice ward jump here. Flash from Wei. I'm pretty sure he walks down. He's out. Right here. And he just chooses to die. Not really a fan of whatever that was. But nice dive, I guess.
You know who's a fan? Xiaohu's a fan. That guy.
Yeah, he is.
Big fan of the jungle pathing here, and been a big fan of Xiaohao's jungle pathing so far. He's been pretty active on the map with helping pick up Wei early on in his own jungle. Granted, it wasn't that far out of his way, but going down bot lane really ended up working out. Giving over the assist to Moham, taking out Mako a little bit earlier. That's good. And I wouldn't mind seeing him visit the bot side of the map again in the next few minutes, as Dragon is up, and lo and behold,
That's polymorph.
there he is, level 6 for Xiaohao, but not going to use the Impale. Instead, with Xiaohu on the way down, IG walk out the play. They walk through the tower. I wonder where they learned it.
Yeah. They definitely saw that somewhere else. I don't really want to think about where, though. Nice polymorph from Mako onto the Skarner. Stops the engage. Wei on vision does the Drake, or doing the Drake, I should say. Xiao, who is around, does have the Equalizer available, and it's making Wei look a little nervous here.
With Elk and Moham getting Prio on the way up. Rookie searching for the engage. Is going to pop the Between Worlds, trying to assassinate the AD carry, but Equalizer comes down to, well, equalize the fight. Jachi, caught on the wrong side of the wall, is going to be able to walk this out, but the Dragon is the big winner of all this, surviving the whole play as he resets and takes his cozy corner back in the pit.
I reckon Dragons are like a... You think they're happy about it? You know, like a Mr. Meeseeks kind of thing? If you know what I'm talking about? Where they're like, I need to...
know.
I've been on the map for too long. Someone needs to kill me. Please. Xiaohao looking for another gank here.
Seems like that's how the bot lane feels for IG. We've simply been alive too long. Where is the jungler? Why is he not bot lane? Xiaohao says, don't worry, guys. I got you.
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, way on the top side, so IG's bot lane playing a bit too far forward there. You can see that even though Jachi might be able to get some push with the Lulus, Lulu can be a pretty good lane bully. The all-in damage is just not there, even though it looks a little decent. Xiaohao has the, never can remember the name of this item. Protoplasm Harness, there we go. Does a bit of damage to the Skarner, but the raw damage from the Lucian at this point, combined with the base damage from the Skarner, just too much in this early game. 4-1 read the kills. Getting Skarner fed early game feels pretty good. Not a ton of consistent damage to get through the Skarner, at least in this early game, until Jachi gets some pen online. So it might be a bit tough to fight against this Skarner. Lee Sin would love to get active early, and maybe he will be able to get this Dragon, but Xiaohao kind of running this early game.
What's going on in this top lane? Zika and the Shy have been sitting there alone for a while.
Top lane
I expect
stuff.
the Shy to be fine, but like, we got what? I think we get to 2 items, and then Zika. It's like actually unforgivable if he doesn't just run the Shy down. I'm pretty sure that that's how this works. Speaking of running it down.
Yeah.
Win.
Don't know if they're happy about that bomb plan.
They ran it down.
Yeah. Not the best showing from IG, who, you know, talking about play-ins, and they looked great in game 1, making a bunch of really silly mistakes in this third game. That play in mid, giving Xiaohu the 1-for-1, not great. And, well, to be fair, they didn't have vision of Xiaohu there. Oh, sorry, Xiaohao there. They probably could have checked it. The bomb plan ends up not going the way they want. Rookie around the back, but Equalizer should seal the deal here. Jachi Mako can't get in. Looks like they trying.
Half HP. I mean, they could turn around on Xia, but Weibo play things safe, especially with Rookie in the area. Moham's going to walk things out towards the bot lane tower that still stands. And IG come up hands empty. Dragon goes over to Weibo. That is a 10-minute Dragon. Pretty late as Drakes go.
That guy was old.
Yeah, Soul gonna be a ways away. I have been trying to remember what it was. I know how long it was, but in the CB lull this year, this split, we had a Dragon. Actually, I guess it was last split. We had a Dragon live for 28 minutes, and they named him, and I can't remember his name.
28 before they took it.
Yeah, it was at least 28, and I don't think it hit 32, but it was in the 30s area by the time that he actually died. We'll find out later.
That's a long time. That guy for sure too old. I'm now on the train that objectives want to be taken. That they're like, no, please. I've been on the map too long. I need the next dragon to take over my shift. Please take my buff. Maybe they're like insecure about it. Like, why aren't you looking? Why aren't you taking me? Is there a problem?
Imagine the insecurity. I've Googled. I found the day. I have not found his name yet. I found the day and the match. It was a 35-minute dragon.
Like, first dragon was taken at 31 minutes.
Yeah. Imagine the self-doubt you must experience as a dragon.
I've been training for this the whole time, and this is my first time on the Rift, and no one is taking me. 31 minutes in, what am I doing wrong? I do the same as every other dragon, guys, please. Justice for dragons, guys. Take them on spawn, okay? I'm championing this cause. Dragons want to be taken.
And thank God that in the LPL, respect the dragons, even with the 10-minute delay. You know, at least it's a little bit of love. IG paying a little respect up towards the top side as well. They do clear out the vision that Xiaohao was challenging for, even picking up the Scuttler, which is going to be a nice boon to them. Xiaohao, however, having a very good game, 2-0-2 right now. Could pay a little more attention to the mid lane that is currently getting aggressed on. Wei kicks Xiaohu into the wall, picks up the kill, and manages to get out of tower range just in time. He doesn't even walk back into it.
Wow. A lot better on that dive. Xiaohao over the wall. Nice little ward there for Wei to jump to. A lot cleaner on that dive than the previous one. Elk is caught.
Should be able to survive. Does have to invest the flash, though, and that is not mirrored by Xia, who still retains his own flash. With Moham on the way, Elk is safe. He'll be able to pick up this wave, but he's not happy having expended that summoner for essentially free.
It was a Cloud Drake. Looks like we're getting a little bit of an image here of... Is this the one? 35 minutes in, 0 dragons. Loud versus VKS. A Cloud Dragon. See, what's wrong with him? Equalizer in bot lane.
I'm going to find the name of that dragon. It's like escaping me right now, but the information is out there. The internet is wide. A little bit more damage and a plate, actually, collected by Weibo on this bot side, but despite all the people here, surprisingly little action. Don't worry, guys. In about a minute, we get the chance to change that. Rift Herald going to be spawning soon, so there is the chance that we just trade objectives, Dragon for Rift Herald, but I'd expect that the objectives are the place to fight around, and fights now that IG will have a pretty distinct advantage in, with the mid lane tower having been picked up by Rookie.
This is a Ocean and Chemtech Drake, as the Shire's base will 100% get interrupted. That's not allowed to happen. So we're high rolling our soul here. Could be something like Cloud, Hextech, and Infernal. Game 1 was an Infernal, Game 2 was a Mountain, so maybe we're due for Hextech or a Cloud Soul in this third game. We'll find out shortly, but like you said, could just be this Herald for Dragon trade, or Weibo could do the Herald, or we could all just team fight over the Herald together.
I don't mind team fighting over the Herald together. I mean, let's not forget, This is a third game full of spite, full of malice. And IG certainly have that in spades, trying to pick this fight right now. Locked into the baby cage, we are going to get a wild growth just to save your Lee Sin. But Elk's getting run down by the Shy in the meantime. Kasante on your AD carry, an impossible thing to peel. The Shy collects a kill, and funnily enough, the same will happen with the Lee Sin who received the wild growth. Xiaohao able to turn things back around after being engaged on. IG take control of this game in a meaningful way. Not in the gold, but in the fight that looks promising for their future.
And Moham chunked down as well. Needs to use the bomb plant to get away. And even though they haven't eclipsed the gold lead just yet, we're not too far away. So take a look back here. The Shy with the TP in does so much. I'm thinking, when is he going to come? Because he bases super late here. Wild growth onto Wei is nice, but here comes the Shy and Jachi with the damage onto Elk. Just executes him in the backline. Can't do anything, and Xiaohu in the front line gets taken down as well. Crowd happy about how that one went. Herald over to IG. I assume the Dragon will be shortly after. That was largely because of Elk not having flash, because of the all-in Jachi found earlier. And still no flash. Rookie and Jachi still having theirs available. When Jachi's ult comes back up with Rookie, very strong. And that'll mean IG have access to this Dragon. Weibo angry though, not wanting to give this one over for free.
Xiaohao does need a way in, though. He's not quite tanky enough to just walk past all of IG. And there's a teleport in the backline of Weibo as well. Elk going to be exposed directly to Rookie's TP as Xiaohao takes about half his HP. Equalizer comes out from Xiaohu, who overestimates his own power, having to flash away from the engagement. IG, wanting to continue things, are going to whip out the Rift Herald in the follow-up to this fight, get the knock-up and the knock into the tower, but an Impale comes through, whipping the Shy underneath the tower of Weibo Gaming, who are barely alive. Xiaohu, 200 HP, survives the engagement, is actually walking back in with the rest of Weibo, who seem to think that they can win this fight, but they cannot.
Well, Jachi, such a linchpin of the IG comp right now. Does so much damage moving forward there with the Herald, and I think it was a ramped tower shot that hit him, and he lost his entire health bar. Weibo feel like they can win the fight after that, and IG at least agree in terms of protecting their AD carry. 1-1 will be the Drakes, and IG with a 1k gold lead.
It's a remarkably close game.
Hextech Soul is definitely a high roll. Pause. Again.
Make no mistake, IG have taken control of this game with the last couple of fights. We mentioned that. Taking control of the game is far from winning it, though. IG, they look good. They have a lot of ground yet to cover in order to win this game. As it is, Weibo are putting up a pretty severe fight. I would not be surprised to see this swing back and forth a couple more times, because we don't have any big haymaker objectives.
So, I'm going to pause.
Yeah.
Afonso? Is that how you say this? Is that his name? The
Yes.
Cloud Drake's name? That was alive for 35 minutes. The oldest, maybe the oldest dragon in existence in League.
Shout out to our mods for finding that, by the way.
Thank you.
That was Afonso, may he rest in peace. 0 minutes to, what was it, like 35 something?
35. That's actually crazy. Is that the real time that he died?
Yeah,
That's biblical levels of, like, the Lord and Savior Alfonso died 35 in a CBLOL game. I care about him.
Call me crazy, but I think that if a dragon is alive for 20 minutes, we should just let it become an Elder Dragon. You know, if
Like
nobody takes the Drake for 20 minutes, it's an Elder now. That just seems proper.
He's definitely an Elder in terms of how long dragons live. Cullen comes out in the mid lane, doesn't do a whole lot of anything, and now Way on the side.
Heal actually popped by Weibo. They know how much trouble they're in with Wei on their back. Moham, excuse me. 30% HP as Xiaohao shows up 10 seconds after the play. Takes a couple autos from Jiaqi. Weibo maybe falling a little bit behind, but this is not a area of the game where I think they're expecting a lot of action. Like we talked about, no big objectives up. With the Hextech Dragon up in about 3 minutes, Elk is going to try and pick a fight with Jiaqi, who with Yunara Lulu is 2v3ing. Xiaohao is going to survive and actually take him down by the skin of his teeth, if Scorpions even have teeth. And IG have a cannon in their pocket.
That was a good question. I actually do not know if scorpions have teeth. I don't know how they eat. But what I do know is that Jiaqi just ate the bot lane of Weibo. What was that? Out of nowhere. Comes alive with the flash in. Gets the double kill in the 2 versus 3 like you said. I mean, the Skarner is pretty tanky right now, so probably won't be able to take him down until the LDR gets completed. But man, this is a play Elk looks for. And Jiaqi just executes him in this play. Can't live through the Skarner, but if that's an omen for how the rest of this game is going to look, yeah, that's how I felt too.
Yeah, I mean, you see a player pop off like that, and you know that the game is looking good. Jiaqi dialed in for this third and final game between Weibo and IG. The final game between them of the split. Xiaohu going to be dove, kicked into the wall once again. We've seen this story before. Last time it was in mid lane, but wherever Xiaohu goes, it seems Wei will follow.
Kills around the map for IG, pulling this game back into quite significantly their favor. 2k lead for IG. Next Dragon in 1 minute. Elk no flash is a bit scary, but the Shy in the top lane under fire. We'll be able to walk away.
So
had his anti-fire vest on, I guess. Bulletproof vest? I don't know. What kind of fire?
Okay, I think I will go with regular fire. Regular ruining my atmosphere fire. There's also war, but that's more of an indirect thing. Regular.
So he's wearing like a. I don't know, like how much do they actually stop you from being set on fire? But the Shire's one was good. His anti-fire vest was good. Dragon up in 20 seconds. Again, Elk no flash, no barrier. Can be hard for him to play the fight. Jiaqi's hit this mid-game spike that you'd hope the Lucian can find some wins in, but Jiaqi continues to impress on this Yunara. I think that for Weibo, in the position you're in here, completely valid to just give the Dragon. Let Zika do some work on the top side, and it's only second Dragon. Who am I kidding? Weibo walking in.
Yeah, it's second
TP in from
Dragon.
Yorick.
That means it's time. TP is going to be mirrored here. Sante showing up as well. Wei sidesteps the Impale. That is a critical cooldown. Now down for Weibo. Jiaqi, remember, still incredible in this game. Powerful on the Yunara with a Lulu in his pocket. We're coming down to a smite fight between these two. God knows what'll happen after. Smite fight going to be won by Weibo as Xiaohao secures the objective. But remember, no Impale for him as Jiaqi firing away, free firing on him. Elk is going to eat a couple of those autos, but Xiaohu says enough, walks up to him and actually tanks too much damage, allowing Rookie to pick up a triple kill in the course of all this. While the fight was happening outside the pit, Rookie was farming damage, picks up a couple of kills, and IG handily win the fight despite losing the Dragon.
Yeah, Xiaohu uses the Equalizer pretty early, is actually zoning Rookie away on the top side of the map the entire time. Dragon does go over to Weibo, but then Rookie TPs behind everybody. He can't join, but does with a TP at the perfect time to put down his ult. You'll see he's up a at the top. You can see on the map here, he's nowhere near this play at all. Dragon goes over to Weibo, but Rookie says, screw this, man. I'm done getting zoned away by this Rumble. I'm TPing in. The fight looks pretty good for Weibo with the engage here from Xiaohao, but then Rookie over the wall with the TP here. Hits this ult, and Jachi, who's lived the whole time, they do so much damage together. Rookie ends up getting a triple kill on the backside. Really smart play from IG. Jachi lives the engage. Rookie with a smart TP in. Rookie's now up 3,000 gold. IG got Baron. And primed to close out this series. Probably not going to be a soul this game. Enough dragons have gone over to Weibo. But with this gold lead, with this Baron, Rookie might be getting caught here, but playing really smart on the weak side and allowing IG to push in through this mid lane.
Jachi got saved by Rookie in that moment as well, but the Yunara focus of the team fight up until then. Not somebody you want to be trading autos with, and the Lucian Melio that got locked in early hasn't really been able to take control of this game in any meaningful way, not even their lane in any meaningful way. Xiaohao has always had to be a big part of it. And once again is going to have to do that exact same thing. He'll need to find and engage, find and impale, which is really challenging into an IG roster that is set up to pressure you on all sides. Wei, the perfect example of that, pincering in around the tower, forcing Weibo to back away from this objective.
Yeah, Weibo running out of steam, using the culling to clear the wave. They still lose that tier 2 tower. Another minute plus of this Baron left. They're losing plates in mid. Equalizer out.
Comes out Jachi. Jachi low, Jachi suppressed, and Jachi dead. The Shy now running for the hills. Rookie on the way down, but Zik is going to be there first, and so will Xiaohu. The rest of IG may very well be dead by the time their mid laner arrives. The Shy gets chased down, and as Rookie pops into the back line, almost takes out Moham. This is a Aurora lacking enough damage. Elk gets to flash forward, secure the kill. And Weibo find themselves a play. Wei actually might be able to turn this around. Wei is turning this around. Lee Sin, pretty terrifying. So at the same time as Weibo find themselves a play, they lose control of it on the other side.
Yeah, what an engage there from Weibo. The equalizer behind IG so they can't run away, and then the Skarner ult from the front. So Xiaohu's ult here doesn't look the best place, but it's behind so they can't run away. And then Xiaohao goes in, finds the impale onto Jachi, who's now stuck in. You can see Mako and Wei can't run away. Rookie tries to join in on this fight after Xiaohu TP's in, but look at the top side. The fireball kick plus the drive into the wall from Xiaohao. Really well played on the peel to stop Rookie from engaging here. And then the rest of IG just get run down. They overstep and they get punished for it.
Wei quite strong, especially in this type of fight. Bruiser v Bruiser, Lee Sin and Lulu. Not a combination you want to be fighting into. IG looked like they lost control of that, and they did. IG lost control of the game in that moment, but in the grand scheme of things, managed to retain it and even save the play to a reasonable degree because of the way that Wei and Mako were able to at least find a couple of kills off the back of that engagement. 8 seconds left until this next Dragon Hextech gonna spawn, and IG have full control of the Dragon Pit, should be picking up their second Dragon of the game. We are a far cry away from Soul, but
yep,
Dragon gonna provide value anyways, and the attack speed certainly won't go amiss on something like Yunara or Lee Sin.
It feels nice, and I think that the late game of this IG draft is a little here or there. You know, Lee Sin, not late game, but Yunara Lulu definitely is. The Weibo draft it's a little awkward to me in the way that the game is playing out, because Zika not doing a ton in these fights, has very little kill contribution at all, and that can be top laners in general. The Shy doesn't have a ton of kill participation either, but they've got, in the past, triple top laner. Like, Skarner's been top lane, Rumble is top lane, Yorick is top lane, and then just this Lucian that is going to get outscaled by the Yunara. Xiaohao with, wow, 7,500 assists. It's only third as well. Quite a lot. Shy.
Congratulations. Might be trying to pick up another one. They get 7,501. But the
And
Shy,
one.
a little too tanky for that.
Doesn't even have any MR either, so really not concerned about this Rumble too much yet, at least in his build. Tower getting taken down by Weibo, and in the top side, IG pushing.
Looks like a good engagement for Weibo around the mid lane tower at least. That one is going to fall. But trading it away for the bot lane tier 2, or rather top lane tier 2, and bot lane tier 2 taken by Weibo in the same breath. Zika getting his split push on is a condition that Weibo intentionally drafted for. They want the Yorick to be scary in the side lane. They want that to warp the macro of IG. And they haven't quite found the way to make that happen just yet. The control of the map has evaded Weibo so far, and that hasn't let the Yorick dictate to IG where they need to be. Instead, it's been the other way around.
I blinked and Zika went from 400 gold lead to 1.2k off of that side lane push, so getting a decent amount of gold in that push will help. And as the Shy gets a bit more protections online, he's building some MR now, so Xiaohu won't be as big of a threat. IG have control over the map right now, but they can't really use it to do anything because Soul is so far away and there's no dragon spawning. Wei's on a ward here. Baron is up, but they can't really threaten that either. They're going to try, though, as they move in around the dragon pit. And with Zika and Xiaohao, they can easily face check.
Xiaohao doesn't get the chance to turn things around with the Impale, though, actually. Tough spot to use the Ixtal's impact to try and disengage. Equalizer is going to come out defensively from Weibo, and at least for now, they managed to pop the Wei GA. Weibo low, but that is a definite advantage for them. Getting rid of that utility for Invictus Gaming. Fighting over priority in this mid wave. A singular minion will escape. Xiaohu gonna go run that one down right now. But IG, the instant that Weibo step away from this, are going to start the Baron.
Yeah, Wei tries with the kick onto Elk. Elk doesn't even use the flash
Xiaohua's back.
to get away. Jachi.
Elk's exhausted, but Xiaohao flashes forward. Impale does connect onto one, but it's the Shy that wanted to be in your backline the whole time. IG have got a chaotic fight, and they like it that way. Rookie whips out a triple kill, and it looks like he'll be making it a quadra with Zika going down. It's a quadra kill for Rookie, and there is one last member of Weibo left. Rookie looking for the kill. Moham gonna kite this one out. But it looks like IG are more focused on the end of the game. Teleport in. Where's the Durex at when you need it? Something needs to protect these guys from Rookie. Something needs to protect Weibo from IG.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to end the game right here. Will just be the inhibitor. But like you said, Weibo need to find something. That fight happened out of nowhere. Felt like IG went for a little bit of a fish there with Wei trying the kick, losing the GA. And then this just happens. Like, they're walking away. All of a sudden, the engage is onto Jachi. Elk feels the need to go forward. Jachi stands his ground, exhausts. Both of them die, though. Jachi goes down, and then Elk gets caught by so much damage from Rookie, who's been kind of the savior of this series. So many times we've seen fights like this where Jachi's caught, and I'm so distracted by the sound of these Yorick little grubs. It's actually infuriating. Nya, nya, nya. Anyway, Jachi getting caught in these fights, and Rookie the one who can do so much damage to help his team win the fight. Soul point now picked up by IG. Baron potentially on the table. The fight's Still been close. 6,000 gold lead, mostly carried by Rookie, who again is doing so much in these fights.
And I mean, I was definitely looking at the Shy in that fight. Everybody would have heard it. I was very excited about his access to the backline. Really powerful on this tank, but like you say, the damage coming from Rookie is just unquestionable. Zhachi surviving for such a long time as well. Even in that engagement where it was clear Weibo, their agenda was to blow him up. It's incredibly difficult to kill every member of IG, and they have got utility, they have got damage to boot. Not really seeming easy for Weibo, but beyond not just seeming easy, it looks pretty impossible, to be honest. They need not a miracle, they need just one good fight. They need one good impale. I'm gonna throw a solid equalizer on top of that and say we could still see Weibo finding a winning engagement. The Maiden getting focused, though, is bad news for them. I know it sounds a little silly to say, but that is a significant amount of Zika's power budget that gets put into the ultimate that is now unavailable for the next minute or so.
Yeah, back in this ARAM kind of stalemate here. Forget side laning. The waves on top are pushed quite far for Weibo, so they're not super fussed about that right now. IG happy. Way takes quite a big chunk from Elk.
Is Elk gonna get unleashed? Well, we drafted Lucian Melio for this.
Whew, Rookie keeps looking, but hasn't found. And you know he just one-shots Elk if he hits that combo, even through the shielding. Gets him low enough that IG can then move over to the Baron. But it's not even like fighting for positions around the Baron. It's just the mid lane, and now because of the super minions pushing in, Weibo finally have to concede in the mid lane. That's what IG were waiting for, and they can move over. Hopefully get this enhanced Scuttle Crab, which is going to provide so much vision. There's only really one ward here, but that ward will die. And then IG have a great spot in this bush bait again. Just back to mid. Oh, we're doing the Baron, actually. It'll be spotted.
Weibo can't really respond to this. They can move into the river, but IG can peel off at any time. In fact, I think that's what Weibo expected. IG finally going to start peeling off to auto Xiaohao, but the Baron is still leashed, and Zhachi can go back to this with Wei. Not really a lot that Weibo can do. The Baron gets smote, and IG are going to turn around, maybe even try and fight this. Flash over the wall from Xiaohao, though, and an all-out from the Shy. Does save his team, taking Xiaohu, this terrifying rumble, away. A double kill will go to Xiaohu, but IG get away with the Baron.
What a game, what a fight there from Weibo. Xiaohu and Xiaohao do so much at keeping the members of IG on the Baron, low HP, so they can't turn. You see the equalizer here and the flash in from Xiaohao to get in. He gets polymorphed, sure, but this allows Elk to get the culling out. Then Xiaohu puts the equalizer onto Zhachi. So their low Rookie goes for a hero play and gets nearly 100 to 0'd here. So much damage out of Elk and has to run away. Ends up falling down as well as Xiaohu flashes the wall and gets this double kill. I mean, the ghouls, man. IG... They leave with 3 Barons, but Weibo are finding fight back in this game.
Baron belonging to IG, and Soul could be theirs as well in a minute. Baron's still going to be available for that, letting IG put the waves in the proper positions, letting them have the advantage when it comes to this fight. But as you've just highlighted, Weibo may not care. Weibo may still find a way to manufacture a team fight win. Critically, no flash going to be up for Xiaohu in that moment, but the Rumble does really need to get quite close range. Elk going to have his, though, and Elk needing to step up big for Weibo. He did it last game on the Lucian this time. Maybe he steps a little bit too far forward. That is Zhachi pressing Control Alt Delete on your AD carry, and now Rookie's arrived as well with Zika low. The rest of Weibo scatter. It's a double kill to Zhachi, and it looks like a third kill being picked up by the Shy is enough for IG to end the game. A rookie going to walk this one down mid, right into the inhibitor that has oh so recently spawned to defend Weibo's base. Xiaohao can do very little. Moham with him can do even less. And we have got another game coming to an end. Another game for IG this time that works in their favor. They may have dropped that game in the middle of the series, but IG hit back heavy in game 3.
And they were up gold. The fight still felt really close. That last one, Jarchi just does so much. TP in from Rookie is good too. You're coming up on Soul for IG, down Baron as well. Weibo feel the need to go forwards, but the Lucian doesn't win late game. Shout out Hysterics. Can't quite get it done in that play. And IG, a series that they probably wanted to make a little cleaner, as you mentioned a little bit earlier in the cast, but they get it done, moving forward, set themselves very solidly in, pardon me, second, qualify for the play-ins, and look towards NIP first, and then the members of Group Ascend that await them further into the play-ins.
Looks like the, what is this, 14th game of Rumble for Xiaohu. Not the lucky one, but actually looked all right. The Rumble, to me, not a problem for Weibo in this series. The Rumble looked fine. Lost lane to Aurora definitively, but otherwise was just a regular champion.
Just another Rumble game, I guess. No. Pretty standard, Rumble in the mid lane. No. Yeah, I think Xiaohu did pretty well. The issue in this game for me is that you can't really expect Jarchi to do this, right? When you're Weibo, you're like, okay, yeah, we have Lucian Milio, we've got the Skarner in the mid lane, and then Jarchi just kind of takes over out of nowhere. I don't even think that's where the Yunara is the strongest. Late game, sure. Late game, the Yunara is going to take over, but you feel at 2 items there that 3 versus 2, I feel like that is really the moment that the game felt really swung towards IG when Jarchi found that double kill. And like, oh man, now we're really not feeling super good about how the game's going. There were some fights there where Rookie started to really take over as well in terms of his damage, but I think Weibo had a good fight in that game, but ultimately that mid-game spike they found with that they should have found, with the Rumble, the Lucian Milio, didn't quite pan out the way they wanted it to.
No, and I wish that I could put this squarely on Elk's shoulders because it would make life a whole lot easier. The truth is that Weibo did not do a very good job of supporting Elk this game. It is a twofold thing. Elk sometimes looked like he was running it down on Lucian. Sometimes looked like he wasn't doing his job. And also, Weibo was not making it easy for Elk to do his job, which sucks because we saw just last game that when Elk is enabled, when the rest of Weibo critically is feeling confident and buying enough space for Elk with that confidence, Elk is really able to make magic happen. In this game, that doesn't happen, and instead, IG get the Jarchi special. He's able to turn that on and find not just the play in the mid game, but even at the end game, Jarchi really knew when he was strong, and I think was much better than Elk or any singular member of Weibo in this game. And in many ways, better than any singular member of IG in this game at recognizing when it was that Weibo had overstepped and it was his time. He had the advantage. I think the 3v2 is like the perfect example of that. And then second best example would be the end game fight where Elk steps a foot out of line and Jarchi goes, actually, you have no backup here. I know that you do a lot of damage. I know that you're very scary, and we have enough to kill you. That happened at 2 critical moments, and those 2 were critical enough.
I want to have a conversation about IG, not only against NIP, but in the play-in stage, moving towards playoffs potentially. We don't know who their opponents are going to be exactly, obviously, just of yet, but we can kind of ballpark some revenge stories coming in for both of the rosters that are going to be in play-ins, right? IG and IP, both teams that were eliminated from Group Ascend in Split 2. And Weibo are a team that hasn't looked super hot, right? And IG struggling a little bit against them in some moments in this series. I think that IG need to make sure that they keep it together through when they do go towards play-ins, whether they're running Jachi or not. And when they do enter that, I think that they're going to be careful about some of their lanes, right? The Shy in that first game, well, I think that the Olaf was good. Didn't have the best lane. The blind Olaf and then no bans is a little bit tough at times. And yeah, I think that they gave over a couple of kills, a couple of shutdowns at times that against better teams, going to run into some issues. So for IG, looking for some more success later on, keep it clean, keep it tight like we've been talking about, and make sure that in these drafts, not leaving big holes open. I think that game 2 one is a big one where once Rookie died on the Victor, it was very difficult for them to play the games out.
Taking a look forward, we mentioned that Weibo had the chance here to deny Invictus Gaming the chance at first seed. I believe that happened. I will, however, leave this up to tiebreakers that we can look forward to. There is, I'm acknowledging, an outside possibility that IG are still able to take first seed away, although it will rely on a very clean 2-0 against Ninjas in Pajamas next week to make that happen. So an outside, and I mean a real outside chance. Taking a look at this game, of course, Jachi looking really good. I do wonder whether Jachi is continuing with the team into next week. I am not sure what the plans are here. I hope that somebody out there does, but as it is, Jachi coming into today performed very, very well, and IG would be lucky to keep him into the next series, despite how highly I think of Awesome.
Yeah, having 280 carries that can pop off and perform, and this is the moment I was talking about. An unreal angle to find.
What is this camera angle?
The cinematic, this is how you have to watch it. But yeah, finding that 2v3, crazy. I feel like it's probably going to be Jachi MVP, therefore player of the series as well. Although I don't want to take away from how much Rookie did in this game, in the Victor game as well. Looking really, really good. I think that Mako had a good series. But it's probably going to be Jachi player of the series. He played really well in this game. Played well on his other MVP game as well. So coming in here and making an argument to start.
You sound disheartened by the fact that it is going to be a Jachi MVP.
Look, so my opinion is, and I'm not disheartened necessarily, but I've been having this discussion quite a few times that I don't think you need to have like a player of the game to win player of the series. I think they're two different, very distinct things. I think player of the series is not about highlights. It's about a stable role in the team. And I would give that to Rookie or Mako in this game, despite them not winning either player of the games. I know it sounds really weird, but my opinion is that a player of the series is, like, I want to shout out the players who didn't have the biggest highlight performances. I think Mako had a great performance. I think that Rookie had a great performance. And Jachi is going to win it because he did the most damage in this game and popped off. And therefore, he's going to win it in the series because he has 2 player of the games. But I don't want that to take away from the other members of IG that I thought really did pull some weight.
I see what you're saying. I will on the MVP discussion, I don't think that it has to, right? Like, yes, Rookie and Mako did really well as examples this series. I think we could even say that the Shy did well. Like, we can look at IG won this series and we can go, okay, yeah, this team did really well. But Jachi, in my opinion, and likely in the broadcast opinion, so it's whatever, but it's fake opinion, but did the best, not just because he got a lot of damage, but because if you take him and you go, actually, you're going to perform at 70% of what you did, they probably just lose.
Definitely in this game, I
thoughts?
would say that for sure. I'm with you on this one for sure. The Yunara really did look. Oh! All right.
Okay, that's
Let's
big.
go.
That's big.
Okay, so now it's up in the air. It's between Rookie and Jachi. I think both. My personal vote would be Rookie. I think he did a lot in the series. I don't know how much people take the loss into account on the victor. I think he did a lot. I could definitely see it for Jachi. Who did he play in game one? I cannot remember for the life of me. It was
I'll tell you.
pop-up performance on
Caitlyn for Elk, Jin for Jachi.
Jin, that's right. And he got the near pentakill.
That was
It's
hot.
a tough one. It's a tough one because I don't think Rookie was like super impactful in that game. It's probably a
Especially with the
Jachi
Ori.
player of the series.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that was one of those things where he's pressing R on Nocturne, right? On the Jarvan. It wasn't
Yeah.
Nocturne, it was Jarvan. Not the most impactful, like in terms of like, oh my god, massive pop-off carry performance. It is going to be Jachi with his Jin and the Yunara. Good discussion. I think IG played well as a whole. Just some tighten up spots, I think. Going into play-ins, we need to be critical, right? Because they're going to have some pretty tough competition on the other side. They've been out of Group Ascend for this entire split, and they'll be playing off against teams in Group Ascend, and they'll need to bring their best game. Form on the day is going to be pretty important.
It really is. I mean, I walk away from this series knowing that IG have huge pieces that they can move. Like, when you think about pawns in chess, then, you take it to the end and it becomes a queen. That's not how League of Legends works, but it's what I'm picturing when I see these individual players who can have these huge pop-off moments, that they can fulfill a role, and they can also, as in Jachi's case here, perform to near pentakill levels. We had 2 near pentakills in this series, and so close, so close. But the factor for me will be whether NIP in the final series for both of these squads is able to navigate during an early game where IG, especially around the 10 to 17 minute mark, don't have a lot of control over their opponent or over the map. IG tend to get a little bit lost, tend to, especially in this series and even in the last one they played against Weibo, get drawn into whatever it is that the enemy team is doing. We're just clearing waves, and not actually playing with a defined game plan in the time before Baron arrives on the map, but immediately after First Dragon.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. Coming later on in the week, I believe we're coming into the last week.
We are.
Let me look. That is on next Saturday, so it'll be an interesting matchup for sure. And then off into the play-ins. I'm interested to see what the start is going to be, whether it's going to be Jachi or not. I think he played super well, and getting a player of the series is obviously helpful too. Showing off a pop-up performance like this. Testing it out is not a bad thing at all if you're going to test like who we starting in this game. We're going to try Jachi for this series and, you take that information forwards into the NIP series and see what differences Jachi can bring. 8 out of 8 votes for player of the match is pretty insane. Jachi had a good series, played really well on his picks. I thought the Ashe was good. He was kind of also, like you said, a bit of a fake AD carry there. He was the distraction, so Rookie could live in that second game. Didn't end up paying off for them. But, yeah, moving forwards, I think that this roster has the potential to pop off enough and peak, I should say, to perform well in the play-ins and beat some of those lower-end Group Ascend teams. But they have to get there and have to show up on the day.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what this looks like next week. It is going to be a highlight match on Saturday to see who comes out at the top of Group Nirvana. IG have an outside chance still of being able to do this, despite my claim in the middle of the series. It looks like Weibo were not quite able to deal enough of a death blow to set IG all the way behind, but it is going to come down to tiebreakers if it comes down to anything at all. It may very well be that NIP just show up and are by far the better team as they have looked throughout this split. But since we're not playing that game today, we have got another series coming up after this. You've loved LNG and NIP. You've loved Thunder. You've loved. I'm so screwed up looking at the schedule right now. You have loved Weibo IG, and you have loved the LNG series that we had earlier, which I am looking for in my mind, and it was EDG LGD. Nope, I'm missing it. What is it?
Tonight, LGD JDG.
LGD JDG. I was looking for what on earth? JDG, of course. LGD JDG, and of course, WBG and IG, and now we are going to be sending you on to the next series with Rafa and Rudude. Rudude, another Alfonso enjoyer. So we will see you guys in the next series. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a good night.
Good morning, y'all. At least for some of us, and good afternoon for others as well, as we've got one more LPL series to wrap up before we close out today's broadcast. It's Rafa and Rudude. I'm always a fan of being able to reunite us across the pond, Rude. We get sometimes unexpected bangers as well, and for Top Esports and EDG, it would be a hell of a way to potentially close out the long-evaded 9-game day dream here on LPL English.
Expectation coming into the day is that this should be a swift 2-0 for Top Esports, despite what has been a pretty awful week for them. Getting it done up against EDG, we're expecting to be a pretty small task for them. However, if a day were to ever make it happen, it would be one where we could just make everybody really happy with a full 9-game day.
And considering how Top Esports Week has gone, well, then there is no unlikely reason, or there's no, well, let's just get into the roster and let's get into what happened this week before we start entertaining alternative timelines here. It's still Zwayon, Tien, Cream, Jackie and Jewel for our summer split, starting 5 of Top Esports. And for the most part, Top Esports, as many longtime LPL fans have come to know and expect from this team, they're pretty damn good when it comes to the domestic regular season. They have their ups and downs here and there, and obviously international play, we don't talk about that yet, and hopefully we won't have to talk about it unless they tighten things down. But for this week, against LGD and WE, they have suffered both 0-2 losses. And in both of those matchups, Tien was quite gapped, if we're going to be honest here, Rude.
Yeah. I mean, we've been talking a lot, at least about LGD and the composition that they're rocking with. Really solid mid-jungle duo, the point being. Tien, we had him as the All-Pro on the unofficial English broadcast last split, so to see him really struggling, definitely not something that we are used to. I pulled a bunch of stats for him as well, we'll get to those a little bit later, but we can see as well that sort of in these games where we've got Hong, we've got Monkey, outplaying, being better, earning player of the games, it's quite important that we highlight Tien as a player who we are so used to succeeding, really having an off week.
I think ever since the crab incident at MSI, Tien has been in the spotlight, unfortunately, a lot more for us LPL fans. And when we notice that he is struggling, then it concerns us a lot more than when he is doing well, because, well, we're so used to him doing well. But we have to continue and look at the other side of Summoner's Rift to see what their opponents are going to be like today. If you are just tuning in and haven't realized what is happened in the LPL camp, well, EDG no longer have Xiao Hao, as you might have spotted him on the Weibros roster earlier today. They did a roster swap with JDG, and JDG now coming in for EDG. This is now his 3rd or 4th series with the crew, and alongside ZDZ, Bulldog, Leave, and Perukia. Well, Rude, their journey in Group Ascend hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows.
No. It's been anything but. We had the series versus AL for EDG, where they looked like they could have taken their first series win, did take one of their first game wins of the split, but outside of that, it's really not been all that much for us to write home about nor be excited for. Notably, you'll notice that Bulldog is back in the mid lane. Sunyan was a short run thing for his starting times, but not to say that he can't come in later on. We've already seen one mid-series substitution already today. Not to say that that can't happen again for the mid lane of EDG. But Bulldog back into the fold here to see what he can do up against Top Esports. And again, in a game where they're looking like they need to return to some sort of form for EDG here, Bulldog might be able to find something that we've not seen from him recently.
Yeah. And for EDG, because they have yet to win a single series so far in the regular season for Group Ascend, it's now is crunch time. If they are not able to win tonight's series, it is pretty much definitive that EDG will not only miss playoffs, but they will be guaranteed the 8th seed in Group Ascend, which means that you are going to be playing against the best out of Group Nirvana, which looks like to be NIP at this rate, to have a chance to play for playoffs. So
the numbers explicitly are, if EDG lose both games, if they get 2-0'd, then they are locked as 8th. If they win a game, there are still mathematical ways for them to not be 8th, but odds are still, if they lose the series, it's probably going to happen anyway, and they need results to go their way. But the headline is 2-0 for Top Esports equals EDG getting 8th. And if, however, and the other side of that coin is if Top Esports win anything tonight, LGD cannot be 8th place, which is the other side of that. So for Top Esports, any win keeps LGD out of 8th. And then it would be Thunder Talk, presumably, that are still within that range, who can maybe help EDG boost off the bottom.
Not been an easy road for this organization ever since they at least had the pleasure of upsetting NIP in Split 2 playoffs during the play-in stage. And because EDG hasn't really been in the upper group of LPL when it comes to Group Ascend for quite some time, the history between EDG and Top Esports in terms of who has gotten the better of the other has been quite extensive. The last time that EDG has actually won against Top Esports in a series, can you take a guess, Rude, when what day this would be and who this would have been with?
Well, this would have been 2021, about a third of the way through a year, 4 months. Takes us to April, which is back then, end of spring, maybe, when we had 2 split systems. So,
yep,
end of spring, maybe playoffs, where they beat Top Esports in a series.
Spring playoffs. So this would have been the eventual World Championship roster, or World Championship winning roster with Flandra, JJ, Scout, Viper, and Mako.
Hey man, you know what? Aside, that was pretty good maths. Anyway, you are quite right though. It's been a long time coming, 5+ years, and obviously the world winning roster that managed to make it happen. Nice to see that EDG have some sort of history against Top Esports. Whether that can be repeated today, who knows, and what that might mean for them. Maybe if they beat Top Esports today, that means they're winning Worlds, Mark.
You heard it here, y'all. And what a great way for EDG to turn their summer around. 0-10 in series score, but that can be pushed aside if you can start winning now. Look at how WE's spring went. And they got pretty darn close to qualifying to MSI, just unfortunately shy of making it against Top Esports and BLG in the upper and lower finals of the playoff bracket. But here we go, Rude. EDG Top Esports taking to the pick and ban phase for our first draft, and already a lot of power picks being taken off the table with that Nocturne and Rumble and Lock, but the Vayne right from the get-go, recognizing and respecting the power of ZDZ's Vayne, that he was able to at least find EDG's first game victory of the split with.
Are they looking for Olaf first pick here for Zweon? This was a pick that he took first pick in their last series. It was a really big part of how they looked to play out the game, and statistically coming into this week, Zweon was the best ranked top laner out of the LPL for this split. It's the Ezreal ban, so if Zweon wants this here, they can take the Olaf blind and then sort of deal with whatever comes their way because of it. The Vayne is the go-to answer, just with the ability to dodge out on an axe as a relatively mirrored cooldown there. But there are a lot of priority picks still open, and the Cassiopeia is one of them, so it does get locked in immediately, though it's ZDZ who slams the Olaf in their face.
Does Zweon take a lesson out of Cube's book and slam the Trundle top lane counter pick is the real question. They have some time. Oh, Kled! Yes! We've been seeing Kled as an answer to the Olaf pop around the world. Shout out to Shiwu. Also, shout out to Broken Blade, who is probably the only other prolific Kled player I associate globally. We're going to have some fun, Rude.
Yeah, I think they played it in the LCS last night as well, if memory serves. So it really is making its rounds as the answer to Olaf here. And with a Jarvan locked in as well for Top Esports, they've got a very aggressive top side trio. The Cassiopeia getting a little bit countered by the Sakali, might have a little bit of a difficult time of things running through the mid lane. But it's still a really nice start for both of these rosters. With EDG, there is no doubt in our minds as to what this composition wants to do. Olaf, Vi, Akali, we're going forward. Now the question is, can we get our hands on Kai'Sa? Can we get our hands on Rakan, Nautilus? That style of engage support down on the bot side. I think that's the pick that'll really round out their bot lane here for EDG. Top Esports, they've now got the option still to fall back on a Cassiopeia and try and play a front to back. Obviously with a composition that runs into you up against Cassio, you're always sort of slightly scared of the power that Miasma has, the power that Petrifying Gaze has. So there's an opportunity here for Top Esports to still pivot how their composition functions and try and absorb what EDG are looking to put down.
I like how EDG have targeted some of those bans in that Xayah department. She is great as one of the few marksmen that really put a stop in dive compositions and being able to succeed in that win condition, whereas Top Esports just trying to get rid of some of Leave's best overall performing marksmen, as even though a top lane dive composition would be perfectly augmented with a mage bot lane, we know that EDG don't really do well when Leave is not playing on a marksman. This guy would rather be slinging guns and bullets than throwing spells.
Yeah, and you know what? Shout out the fact that, you know, that's what you get for being a marksman player. We get into the role from the idea to right-click to position well, and we get to see now with that a element of safety on EDG's side. I don't know how I feel about the Jhin. It's a great pick that can support dives. It was Jhin, Sivir, or Kai'Sa for me, and I think the Sivir's still a good pick for Top Esports if they want to take this actually for JackeyLove. Gives a little bit of an opportunity to help the Kled, help the Jarvan, but still provide some late game DPS as well. But for EDG, they lock in the Jhin. We've seen the power that a Jhin can have. JDG had a really powerful Jhin game, and it came off of the fact that he built good items, and probably a few other IG positioning things. But so frequently we see Jhins try to build just off-the-wall picks, and it not really work for them. But hopefully Leaf can take a leave out of JDG's book, and now Top Esports, they've responded with a Corki who can go toe-to-toe in the laning phase, which is the important part here. It can help out and try to trade back versus the Jhin, but it does mean that their late game reliability is exclusively on Cream.
Cream is going to have to be pumping with those Twin Fangs, and Jewel locking down the Bard. Not going to be able to stop all of these threats, especially if Olaf pops the Ragnarok before that Temper Fade comes through, and with a Shen from Perukia as well, Leave can just be chilling with a curtain call from downtown, and everyone else on EDG is going to be full sending it into the backline. So eyes are on Top Esports' front line and how they are able to receive this massive engage composition that EDG is going to be sending every single time that they get. And the real art is going to come down to how they are trying to peel these threats away from JackeyLove and Cream, but also how they decide to absorb it, because Cataclysm is going to be great anytime ZDZ is without a flash.
You know, you say the word engage, and it's not wrong to say, but it's not the traditional sense of the word, is it? Because all of these champions, they don't particularly have CC, right? Vi, yes, a little bit, but the Olaf and the Akali that are going in, they're doing damage. They're not really locking people up and supporting for other people to get in there. It's very much on a Stand United alongside the Vi combo to try and get this party started for EDG. And I think that kind of scares me a little bit, because if they do walk through a Petrifying Gaze through Miasma and they don't land cleanly, their entire composition can just fall flat on itself. It can just be completely eviscerated in the space of a second.
EDG are going to have to find a nice, or at least somewhat consistent wallet differential going into the mid game here, so that when they pull off those tools, they're able to actually get into the backline without getting blown up. But let's hit Summoner's Rift for Game 1 between EDG and Top Esports. Oh boy, Perugia. Gonna be a decent chunk. At least able to trade a taunt and leave walks up with him so that he and Juo somewhat damaged, but definitely favoring Top Esports in the level 1.
Small thing here that might end up being important. I say that, I'm looking at the junglers. It's not going to be. Jackie Love missed the ward into Tribrush there, so they don't actually have vision inside that Tribrush. I wondered if that was going to give a window for JDG to make an early gank happen down on the bot side.
Summoner heal spell used by Perugia just to get a little bit of extra movement speed and an even bigger chunk on the Juo's health bar there, just having priority of the wave. As you called, since junglers are pathing towards the bottom side of the map, but a bit of a reverse clear here from JDG, as we know that sometimes Vise who get invaded on early did not want to be spotted on the blue buff. It's just going to be taking a little bit of extra time going through his smaller camps before tapping on that blue buff.
Yeah, the most efficient clear for a Vi involves taking 2 points not in queue, basically. So you don't have your queue until level 3 if you're going for a full clear level 4. Maybe a way to try and clear it out, but like you say, with Tien not going for any invade, knew that he was spotted on the Raptors. It does give a relatively safe time for both of our junglers early on, and importantly for TES, that is quite nice. Tauntman spot side, Jackie Love way too far forward.
No sums on the Corki now.
Damn.
That's going to be nice for JDG if he wants to look for an early dive in the next few minutes.
Yeah, that was pretty bad from Jackie. Relatively uncharacteristic mistake for his time.
Oh, the follow-up from Perugia and Leave. They have been putting down the pain in this 2v2. First blood for EDG.
Yeah, Bouncing Bomb able to take the kill. Now Tien may be in trouble. Yes, has the level lead, but no bot lane.
How long can Tien be here? Oh, he flashes over the deadly flourish. Tien just really wants to show JDG who owns this river. And right now, it's the Jarvan now looking for Perugia next. There's no flash on this Shen.
Still
No
going.
taunt to be able to get out on Cream. Has his back. Leave has to flash forward just to trade one back.
Stun!
It's not enough damage from the auto attack. JDG has to send it with the Vault Breaker. But Ken, Juo, and Greem look to punish the Vi, who does not have a flash. That magical journey might be short and a little funny to look at, but it's good enough.
Alrighty, well, Mark, every single time we appear on this show, we do end up with a banger, and whilst between these two teams, it may not be long-lasting, the fight down on the bot side jungle definitely giving us a entertaining show. It's Top Esports that come out on top in the long run, largely off of the fact that Tien just refused to quit. JDG, with this clear that he took, had to walk and spend so much time pathing that he isn't level 4 at the crab spawn. And the fact that he's got a bot lane duo, you would think gives him purchase on this crab. However, it did not, and they lose out big time.
Swayon might be in trouble here. The minion auto attacks. 2 more about to tink him. Oh, 2 more. Barely survives.
HP. Second win surely there. The Resolve Tree doing way too much work, I think.
Balanced runes.
Yeah, playing on the very edges there, Swayon. Utilizing the pocket pistol, knowing that as soon as he fires that, he's going to get the remount. No problem from ZDZ, though, just to test and make sure that his fingers are on. It's the last time in the LPL that this Kled top got played. That's crazy. 2020.
Been 6 years.
Longer than the last time EDG beat Top Esports.
True. Swayon really trying to dip into history here and prove a point that we are digging deep. But of course, as we mentioned before, because of the surgence of Olaf in the top lane and Kled answering or emerging as a new counter pick into it, it's going to be seeing maybe in the next week or so if we get to see more Kled performances as soon as one top laner in the LPL brings out a spicy new champion. Looking at you, Vayne, back in spring. eventually everyone else picks up on it.
Yeah, that's the goal, is just to populate the top lane with all of these good picks, and then everybody can try and make them work. It's Top Esports who have bounced back a little bit from that bot side, or bounced back enough to be able to help out TN with a Dragon start. Taking this early does mean that they've got a good opportunity to create some dominion over the early game neutral objectives. Grub's going to be spawning in a couple of minutes' time, so we'll give them the opportunity to move TN up to that top side and try and make a play up there also. So by taking that Dragon, he does ding level 6, not really going to be able to find too much of an angle into the mid lane at the very least. Akali notoriously difficult to try and lock down, but down on this bot side, Leaf still has no flash, and that could very well be the area of the map that TN looks to exploit.
Yeah, thankfully for him, still got a sizable gold advantage into Jackie Love. And I love how you brought up that Jachi was able to demonstrate what a Jhin building properly, what their damage can look like at the end of a game. And obviously the crit scaling does matter a lot, and sometimes can be a misconception about when Jhin functions when he is best. And I mean, if you get to that late stage of a game, he is definitely going to be bumping. But ZDZ just might be in trouble. No suns on this Olaf, and with Zhuo helping in on the play as well, he has to actually be a bit careful. That is a scary Viking. ZDZ going to be leading the charge here, but just not enough to take out Zwayon. But Bulldog now getting involved into the fray, flashing forward, perfect execution, slices right through him. And even though Zwayon might have called Skarl, he's just gonna run away just as fast. Perukia also helping in for the alley-oop.
Yeah, and unfortunately there, as Zhuo goes through the wall, it's just a red rag to the bull for ZDZ. He hops immediately onto the board, forces the flash out of Zhuo, summon a heal as well. Yes, he gets to live, but it's at the cost of his top and jungler, who weren't able to evade that fight. Now, Bulldog does obviously come away with a kill and an assist out of that fight, having lost out significantly on the mid lane. I think the gold actually swings a little bit more in favour of Cream, as he goes back to base, finishes off the Rod of Ages at just 7 and a bit minutes. So very, very fast Rod for Cream, who's been doing very well this entire laning phase, consistently putting Bulldog down, finds himself ahead in experience as well. So whilst it's good that Bulldog finds some kills, and that might be something that can take him to a slight advantage later on, right now he's sat on components of a Gunblade where Cream is very happy, very juiced with the Rod of Ages.
Yeah. Cream benefiting from that very chaotic river skirmish we saw near the beginning of the game. Now Tiana is collecting what might be all 3 grubs for their troubles here. I want to go back to what some of the concerns you had in the draft were. Rude. EDG's composition really depends on having that wall differential when you get to the mid-game spike, because there's no real tanks on the side of EDG, and like you said, there's no real engage CC tools. It's just everyone is just flying into the back line and hope that they can blow up the main carriers of Top Esports before they get blown up themselves.
Okay, do get the face check. Zwayon.
Oh, this guy just might be cooked here. Zwayon, unfortunately, that is a not friendly Vi on the other side of that bush there. Did come at the cost of a flash from JJ.
You know, it's unfortunate for Zwayon. He knew something was up. Checked down into the river to see if ZDZ would step up. Walked down or back up to the top side, checking each of the brushes. And unfortunately, the final brush that he checks does have a Vi in it. But it is good for EDG here that they're starting to make these plays happen. JJ, when I did the stats that I was searching for, is the highest kill participation jungler in the league across both of the divisions. So really things for EDG don't happen unless the JJ makes them. It's good to see that he's been able to get involved early on, especially on this Vi.
JJ was brought onto this roster for a reason. Obviously, the fact that you are reuniting the main jungler that was part of that championship winning roster adds a nice ring to it, but clearly EDG seemed to be more proactive with JJ in the lineup despite their woes. But he has at least done a noble task of doubling their overall game score wins from 1 to 2. can't take that away from him, as right now this Kled counter pick has been attacked so many times that Zweon, despite still having a lot of tools at his arsenal, is taking a bit of a back step in being able to control this lane against EDZ.
Yeah, and I did just take a quick look here, mentioning that the kill participation is quite high. It's also proportional to the amount of games that he's played on Jarvan, which I feel like is a real big carry force for getting kill participation in fights. We'll see here, TN obviously 100% on the Jarvan. You kind of get that as a freebie as ZDZ continues to show his way on. This counter pick isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Not especially when you have a level lead. Oh, but he flashes the Undertow, tries to bait him in, but Perukia is going to join the fray as well. Can he get here in time? Ooh. Looks like the Stand United was canceled somewhere on the bottom side of the map. Must have been that Tempered Fate.
Yeah, Zhuo Tempered Fate stops Perukia from getting up to that top side and stops him from turning the play back around. Now, this comes at the cost of a dragon, but I think that will be enough to swing the tides of this top fight back into Zweon's hands. Now, the reason, of course, that Kled gets taken here, or at least one of them that I can think of, is that Kled has inbuilt grievous wounds, and some of Olaf's most powerful parts of his kit is the fact that he just heals an absurd amount of damage very consistently. Yeah, picture in picture there. And that's blind, actually, by Zhuo, so working on it, assuming or working on where we think Perukia may be, goes for the Hail Mary and lands for them. Blade used.
Ooh, really nice taunt flash from Perukia. Forces the flash and the Petrifying Gaze out of the snake there. Could be a chance for EDG to revisit in the future, but Tien and Zhuo are gonna tell the rest of EDG to back the hell off and allow their mid laner to push in this wave.
I mean, massive lead already for top esports. Mid and jungle, both 1k gold to the good. We mentioned that the later this game goes, the more we favour top esports, specifically because of Cream. So the fact that he's 1k up feels very, very nice. And the fact that they haven't really been able to punish the Casio, definitely a problem. Now, though, there is no flash on Cream, and I'd like to see that be a point of the map that EDG look to utilise later on, and or rather within the next 5 minutes.
TP coming in from Cream. Oh my goodness, we are getting feisty in the bot lane here. We're in between two towers here, and now Leave is going to try to cut off their retreat path with this curtain call, but everyone's got a magical journey to sail on through. And just like that, the fight sizzles to practically nothing.
Alright, well, it's good to see that both of these sides are looking for things here. Obviously, unsuccessful venture by both sides. Response TPs called by Bulldog, as we saw Cream try to make his impact felt down in the bot side. But for me, I'm not sure that this small lead for Leave is enough to balloon this game wide open for EDG. You can see a 2-level disparity between the junglers right now, and catch-up XP is quite powerful, but for the time being, it's not important.
Sorry, JJ. Could not secure the blue buff, but kind of hard to do so when the enemy jungler has the 1400 upgraded smite off the role quest being completed, and you're still just operating on 1k there. Top esports moving as a trio, ensuring that they are punishing JJ whenever he is giving up these camp timers, as he has been a little behind the farm department, and Tien making it hurt for him.
Oh yeah, and that's good, obviously, right? We like to see punishment coming through, and I think for top esports as well here. A reminder that coming into this week, they were 7-1 off the back of a 6-0 week. We were expecting top to probably come away with a maybe 10-1 record by the end of this week, but 2 shock defeats, 1 to LGD, and then maybe a little bit less shocking, 1 to WE a couple of days ago, has put them in a weird spot where actually they have fallen in the standings, and this series versus EDG is now much more important, but for different reasons. Coming into the show, it was very much if top esports even lose a game here, we're sounding the alarm bells.
ZDZ is sounding the alarm bells like, hey guys, I got 4 people on my top lane turret, and I just might be dead here. Pinned into the wall, the magical binding as well, and guarantees that ZDZ is going down. And JJ, at least he can tell his top laner, don't worry, brother, I'm getting this guy's blue buff.
And that's a small price to play. Worth mentioning, I have just been fact-checked. Kled no longer has grievous wounds in the kit, so that's my bad. Hasn't done for a whole year, so oopsie daisy. Top side though, top esports. Yeah, me too. Are looking for a fight on the top side though, looking for the Herald. Get that.
Will they fight? That is the real question. Magical Journey. Perukia tries to intercept them with a taunt, and Bulldog already into the backline. Temper Fate will stall this fight out. Jackie Love fighting for his life as he flashes over the wall, but JDG follows up. Perukia now sending it with the Stand United, but it gets canceled. Rest of EDG, they don't care about the Stand United shield because they are just blowing up everyone else on the side of top esports as they run them in their own jungle.
Yeah, so it's a 3-4-1 there. Cream not really able to get involved as the fight starts in the Herald pit, and everybody on EDG can hop over that wall. Cassiopeia notably cannot, so Cream takes the 1v1 versus JDG and manages to come out on top of that one after he's already taken out Jackie. But it's a big response here from EDG and a glimmer of hope really for them in this game that they might be able to win out on future fights. But it's a start of this fight that comes from Zhuo actually putting that portal down. Kind of shows them the way for EDG, right? This is where we're going to come out. Yeah. Fire your skill shots here, guys. And it does end up costing Top Esports quite a big deal. Really good impact as well from ZDZ. His ability to get involved on the Olaf, very important. Obviously, Bulldog on this Akali has had a difficult lane, but outside of that, in the skirmishes, has looked incredible.
Back to live, Top Esports. In spite of a botched setup and exit plan from the Rift Herald, they're still back on the map, maintaining more dragon control for themselves, picking up their second. This is a Chemtech Soul game to play, so if they want to play for that win con, it's going to be about another 10 minutes before they can attempt to look for it. Cream throws on the Miasma, but no dive commit by the side of...
Love the build path actually from Cream here. Immediately going for a Rylai second versus a composition of 4 melees. Yes, Olaf is going to be able to immune the slows, but the Shen, the Vi, and the Akali are all going to really feel the ramifications of that as they're looking for a portal play.
Temper Fade onto JDG, stunned by the Cosmic Binding. Nice touch there. Cataclysm locks down too as Bulldog forced to flash away before Jackie Love guns him down with the Gatling gun. Bulldog at least gets a flash out of Cream, but no assassination possible there. And with the Rift Herald, they're going to get 2 crashes.
It's a 4v4 down on the bot side that is heavily won by Top, and now top side it looks like Zweon gonna fall.
Oh, but he cannot escape the grasp of ZDZ's Olaf.
0-4-3 for Zweon on the Kled top lane. And this isn't like EDG have spent a lot of time funneling ZDZ. I feel like this is a product of the way the skirmishes have been taken and how those fights have ended up breaking down. But either way, it's going to be ZDZ taking the structure on the top side. Stand United, I don't think that's enough.
Definitely not when you got a Bard on the other side of that wall there. Now Perukia is like, oh, wait. This is not what I signed up for. I thought we were going to have a 1v2. This isn't fair. You brought more people.
Didn't sign up for that one. And ends up falling as well. I mean, even in that situation, I think that the Stand United is completely out of place. There's just no way that you turn that. The Jarvan absolutely has lethal onto an Olaf there, who had no mana as well. Get a replay of how this one starts, and you know what Zweon's looking for right here, Mark? It's grievous wounds. If he had that, baby, would this have been a different fight? Pops the Ignite down to try and pop some of it in. Either way, ZDZ able to come out on top.
Okay, just trying to see if he can collapse onto a target here. Tien, no flag and drag just yet. Gets it off cooldown. Magical Journey allows them to escape their clutches here. Going back to what we talked about EDG needing in terms of conditions to make sure that they can make this composition work. They don't really necessarily have a huge wallet gap against Top Esports as they currently have an overall gold advantage of 3.4k despite some of these skirmishes going their way.
Leave is going for the quote-unquote based Jhin build that we saw come out from Diachi. It looks a little bit strange, a bit peculiar, but it does actually just do damage, which is what we want from our marksman, really, typically speaking. So Leave here going to have the opportunity to maybe carry the damage as we move later on into this game, which I feel like is a little bit of a problem for EDG. They have always got damage, but it's the ability to apply it that concerns me, especially up against Cream. I think if anybody's in range to try to go toe-to-toe with this Cassiopeia, you need to be farmed.
Right now, Juo is getting farmed as JJ connects his fist with Bard's Mask.
It's
not enough
small
for EDG
things
to
like
look for a
this.
Baron, though.
Yeah, not quite. That really just take the wind out of your sails, though, as top esports. Like, any form of tempo that you have is completely rendered useless. And you can't really do anything now. For the next, yes, death timer, but then also, like, 20 to 30 seconds afterwards as well. You don't get to push forward and take the game how you would like. Instead, you have to, now, like you see from Tien, start clearing out the vision that was laid down, that should never be there in the first place, because if Ro's alive, they can defend it. Or they can defend those entrances. They don't allow for the vision to get placed in the first instance. And they can look to go forward and sweep the lower, or the further out vision, and allow for their own vision game to be started out much better. Those deaths just can feel a little underwhelming.
Definitely delays Top Esports' ability to get into this bot side river and protect the vision that they want to have in anticipation for this dragon spawn, which is coming up in about 20 seconds.
Taking a look in at those items, 2 items across the board for EDG. Tempered Fate catches JDG.
Perukia might be the first target they look at, but he just taunts over the wall. Top Esports, though, continuing, and they see Leave right in their sights, but waits until Zweon's ultimate finishes before he flashes over the wall. However, ZDZ gets himself locked in that baby cage, and Curtain Call cannot do anything to answer back.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if left out to dry or running it down mid kind of vibes from ZDZ, because he had nobody nearby. Everybody was on peel duty to try to get Leave out, and all he needed to do was flash, so a very ill-coordinated fight by EDG. They lose out on the dragon. It puts Soul Point in the hands of Top Esports. Perukia is able to get some good vision down, which may be allowed for a TP play later on around a Baron that Top Esports are probably going to look to take next. We take a look at how this starts off. Good TP for Zweon to be able to become involved, and as soon as EDG split around the Raptor wall, they know who the target is. I like that Tien's holding the Cataclysm there to try to flash out, but like, this is, again, there's no chance, and the camera pans down to show you where the team was. Like, the camera had to move considerable distance to show you where the fellas were.
ZDZ joined the wrong TeamSpeak voice channel there. Everyone else was in a different server. JJ could be in trouble here. Tempered Fate does connect. Available, decides to send it with a cease and desist. Perukia follows up, but Cream ready to peel his carries backwards as now ZDZ finds a teleport flank. This time, the Bluetooth is turned on. He picks up a double before he goes down, and he's still rampaging Havoc, forcing Cream to flash into the Baron pit. Survives for now, but Perukia is now left out to dry, and Tien, alongside Zweon, able to clean up the pieces. It looked so good for EDG at the start, but the rest of Top Esports' top side rally to win the fight.
Yeah, and importantly here, EDG have fallen for the grand bait of thinking that a marksman would be useful in 2026. Focusing out Jackie Love doesn't really do them anything. The Cassiopeia is alive, the Jarvan is alive, and that's where the gold lead is. If you're not taking out these big, heavy-hitting targets, you're not going to win the fight. Top Esports find the Baron, they're going to secure that objective as well. And it's another fight once again here. It starts with JJ getting hit by the Tempered Fate. And then the re-engage comes through. JJ goes for the cease and desist onto the Corki. And again, these Bard portals have not been the safety tool that I think Jackie Love has been hoping for. Straight into the waiting arms of a Vault Breaker and then straight into an Olaf as well. But look at this the whole time. Cream actually dishing out good DPS. Able to take out a large majority of the HP from there, whilst Zweon was also causing havoc on the backline. It was a two-pronged approach. The solo laners from Top Esports absolutely raining havoc.
Did he just yoink that blue buff? Wow. That's tough for JJ. Tien didn't even need to use a smite for that. Yeah, well, JJ is going to lose a lot there on the top side. Immediate engage on the Tien, but flag and drag backwards gets him out of harm. Meanwhile, ZDZ cleans up a tier 1 on the bot side, picks up some objective bounty gold, but Zweon says it's time to charge into the mid lane. Bulldog might be able to backflip his way out of this one, but Jackie Love has a thing to say about the previous fight and gets some sweet old revenge. The rest of Top Esports starting to just leave a trail of death in the wake of EDG's own base crumbling before their might.
Well, the good thing for ZDZ is that he can't get locked in a Cataclysm if he doesn't turn up to the fight. He's going to have to come back and try and defend the base, though. There are 4 angry members of Top Esports looking to find some retribution for last games.
ZDZ and Leaf, can they pull out a Hail Mary despite Top Esports ready to send and end this game 1? Temper Fate will save Cream before ZDZ could get a chance to recklessly swing over the snake. And Jackie Love finally picks up a double here as Top Esports rally for game 1.
And it was pretty convincing as well. Yeah, the kill score isn't overwhelmingly advantageous for either side, but Top Esports never really looked like they were losing that game. Cream, from start to finish for me, absolutely incredible performance. Was winning out in the laning phase, played incredibly well through the late game. And for all the flack I gave Zwo on his portals, the Tempered Fates this game actually coming up pretty clutch. That one in the end in the base there as well. Acting as the Zhonya's for Cream to keep him alive and keep ZDZ from being able to take out the snake was a real thing of beauty.
And even a small shout out to TN as well. The way that he aggressed on the JDG in the river, in spite of the fact that Jackie Love and Jwo had just lost a pretty serious 2v2 on the bot side of the map, I felt like he was listening to our pre-show route and he's like, these freaking LPL English guys talking smack. Of course, Hong and Monkey, they play better than me, but you know what, JJ, he's not going to get the better of me. I have to smork this guy. The flash over the Deadly Flourish, that dude was on a mission.
He was, right? And it was, I think, like you say, that flash over the Deadly Flourish may be the beginning of the story being told, more so than anything, because that was the point where we knew, oh, okay, he's here to play, and he's not really going to take any prisoners about it. There's every possibility that you just backstep that Deadly Flourish and go, okay, this isn't my fight. That was not the case here. It was this is absolutely my fight. I'll take it whether you like it or not. And I don't care if I have to burn my flash to get there either. But a really solid performance out of Tien to start off with. You're quite right. And that mid-jungle duo for Top Esports, which this week has been notably lacking, fully came to play up against EDG.
It's now on them to continue that momentum forward for at least one more game to lock this series down and allow Top Esports to continue climbing, or to climb in the standings, if not contest the likes of BLG for the #1 spot as we get closer and closer to the end of the regular season. Obviously, ZDZ's damage charts are going to look pretty darn nice. There is not only a lot of action in that top lane between ganks from JJ, ganks from Jwo, ganks from Tien, and Perukia, but at the end of the day, unfortunately for EDG, despite that one very good look around the Rift Herald post-exit, they just could never get a really consistent winning momentum going in this game 1.
And I do think as well, whilst ZDZ has 7 deaths, I think he probably played one of the better games on EDG here in terms of recognizing what he needed to do. When you're playing Akali, you can't afford to not be in the backline and trying to make things happen. Felt like ZDZ realized too late, but eventually did realize that Cream was the focus. And, you know, outside of the play around mid lane where they engaged onto Leaf, who flashed out, ZDZ, for me, didn't play an awful game of Olaf, just sort of bared the brunt of what Top Esports were looking to put down, and even found a couple of solo kills as well. So definitely a worthy shout-out for ZDZ here, who has been getting a good amount of respect bans thrown his way. But we get to see a couple of those highlights. That's the flash that we were talking about on the Deadly Flourish that was that sent the message.
And as the highlights continue, one of the things that I was curious about what EDG's plans were for the game, obviously when you have an Olaf and the enemy team picks Kled, you are very incentivized to try and neuter that Kled counter pick from getting ahead of the Olaf so that you are still piloting one of the more coveted power picks in the metagame today with that Viking. The problem is that I felt like Leaf got the short end of the stick after having a very decisive 2v2 lead over Jackie Love and Joel alongside Perukia. And just because of what EDG's conditions were on topside, they're like, we can't continue to play and accelerate this Jhin off the natural lead he got for himself.
And that's, maybe where EDG and the shot calling or the decision making maybe falls a little bit flat, but I can see it from their perspective as well. We look at this composition. Is your win condition ever really the Jhin when you've got 4 dive champions? Possibly when you get a small lead like that, you might have to pivot, but then the rest of your team comp just feels really useless. If you're looking to play a front to back with Jhin as the leading carry, you don't really want Olaf, Vi, and Akali to pair up alongside that. As EDG, it definitely feels like they needed to get winning Akali, winning Olaf to try and make their composition playable, and like you say, Leaf has to bear the brunt of that. You know that when you're locking in the Jhin, you're playing for the team, you're playing to use deadly flourishes, to use the curtain call to set up for the squad.
Yeah. I've definitely been in scenarios where a teammate wins their lane, and then they feel like, wow, I was useless that game. And even though they like did
I've been that teammate.
Almost...
You've been that teammate.
Yes. It's so, as we have talked relentlessly about this EDG roster, and I didn't even see that flash from Tien. Okay. Yeah, no, he was sauce in this game. But we know that EDG infamously tends to be a roster when, if you do not play around Leave and you do not ensure that he is able to step forward and do whatever he wants to do, then it can be catastrophe for EDG. This wasn't necessarily a game where we saw Leave getting caught on side waves or getting caught on mid wave or stepping up when the rest of his team wasn't. He was playing quite respectful, if we're going to be honest here. Just unfortunately, the game wasn't necessarily about him, and the game that it was about didn't get to flourish as much as they would like, as even though we gave our respects over to Cream on the Cassiopeia, who had a phenomenal performance on the cast, I think the broadcast recognized the shift in Tien after going 0-2 in both series against LGD and WE and saying, all right, looks like Tien is back.
Yeah, he's got to do a little bit something to get top esports back, and in fairness on this job, and it really did, like we mentioned a couple of times, sending that message from level 3. Shout out the Winners Club for the nod to Cream there. I do think it's worthy of getting 1 vote into Cream, but Tien led the charge, was an absolute monster on the job, and really didn't relent in any sense of the word. So an excellent performance, a deserved, valid, justified, ethical MVP here for Tien.
As much flack as we give Tien in the past for things that have happened, when we see confident Tien, and it's also calculated Tien, that is best Tien. So we hope to see that this continues as much as possible throughout the regular season, as well as in this series for Top Esports, to see if they can close this one out cleanly. But for us, that's going to be game 1 wrapped up in the books. So it's time to send it over to a short break. When we come back, we're going to see if Top Esports can close this one out in style, or if EDG is going to deliver a 9-game day dream. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for game. Let's do that again. We are back with game number 2 for Top Esports and EDG. Pretty swiftly decisive match from Top Esports. Definitely some hands were being thrown by the Edward Gaming members there, but at the end of the day, especially for any TEN fans in the chat, it's nice to see that their GOAT was back in form, at least for the opener of the series.
Yeah, actually a really good performance for TN in that one. Very solid performance on the old Jarvan. And that's what I think some junglers just need. You know, we've got all of this Neferi, maybe some Kianas, like the, oh no, mechanics, kind of champions. Put me on the Jarvan, get me back to a place where I can use my game sense, and then we'll start again later.
Yeah, and it's not like you can't have some sauce on the Jarvan. There's some flag drag flashes in the middle of the animation that you can find, and I always appreciate when you can use the Cataclysm at the right points in time to either interrupt mobility from the enemy champions, which he pulled a couple times on the Akali, which was pretty nice. But we missed out on a couple of our assets for the pre-show, so we're going to go ahead and jump into our head-to-head that we had planned between TEN and JDG, and where Rude dug up all of his prep and his stats leading into today's series.
Yeah, so the big one for me here, and you'll notice it, JDG comes out with a 100% KP versus TN, who's like last for kill participation. This is among all the Ascend junglers, so 8th is last. It's not including any of the Nirvana boys. But then importantly as well, the rest of the stats, JDG kind of low on the standings, I think is the appropriate way of phrasing this. And I think that all that tells me is that kind of whichever team JDG has been on, I think these stats probably included his time elsewhere also, they live and die by him. And that's whoever it is, they just live and die by JDG. He's making all of the plays happen. He's not necessarily a part of all of the damage being done, but he gets the ball rolling as best as possible and tries as darndest as he can to make everything work.
And a reminder, because of the outcome of Game 1 here, EDG are facing a fate of having to, if they want to go to playoffs, it's going to have to be through the Knights Rivals play-in stage at this point, no matter what. So the best that they can hope for in their remaining few series to close out the regular season, just get as many good reps under their belt. Yeah.
Sorry, importantly, not no matter what. They can still technically get into playoffs still. It's if they lose this game also. If they don't win a single game today, then they are doomed to being in Knights Rivals. If they win a game here, then it's possible that they can still finish inside the top 6. As unlikely as it may be, it is possible here, but game number 2 is ready for y'all, and we are into the draft.
No roster change either for EDG, as we know that at least Sinyan is in the camp somewhere, but they are still sticking with Bulldog, who had nice numbers on the Akali, just was not able to have a large enough impact for it to be a difference maker, as we are flying through the bans for draft number 2.
Yeah, we are. This is a real speedy one thus far. Again, a lot of attention being paid towards that top lane with the Gnar and the Vayne being taken off the board by EDG, so respect to Zweon for that one. The Orianna and the Neferi being taken out by Top Esports does mean that JJ maybe has to dig a little bit deeper down into the champion pool with no Neferi, but the Ezreal gets locked in. It was left open, or is left open in game number 2, not left open from game number 1, and immediately it's going to be snapped on up.
Classic for Leave. A lot of Leave fans from his NIP days will definitely remember fondly his ability to carry on this champion. The question is, can he do it in the face of Jackie Love, who has definitely, game 1 got a lot of attention from EDG and didn't get to play the game that much, but you know what? When you are all-inning on Jackie Love and he's still putting out very respectable damage numbers by the end, well, he is one of our best bot laners in the league for a reason. And Top Esports, their opening draft, Karma and Rise to kick things off.
I don't mind that at all. This is already now a relatively mid-range composition by Top Esports. They're going to be looking to play inside that dangerous zone, but definitely in a place where they can work very, very successfully, I would say. Response, though, by EDG is to kind of send it in that response. You see mid-range, we're going to go close range. The Nocturne, the Camille locked on in. So definitely we see one, we'll do you one better kind of style.
I like this Sivir, because not only it's going to give you a lot of utility to whatever you lock in for your top side from Tien and Zweon, but also that Spell Shield will have some nice interactions anytime Perukia is looking to flash hook shot on top of you, or if he's not in range, you can time that Spell Shield and remove that Hextech Ultimatum from going off on you successfully.
Yeah, not an easy call, but definitely possible, and obviously for our the top level marksman, it is sort of what we would expect, so hoping that can come through, especially for Jackie, feels like for me, one of his more proficient champions here in the Sivir, but I know that probably across his career he's just got so many already. Either way, it is going to look like a good start with that mid-range to low-range composition. It sort of gives an opportunity for anybody who wants to take some range to really dictate how the draft is going to play out, but for the time being, it's been neither side willing to look, like at your Xeraths, for example, to make the draft a little bit weirder, a little bit wilder.
One last ban from EDG before we get into our second round of picks. We're going to need solo laners for EDG, and we're going to need a jungle and a top laner from Top Esports. And Bessa will be taken off the table here, so it looks like ZDZ is not planning on playing the Crocodile anytime soon. Top Esports do have their at least opportunity to snag in something for Tien and give counter pick over to Zweon on final pick.
Alrighty, what is it that they are going to look for themselves? I think with this composition so far, again, Xin Zhao might be good to create just a little bit of space here. The Lee Sin obviously notably available, and well, Tien, we all should know, a very proficient Lee Sin player, one of his most played actually for the split already, so actually a little bit of a surprise to see that one get let through, as EDG now have, like you say, that choice. Unfortunately, they cannot use this Camille as the flex, which I feel like it could be or has been used as for the top lane as well. I looked at the numbers yesterday because we were doing it in the CB LOL. We've seen approximately 300 games of Camille support and only 13 for the top lane Camille throughout the entirety of the year. However, that being said, with knowing that it's support here in the LPL, Perukia are going to have a pretty fun time, I'd say, going diving with the Nocturne until he reaches root from Ryze, kick away from Lee Sin, and all of the problems that can come from what Top Esports have very well drafted.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, Rude. In the LPL, I don't know a single top laner outside of Ben that would be taking Camille in her current state. But Camille tweaks going into next patch. Who knows? Riot definitely wants to see her power level adjusted back to what they intended as her original role and out of both support and jungle from prior seasons. But we get our counter pick of choice from Zweon, and he looks at the entire composition and says, you know what, guys? We need a tank. I'll do it. I'm locking in the Cassante fries in the bag. I know I had fun on the Kled counter pick up until the point EDG kept ganking me, and this time I'm just gonna keep things a bit more locked down and low-key.
Full bite the bullet and just accept my fate here, which, you know, a credit to the team when you can do that. Obviously, you see the Rumble that you're playing against a relatively regular answer in the Cassante, so it keeps them as Top Esports, as this mid-range composition where engaging they may struggle with. I'm looking across the board. It's Lee Sin, maybe a Q3 from the Cassante, but outside of that, is there really anything extra that's going to take them over the line here? I don't know that their engage is all that easy to come by, maybe more so relying on the fact that there's an abundance of engage on the other side, and that's what'll see them in a fight.
Yeah, the only thing that Top Esports can really do as their go button is get a bunch of movement speed from Karma and Sivir and just pray. But if top esports have the gold advantage that they can build up through this top or jungle mid synergy, which was quite nicely displayed in game 1, well, Lee Sin Rise is the pinnacle of jungle mid early game skirmishing. So let's see if they can get it done as we hit Summoner's Rift for game number 2.
Oh no,
boy.
oh no, oh no.
During the Gyos, Perukia! No, the Gyos! Jackie Love immediately claims first blood! And I hope that EDG's Gyos can give them a second win here. Jackie Love trying to fight his way out of it, but he kites it beautifully! I know DBT's happy somewhere in the world as his go picks up 2 kills.
Yeah, there we go. Top esports already off to the races here, and I think they do need to be. Like we've mentioned, the lack of engage means they're kind of just going to have to throw their faces at the enemy and hope that it works. With that, it means you need a little bit of a gold lead, need a little bit of an advantage. Fortunately enough, 2 kills for a Sivir is exactly how you go about getting that.
Multiple summoner spells burned on that bottom side skirmish as well. And if I'm Lee Sin, if I'm Rise, and I see... need to wait for these keystones to disappear. Brook is still going to try to get aggressive, knowing that Jackie Love has no summoner spells. A lot all in as they ding level 2 for the Ezreal. That's a way to try and upset the balance here.
It is, and that's not a bad idea either, just utilizing potential of Arcane Shift to make the play happen. Ultimately not able to find the angle, thread the needle, so to speak, with the Ezreal spells, and Jackie Love not forced to go back to base at all, just because of that recall coming through. Does allow for the majority of this wave to be caught and the problems that could have befallen Jackie to not particularly exist. We'll catch up in experience, push this wave in, and probably be okay coming back into the lane with a, what is this now, two kill lead.
JJ feeling the pressure of trying to get things volatile now that top esports have already jumped up to a significant early game lead. But doesn't really find anything in the mid lane as Nocturne pre-6 ganks are always going to be quite tough if you don't have the setup for it.
You see, Mark, this is where your millennial is showing. Tough means good now in the common era.
True.
So, it will not be tough, in fact, and instead will be difficult, is the terminology we now have to use.
It will be cooked is the correct terminology.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Well done. The Gen Z in you has rekindled itself.
Just on the border there, being a 95 born kid, as Rukia sends it. That's a burst of damage, and Shutdown is flourishing for Leave and finds a double here with another Mystic shot thrown off the top. EDG's bot lane keeping things spicy in game 2.
Love that from Leave. Love that from Perukia. Just, yeah, what are 2 longswords? We don't care. We have Camille with Hail of Blades. So I'm going to take the fight, quite frankly. And that's a really solid start there. Or I guess a really good response for EDG to try and make something happen. Now looking for a little bit of a fish down on the bot side. It's Jackie Love just stepping a bit. I mean, I don't even know if this is stepping too far forward. He's looking to crash the wave. And the... Yeah, he just kind of dies, which I don't think we were expecting.
I mean, I can't even fault him because where in the world did that burst damage come from?
Yeah,
Looked like
E
he was
forward, full
chilling.
Ezreal spells. And I think it happened probably as the Karma Shield wore off as well. So a good case for really everything to have happened on the same time, the same frame there for EDG, who currently now have a pretty decent gold lead.
Feels like I'm watching a tennis match where we opened up with a nasty 100-mile-per-hour service ace, and then right after the bat, we get a nasty return ace, and we're back to somewhat even scoring. Now Juo gonna feel some pain with the Ignite. Perukia, can he get in range for the empowered Q? Not enough to finish off the Karmas. Now Jackie Love's trying to turn it up. Lines up the Boomerang Blade. Wow, we are throwing haymakers in the bot lane.
It is both the ping and pong down in the bot lane here, as everybody's dying and really trying their hardest to get this game going in their favor. Cream deciding that a little bit more time in the Arctic Storm is going to do him favours. Spoiler alert, it won't. But catches a Flash Frost as well. As we are seeing that outside of the bot lane, things are going quite well for EDG.
TN finally getting involved again after all of the skirmishing on the bot side of the map. Bulldog will be forced to flash, and as you called it, that Crystallize saves his life.
Yeah, and it just buys enough space so that Cream can't cast the next set of spells. Might not seem like a lot, but in that frame, in that instance, is exactly what he needs to keep himself alive and without being felled. So, excellent performance, really, from the mid laner of EDG. Nice to see that there's a little bit of a return to form.
Whoa!
Yeah. It's level 5 Nocturne. We're chilling, you know? Maybe Flash and Ghost didn't need to be used, or it was just Flash, wasn't it? But, you know, we're having some fun with it.
Oh my goodness. Just a Nocturne jump scare there. Funny thing was for Jackie Love to be stepping up to the middle brush thinking, you know, they could look for a lane gank. Let me put a ward in here. Whoa! You're already here.
I found the jump scare that I was looking for. I kind of knew that this could have been a thing, and it's still scared me anyway. But for EDG, again, I feel like their way to win this game could a little bit be through hoping that, or by looking for their own engages, and if they can't really play at range with this composition, they're going to have to try to play with Perukia, and getting the Camille this little bit of a lead that she has, in fairness, got, could go in favour for them. It needs to be Perukia now to move around the map, try and start this game, and snowball rolling. I think obviously if they do wait too long, Sivir does exist, Rise does exist, and the damage that comes from them probably just wins out on a Nivea and an Ezreal.
Yeah. Rude, something must have happened in between games where both Jackie Love and Leave both said to their teams, guys, I want this next game to be about me. I need to put this guy into the dirt, and I need to carry. And so far, it has just been them on the front lines. Perukia doesn't quite land the hook shot flash onto Jackie Love. And that's going to be a bit unfortunado. And he's going to take the walk of shame back through the tower.
He does, however, succeed in the burning of the ultimate here from Jackie Love, which means that in a little bit of time, we can maybe expect to see the Camille Ding level 6, and then make that gap close just a little bit easier across the board. TN, though, starting up on these grubs. We saw in game number 1 that the dragon went down without too much of a problem before these grubs. This is now no longer the case. And actually, no response currently from EDG, though as I say that, there are pings aggressively in towards the jungle.
JJ has a suspicion and will be confirmed of those suspicions with the global alert. Perukia, however, going to jump right on top of Dwo, and JJ flashing forward to make sure that the fear connects. Tien, can he get involved to save his support? Still goes down to Bulldog, but at least it's a trade, and Cream will extend the play with the Realm Warp. But Perukia has covered too much distance, and now Bulldog is going to make that walk back to the mid lane a bit painful for the Rise.
Yeah, Jackie Love here sacrificing a little bit on the farm to attempt to be a part of that play, where Leave is able to proc the Crystalline Overgrowth, get a little bit more gold as well. And the Ezreal has managed to come back in this bot lane, exhaust.
My goodness. One more missed shot. Bang! Leave!
Yep. You know what? Comes back perfectly into the bot lane. Finds a 1 versus 1 kill. Zhuo not quite in range to find a shield, find a tether, find anything to provide support. And it grants a solo kill over to the EDG bot lane.
I'm a little stun locked.
Yeah.
Going into this series, we were ready to talk about one of the following things being all pro votes are out for our community Discord as well as just our channel. And Jackie Love was one of the pros we wanted to highlight as one, as he has had quite a damn good split, and it's pretty consistent at having a damn good split. But it feels quite disrespectful since Leave is having a pretty darn good performance, but now Jackie Love has an opportunity to show how he can come back and still have a large impact on this server, despite the fact that Leave is popping off.
Yeah. Here's this guy who we want you to vote for all pro. Now watch him get solo killed. And it's, you know, it doesn't quite fit the narrative that most people would look to push. But ZDZ on this top side, getting ganked by 4.
Flashes the Q3, but Tien can simply kick him over the turret wall, tanks up the last turret shot, and now Jackie Love tries to drop the aggro here and is gift wrapped to kill.
Nice. And then, you know, the fact that they're able to give that kill to Jackie Love does create a little bit of tension as he takes like a 400 HP turret shot, but the Rumble has already expended all of their cooldowns. It's not too big a deal. Now it's a base race, or not a base race, it's a turret taking race to see who can take that turret first.
Oh, Perukia, I don't know if that
Oh,
was
we're still
a
going.
little too deep there. JDG will at least ensure that he is going to get the kill credit, but this might end up being a 1-for-2, and Tien guarantees it.
Yes. Not the play that EDG were looking for, I don't think. If you can get the quick one-shot on, then maybe. Bulldog, though, also in trouble. Has got the egg. So he gets back to his turret, and even if Tien can find the initial lethal damage, won't be able to take down the egg form. Decides it's not worth it in the end.
Poor ZDZ can't even walk back to his wave, since Weon has successfully completed a Canic Rooker, and ZDZ is still sitting on the components for that Leandri's Torment. And because of Tien's presence in the mid lane and counter-responding to JDG, he's going to be able to pick up the first dragon.
Not nothing. The response there, and it's a double objective take then for
Is he
top.
dead?
Looks it. Dodging everything,
Dodges the
though,
Q3.
so
Okay, Zweon flashes forward and finally gets it done.
he's 2 levels up here in the top lane, so as good as ZDZ looked with those skill shots and dodging out on them, now Perukia may be in trouble.
Uh-oh. Leave, I fear you have killed Jackie Love one too many times, and now you must die for it.
Yeah, top esports aren't going to take too kindly to that, as, yeah, like you mentioned, this is a start of what feels like the top esports ascendancy here. We coloured this series as a, if things go badly, then we start to ring the alarm bells. This hasn't been a clean game by top esports, but it looks like they'll be able to see it through. Again, they have the slightly better scaling composition, so with this small lead going their way, you kind of expect them to be able to take the entire thing without too much difficulty. And a 2-0 here should just reassure some fans that, well, actually, we're okay. We're not completely in the dumps.
And even though it's not necessarily a clean game from top esports, they're not stomping them out. They're not shutting them out by any means necessary. But I do really appreciate the very proactive responses that they've been delivering, since it's mostly EDG that are pushing the pace of this game and making things extremely volatile. And so top esports are going, oh, okay, you wanna get rough? Let's play dirty. Let's get messy here.
Yeah, they're kind of happy to do the throwing of hands and accept that, oh, well, if you're going to try and play the game like this, what's to stop us from responding and doing the exact same thing here? So, good looks, honestly, by top esports, as now ZDZ once again has merely existed and will have to pay for that.
In the arms of an angel. EDG responding on the top side of the map, and that's going to prompt a TP out of Zweon to see if he can save his tower from going down, and he will at least successfully ward them off from being able to acquire their first turret of the game.
Oh, top esports now have 14,000 kills in the LPL, which is the 5th all-time for any organization. So congratulations, top.
Quite the history for the organization over the years, and have boasted a very dominant regular season record here in Split 3. See if they can continue that pedigree forward as obviously international records tends to be the part where everyone winces and groans in pain. And recent history does not help that narrative there, but this is a top esports roster that when things are locked in and they are on form, especially with their newer players on this roster, it is one that it does genuinely make us excited for when we get to see them at their peaks.
Yeah, and that's what makes their international fallings that little bit more disappointing. Obviously, the goal for Top Esports here will be to return to Top Esports at the end of this year with their placements and their position championship points-wise. It's going to be pretty difficult for them to not make it to an international and not make it to Worlds, but never say never. Odds are slim but not nothing, and that's always the important factor. We both get tethers going. Zhuo connects onto JDG, and Sonic Wave comes through, but Top Esports stop.
Lights have been turned out. Why the paranoia? Perukia forcing the flash out of Tien, and they turn on to the Blind Monk to try and all-in him, but the kick does buy enough time, where ZDZ needs to make sure that he gets out alive, but as you called it, Bulldog provides enough space for his top laner so that he is not left to the wolves. EDG walk away with a kill for free, and they're gonna try and see if they can knock out this tier 1 turret while they're at it. Jackula forced to flash away. True Shot Barrage dings the spell shield, but ZDZ locked down by that tether. The Q3 hits onto multiple members, and the all-out takes them through the Raptor wall.
So a 1-for-1 in the extended trade there. Feel like EDG should have been looking for a little bit more off of that, but as it turned out, they got a little bit too close to the sun, and Nocturne without ulti, not too useful, so goes back to farming, leaves his team in the mid lane, where Zwayon actually comes up clutch with a couple of picks. Jackie Love has to burn both summoner spells to get out to safety, but importantly does end up surviving the onslaught coming through towards him, and that then gives Top Esports inside track on Drake number 2.
Slower Drake stacking game from Top Esports, but still the ones where they are getting 100% up as we take a look back at the replay.
And yet, so to start off with here, it's a lot of flashes and a lot of, as such, missed engages, but look at the wall on the bot side of the fight here from Bulldog. It means that Jackie Love and Zwayon cannot get through, and effectively creates this 5 versus 3, if not 5 versus 1 scenario for EDG. Then after that, you can see on the map, well, Ryze is left, Nocturne's left, we've still got a 4v3 here. Jackie Love flashes away from some crucial skills, the spell shield barely absorbing on the True Shot Barrage there, but able to find the 1-for-1 in the end, and EDG not stopping.
Another decent attempt at the Crystallize, trying to cut off Top Esports from each other, but Jackie Love says it's time to go and run them down. Sonic Wave connects, and Resonating Strike forces out the flash from Bulldog, but Zwayon says, I'm ready to cook this egg scramble style, and Top Esports waste away 2.
Damn. Okay, they did not mess. They were not playing, and I think that they've seen EDG have their fun in the mid lane and said, all right, well, let's just bring all 5 people together to make sure that we put an end to it here. Perukia lurking, but I don't know what he's looking to find.
Hextech Ultimatum blocks down 1, and Jeja sends it onto the back line. Jewel's the first one to get dropped, and Jackie Love gets burned to a crisp by ZDZ. Jeja able to make short work of Cream. It's a great response from EDG.
It is, and again, it's as soon as the core members start to leave, that the problems begin to come up for whichever side it is, then ends up letting their opponents get in here. Zwayon starts to recall, goes back to base, and all of a sudden his entire team crumbles around him without that big front line. They are quite squishy targets. JJ on the Nocturne has been very proficient and trying to get into the backline, gets access to Jackie Love, takes him down, then follows up with a pick onto Cream as well. I think that the clearing here of this vision led me one way. Obviously the Baron hasn't yet spawned, so EDG aren't able to look for that as a prize.
Rude, if we see another all-in on the mid lane, and then as soon as people start to leave, just sound the alarm bells right now. Like, I know we are 12 hours away from China from like a flight wise, but we need to send some kind of Bluetooth signal to the teams. Be like, hey, careful. We no longer have 5 on the mid wave.
If only there were a way to transmit messages long distances. Oh, it has to be Bluetooth. We have to whip out the Bluetooth connected. But you're quite right that, you know, if there are problems here, you've got to start learning from the mistakes. And neither of these sides have learned from the mistakes that the other one has made. Nevertheless, we haven't found a real advantage be garnered from either side. As soon as they seem to get one, they toss it right on back and say, no, you, please. So we'll see who can come out on top in this one. Still a relatively close game currently, but as mentioned earlier, this does favour EDG. It does favour Top Esports, given they've got the Sivir, the Rise, and their scaling capabilities into the late game.
Yeah.
There was a notion there that they might try and gank the Cassante, and it was immediately warded off.
Zweon backed off immediately, and Jackie Love with the on the hunt, giving everyone a quick surge of movement speed. We're contemplating whether to just steamroll right through that choke corridor, and then they saw Anivia pop up and said, you know what? Let's not do that.
It's not. I'm actually, you know what? I'm good. I like life. Is it Sid the Sloth from Ice Age? No thanks, I choose life. For anyone a fan of old noughties films.
Unfortunately, Cream might have stepped on a side wave too far forward against a Nocturne composition, and EDG are swift to punish.
And quite rightly so. Love to see that from EDG. Finding these picks is kind of what Nocturne does. And unfortunately for Cream there, a little bit uncharacteristic. Again, a player who, for my money, has been much, much better this year. I remember Cubby using the adage that Top Esports will go as far as Cream get them. I no longer think that that's the case, though apt as it was at the time. Top Esports feels like one of the leading pieces of this Top Esports roster, and one that can take them very far domestically. So a little bit of a blunder there, a little bit reminiscent of some of the problems we used to see from this player.
Shout out to Cream's Annie in Split 3 last year. But
yeah,
as we said before, Cream has had a overall better 2026 over the course of all 3 splits, and even when we look at their MSI results, Cream was not to blame for it, and he was definitely one of the better performing parts of that run. As there is some commotion in the mid lane, Dragon has spawned. This will be the 3rd one of the game for Top Esports, and EDG currently taking up post in this river, whereas Cream might have an inside track.
Yeah, Leave is constantly shimmying forward here with these arcane shifts, and it's enticing Top Esports, but not enough to actually pull the trigger. Cream gets spotted, and Perukia fishes for it instantly. Not going to find it, though.
Realm Warp now coming in. It's just a bait, and the rest of Top Esports starting to play off their front line, but Zweon is getting hella chunked here. Tien dashes in, dashes back out, just constantly playing around with EDG, seeing if he can bait out cooldowns before he looks for a full-on commit. Now on the run, EDG forced out of the jungle quadrant, and this Dragon belongs to Top Esports.
Yeah, this is the compositional difference that EDG are going to struggle with for the most part of this game. Really, everything that Top Esports did there was not amazing, and they were still able to force them out and force EDG to go back to base. So I don't know that we'll get a replay with not too many kills going on, but the kick was pretty bad from Tien. Didn't really find any purchase. Jackie Love's taking a load of poke from Equalizer and from potential Mystic shots landing, but even still, they were able to use the Karma shielding to just kind of walk forward, auto-attack a couple of times with Jackie Love, and that was enough to get them a good enough position to win that fight.
Yeah. I will say Top Esports' ability to have second fights or even multiple number fights is definitely possible just thanks to the uptime of Karma cooldowns, and I think it does give them a bit of an edge when it comes to just constantly waiting back and forth on these battle lines, whereas EDG, once you blow these giant Summoner's ultimate cooldowns, it gets pretty hard to try and initiate a follow-up after the initial engage.
It does, and we'll see if they can, well, make sure that the initial engage just works. I think is the best way to prevent that from happening, and
yeah,
obviously that's going to be their best route to success. Pings towards the Baron from Top Esports here in this case, where they're looking to try and get that one taken down. They'll do it very quickly with the Rise and the Sivir, where EDG are looking to collapse onto Zweon, who has been spotted, but I don't know that he's the one who's been spotted, more so the one doing the spotting, with EDG not really having members around to support.
Don't you just hate it when the person you're flanking suddenly starts flanking you?
Yeah, that's a pretty big problem in my line of work, actually. Comes to harm me quite frequently.
Oh, yeah? Do you want to talk about it?
Nope.
Fair enough. Top Esports. Currently on mid-wave. Pop B on the hunt once again. Bulldog goes golden as Tian was trying to look for a kick flash opportunity. Finally kicks Bulldog away, goes into the egg passive form, but the rest of EDG cannot protect him from getting fried sunny side up. EDG still on the run, trying to reposition. JJ flashing forward, looking for the fear, but he gets burned out before he even gets it off. CDZ sending it, but at this point, EDG is just inting one after another, trying to find a miracle, but it ain't happening anytime soon. Lee finally takes one kill off the board, but the 4 remaining members of Top Esports can push this one into the base and end the series.
And that was a clean finish for Top Esports there. Good start for EDG. You know, they absorb the engage. I guess the death timers are a bit too short. They probably get the inhibitor and get out. I don't know why they didn't take the inhibitor. Maybe they're just thinking that... I guess with Bulldog having TP, it's a little bit risky. JJ's going to have paranoia as well, so there's a world where maybe you can TP and put a ward down, get a steal away. This is the 100% play. But Tien steps forward. Good Zhonya's from Bulldog. Tien not buffering the ulti there. I think that could have been a bit of an easier kick and definitely had succeeded. But kicks through, importantly, catches the egg there. Leave this entire time, I have to give credit where it's due. Playing pretty well on the Ezreal. Gets a really good Mystic shot onto Jackie Love here, which sort of thinks that JJ and EDG can turn this fight. But as soon as that lands, and as soon as the re-engage comes through, there's Karma Shield, there's heals, there's all manner of extra stuff that makes that engage a little bit too difficult. And as well as Leave can play this out, it just means that there's not enough in the tank with the rest of the squad to get through what is a HP-having team.
Tien was trying to hunt for a lowly Perukia who had just barely managed to squeeze that base off. But something that I've noticed, Rude, is because we've been in the roaming support meta for so long and it's been a while since we've seen Karma, I forget that whenever you play against Karma, you need to get a Serpent's Fang user on your team. And unfortunately, not only that it's hard for someone to build it this game, but you don't have someone that is going to be consistently applying it that also is going to be a fan of building it in the first place.
Yeah, your best bet, unfortunately, is Ezreal. Nocturne, you could argue if he's going for really high-value Qs to apply it over everybody, but that's not... It's just not the angle that you're looking for, to be completely honest with you, so... EDG, like you say, in a little bit of a rough spot, won't be able to get away with any form of shield break just yet. Tien hops over a wall, Zwayon hops over it as well. And with the size of that wall, we can tell that Bulldog has opted into the base Nivea tech and going for W Max. Hold on.
Oh boy. Well, Cream thought that he could Realm Warp out of darkness. Unfortunately, the only place that he's going is back to the fountain. And that will stop the siege from Top Esports.
Well, that's a little bit disappointing, to be completely honest with you. That falls incredibly flat, and does just give over, well, not an inhibitor. And the fact that they're going to be able to take this soul is a little bit crazy, to be honest. I think EDG sleeping at the wheel a little bit. They're trying to get in and trying to take a fight, but they're already too late.
It's just bewildering to see not only Top Esports kind of just leave Cream to the side and EDG going, yeah, we made a good play. Wait, what? Oh, wait, they can get Chemtech Soul.
We're supposed to do that thing. Oh, guys. Oh, no. Oh, well. It's the
Can't get them all.
You can't get them all, unfortunately, and well, maybe you could have done, actually, if they'd have tried. But we may never know here. Ultimately, there's a reason that EDG have struggled to find success in really any series, and this is, I won't say the entire reason why, but I think this series, as much as this most likely going to be a 2-0 here for Top Esports. Not hoping to cast a curse, by the way. It's EDG haven't looked atrocious in this one, I don't think.
No, they've had a lot of spirit in this one. I think that's the nicest thing we can say.
That's really well framed.
Yep. I'd rather see an EDG fighting and looking for plays and trying to be proactive rather than just get rolled over and looks like they're just dead for the entire series, which is definitely not the case. Unfortunately, it's the consistency of their floor that has been the main issue for this squad. Even with Xiaohao for a majority of the regular season, and now that JDG has come in, and at times it seems like EDG has a better sense of direction and him getting involved, but there are still so many problems that EDG has yet to solve.
Yeah, the spirit comment is little consequence, is it? You know, or little solace, I should say. You know, if they go back to the coaches' room, the coaches go, oh, guys, we showed great spirit. It's gonna do little to reconcile with them that they've lost an 11th straight series. I'd be surprised, to be honest. I always am surprised when teams go and have like a 0 in a column at the end of a year. You know, we very, very rarely see teams go, in this case, you know, it would be 14-0, but like undefeated in series. Would be incredibly surprising to see a team go without a win, really, for the entire split long. But definitely, it's looking like on the cards here for EDG. As again, to sing the praises of Top Esports, they're not overextending, they're not overplaying their hand by any means, and Cream has been caught out a couple of times here. But this was a series that was pretty important for them. If we'd have come into the week saying that this was an important series, I think people would have laughed at us. As the week has gone on, this series has become increasingly more and more important. But they have managed to find a way and to look good in this one.
As Top Esports multi-man up on the mid-wave, Perukia was trying to sneak around and look for a creative flank. Unfortunately, there was enough vision in that Raptor Pit wall that spotted him and alerted Top Esports of his presence and his attempts there. And as you said, Rude, losing 0-2 to both WE and LGD in the same week, I think tends to do something to any of our top teams in the LPL, and can be a great incentive to lock in.
That is what Top Esports have done here. Oh, good catch.
Woohoo! Well, Perukia is forced to flash and use that Hextech ultimatum. Tien being able to really thread the needle on that Sonic wave.
I think that's just game sense, right? That's I know exactly where the Camille's going to land, and hitting that Q is a real testament to the knowledge that Tien does have. Baron now live, Elder spawns in 1 minute 40, so Top Esports a little bit pressured to make this happen, but hereafter, if there were a throw to take place, around a Baron feels fitting.
Zweon going to be frontlining for now. They're going to drop the Baron so that JJ doesn't get a free Baron 50-50 steal. Equalizer kind of misses in the backline. Jackie Love totally safe as ZDZ and Perukia trying to make their way into it, but ZDZ is going to be the first casualty of the fight. 2,000 HP on the... Oh, wait, did JJ get it? Oh, no, Tien still was able to secure it. It looked so close, 300 HP out of nowhere, but Top Esports will not allow any miracles to come through the way of Edward Gaming this time around. Zweon gonna TP into the base, empower this minion wave that is just pummeling down this inhibitor. And Bulldog will definitely try his darndest to keep his Nexus alive, but it was written in the stars, Rude, that Top Esports, after having an abysmal week, were ready to show their peak form once again and making sure that they dominate EDG.
A 2-0 for Top Esports. Relatively clean for game number 1. Game number 2 took a little bit more time, a little bit more effort, and a little bit more energy. And much to the joy of all LPL viewers, a 8-game day here, not 9, comes through. A nice 2-0 for Top Esports there to close us out.
I know that some of us here on the LPL English staff got a little nervous once one of our colleagues and admins, Alk, proclaimed in the prod chat, "I'm going to bed. It will not be a 9-game day. We ride on right after the Jackie Love double kill, and then we proceeded to get leave double kill, leave solo kill, EDG pulling this, and this off, and everyone started to sweat very nervously just off of the flurry of messages that happened after. But rest assured, staff is going to be able to go to bed just a little bit early. Shout out to Top Esports for that.
Yeah, and you know, like we say, it's a good little spot for Top Esports to now end up in. They were really down the barrel in this week. Hasn't been a good week for them. This is the very little solace that they'll be able to take, that they were able to, you know, find one win up against EDG, and a convincing win at that. I think if they'd have been taken to 3 games here, this would have been like we've said numerous times, it would have been a big deal.
Yeah.
As it is, it's not happened, and we can rest easy now.
And with that series wrapped up, we can go ahead and check out the updated standings and see where Top Esports and EDG now fall into place. With AL and BLG still at the top of the leaderboards in Group Ascend, Top Esports still remains in 3rd seed overall. However, can always catch up to them later on next week as we have our final few days of games involving all 3 of these teams, as well as the rest of Group Ascend.
So EDG now are in Knights rivals. They are a lock for play-ins. They cannot in any way eclipse 7th place, and they'd have to do a pretty impressive run of things to overtake Thunder Talk, to be completely honest with you, by way of probably a 6-0 like close out to the season, and then pray that Thunder Talk don't have a good running either. But it is EDG who are locked in. They're probably going to play up against NIP. That's a really fun series to look out for next week, when those 2 teams do end up going head-to-head with one another. So that's on the Saturday in the middle slot, NIP versus IG. That'll be a fun one to keep our eyes out for.
It'll be an early preview of who will be the best team representing Group Nirvana. And it's still a reminder for anyone that is just tuning in to LPL this year as of now, and for Split 3, that NIP, IG, and Weibo basically did a swapperoo with LGD, Thunder Talk, and EDG when it came to coming from Group Nirvana and Split 2 to going to Group Ascend and Split 3, because of how Split 2 playoffs Knights rivals played out. All 3 of those teams that are in Group Ascend upset the other 3 from Group Nirvana currently in a best of 5, and each one of those went to all 5 games. But it's a shame that the likes of EDG, who were able to have a surprising victory over Ninjas in Pajamas specifically, not been able to show the same magic when it comes to the rest of the teams here.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Rafa, that for EDG, we were hoping that these Nirvana teams were going to come in and really kick around and sort of upset the status quo here in a Group Ascend, and that's happened a little bit with Thunder Talk and a little bit with LGD, but Edward Gaming have come in and they've just sort of splashed around in the shallow end, haven't really got into the depths with the big boys just yet. So it will be a disappointing end to or disappointing start to their season, but I mean we only have to look to WE to know that a team, a composition of players can truly never be counted out right up until they are literally out.
Yep. So
we were saying the same thing about WE in Split 2 this year, weren't we? You know, they were 0 and everything in terms of series score, really struggled, and then somehow, some way beat BLG and nearly make it to MSI. So
beating BLG, beating anyone's legend. I think there was one more team that they beat in the upper bracket, if I'm not mistaken. Might have just been those 2, but before eventually falling to Top Esports in that upper finals, and then BLG getting their revenge in that lower finals. But exactly right, Rude. The fact that a team like WE and their end of regular season score, and they were able to turn up just like that. I mean, we have quite big patch changes next week. A lot of marksman changes, fleet of footwork getting buffed as well. Overall, it could potentially be quite big for the landscape of things. I know Sunder Sky as well getting heavily nerfed. It'll be a question of whether pro players still decide to just run these fighter junglers and just build different items instead, or if they feel like the Sunder Sky nerfs will not be enough to dissuade them from building it as just the de facto best first item in slot. But I always look forward to how teams are able to adapt, and not just adapt, but how quickly they can catch on to what is going to be the next wave of OP changes for upcoming playoffs.
And I mean, just to take a look at these stats here, I'm grabbing myself my own screenshot here because if we look at the neutral objectives, Void Grub, Herald, Drakes, Elder Dragon, Baron, look, nothing there for EDG in this game. They had no say in any of the neutrals whatsoever, even when there were opportunities for them to try and take them. It feels like the lanes weren't in position to support JDG enough to make those plays happen, despite, like we've said, Leave actually having a pretty decent performance on the Ezreal.
Yeah, this was one of the few games where, and few series I've seen from Leave recently on this EDG squad where he isn't necessarily in a place that feels illegal. Like, there have been multiple times where I'm like, Leave, why are you this far forward? And the one time that he's caught out on bot lane, I mean, it was a realm warp, it was multi-man coming in to push him off the wave, and at that point, because he is so far ahead, I feel like EDG should have been playing in respect to that possibility and trying to protect that lead a bit better. This is one of the few times where I feel like Leave was doing the best that he possibly could, and unfortunately EDG just could not leverage that this time around.
Yep, and you know, like we say, that it's good to see Leave performing, but unfortunately for EDG, it really is going to require more than just that. I think that today on the Rumble, ZDZ was a little bit hit or miss for me, not particularly present. The Olaf game, again, I highlighted the fact that yes, he's got 7 deaths, but I do think he actually performed relatively well on the Olaf. JJ, again, to take a look at somebody on this team who is maybe doing some of the right things. On this Nocturne, we've got a couple of highlights out of it, right? He's trying to make the plays happen. But it does just feel like the team as a whole hasn't really come together just yet. When we look at these team fights, it's not any one individual who is completely messing up, completely falling flat on their face. Also just we don't have the damage, we don't have the draft, we don't have this, we don't have that. And when you're missing out on ultimately so many things, it becomes a real big problem.
Yeah. Rude, who do we give player of the game and player of the match to? Because there's a lot of back and forths in this game, so I don't know if there was one particular player that looked 100% clean. Obviously, Jackie Love got a lot of kills early on and was playing an overall nice game, but I think the solo kills from Leave dink any chances for that. Tien, solid, really solid Lee Sin performance, but not also 100% clean. But for the most part, it wasn't nearly as dominating as the Jarvan in game 1.
I think
Cream
Swayon
got
for
caught
player
on
of the
sideways.
game. Player of the series. I'm up in the air. Could go to Tien, could go to Cream as well. I don't think he played particularly poorly in really any sense of the word, like in terms of overall consistency. Looks like Tien's going to pick up a second one, which is not a bad thing by any means, but I feel like there could have been, I don't know that anybody was in particular a super big standout. I'd be interested to see the vote on this as to who actually ends up getting, or who got the majority of the votes, but it's good for Tien, I think. He came off the back of a really rough week where he was getting gapped by Hung, by Monkey, Now he gets 2 player of the games. We'll get a player of the series as well. So
Yeah.
a real return for Tien here.
Yeah, the small notes and the criticisms are really just kind of like stifling. There's a couple times here where he didn't necessarily execute this, or he went too far forward and gets locked down by point and click CC. But yeah, a couple of the votes did go to Zweon's way, which I was in agreement with you on Rude, but I think the majority going to Tien's way also just helps the overall broadcast kind of decide, well, who do we want to give player of the series to? And at this point, it's just going to be Tien.
Yeah, and I think as well, there's a very heavy bias of player of the games, right, towards these carrying roles. And I feel like if we looked pound for pound into who was actually getting player of the games, like I'd say probably 40% of them would be junglers, just because of the way that people value how a player of the game gets decided. I think we should be looking and striving to give more love to the other roles. There have been notably a couple of times where a support should have gotten a player of the game, and I think that I've seen Kael get one on Nico, and that's about it for support player of the games. Same for top lane right here. I think that's way on. We talked about it in the draft. He sacrificed himself, put the fries in the bag, played Cassante, and for my money, did incredibly well on it.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that. And even though early laning phase was a bit rough for Joel and Jackie Love, I felt like his Karma play outside of laning phase was also quite stellar and definitely deserved an honorable mention as well. Kept all of top esports alive multiple times, and even the game 1 to Bard. Obviously, some of the magical journeys were a bit short, but hell, those tempered fates were spectacular. But good for Tien. I can appreciate the narrative that they help do set forward, that after getting blasted by Hung and Monkey in Player of the Match awards, Tien locks it in and gets his own Player of the Match award.
Yeah, good for Tien and good for top esports as well. Feels like he is the driving force. He's the one who takes them into whatever successes they end up having. Player of the match, of course, for Tien as well. 8 for 8, no surprises. But he takes the team, puts them on his back, makes the most of his position, and Tien top esports rather are generally very able to succeed from there.
Yeah. Well, that does it, folks. Our LPL English coverage has come to a close for today. Again, no 9-game day yet here for this split, or I don't even know if we've had it. I feel like we've had a 9-game day some point earlier in the year, but I think it has evaded us at least.
Split 1.
Yeah, Split 1 was
so many.
bonkers, but Split 3, it has evaded us for now. But before we close things out, we want to give a big, very huge thank you to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Gelati, and Andrea Duran. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. And as always, it's a pleasure to be able to bring an English coverage to you guys. It's always a pleasure to cast with my boy Rude. We don't get together that often these days, but when we do, it's always a blast. And before we close things out, any other words that you would like to give?
No, just a reminder to tune in next week. We've got the final week of the regular season coming on up. We start off on Wednesday, as we have been for Split 3. It's LNG versus Weibo, so their final matchup in Nirvana should be a good one. It doesn't really have any stakes, to be completely honest with you, so it'll be good to see what the teams... I don't know that we've ever actually had a game that has genuinely no stakes, so I think for these teams, it's a good chance to let loose.
Yeah, we'll be on break for the next couple of days. Keep your eyes on the lookout as well for our weekly LPL podcast episode as well. That'll be released by the time we get to our first LPL day of week 5 as well. And last thing, can you throw up the All-Pro vote QR code for producer Ice? Because as we covered it before earlier in the day, we have All-Pro ballots that we are opening to our community Discord as well as obviously everyone on the LPL English broadcast staff and crew will be putting their votes in so that we can all pool our opinions together on who we feel like was the best of the best here for the LPL Split 3. We are getting it up soon, folks, so don't you worry.
Yeah, I mean, the All-Pro is such an important part of what we do as well. It gives you the opportunity to have a say. It gives us a chance to showcase what we as the region and what we as the unofficial broadcast have been looking for. So a really good chance. Scan that QR code, get your All-Pro votes in. Yes, we've still got a week of regular season, even if you just keep it and make sure that you've got it ready, taking those final games into consideration. Or if you just want to send them in now, get a blast for those votes going. I know I always forget to do All-Pro votes, so I might be doing it after the show.
I might be with you on that one, Rude. But until next time, y'all, stay healthy, stay safe, and keep on supporting the LPL.